are prohibited. Warning. Distortion of the deity's image is prohibited.
This symbol. We used to draw it in childhood.
Warning. Wear sacred amulet upon entry. If damaged, hold and wait.
Can paradise endure for all time? What is seen may yet be a lie. I have to see it myself.
This is also my first time seeing the annual parade.
This path leads to eternal paradise. The traitor is among us.
The traitor is among
Let's write a story.
About the world outside? Let's draw something as our pen name. Why do people ask machines questions?
People need answers.
Just. Look! This is the real paradise!
But end.
Retrieve latest data. Calculate. Iteration 10788. Initiate.
记者小姐，进化的过确实不需要考虑淘汰者的处境。
这好能人，爱丽丝。
稍等，记者小姐，我想这里不是适合交谈的地方，请随我来。
Melly?
Melly,
Oh, pardon me. Mr. Plinius has recently become obsessed with studying insects. There's a greenhouse at the back of the manor. It used to be filled with rare and unusual plants. Oh, right. Lately, Mr. George has been staying with
Here is the Mr. Plinius beehive, and it will be your future workplace.
European black bees. Dangerous, but not deadly. They cannot coexist peacefully with any other bees.
Sorry, I...
Certain scents can affect their behaviors. Dried lavender, for example, can calm them. As far as I know, the European continent has no truly lethal bee species.
Maybe there are other scents.
is that the marriage and cohabitation between Approximate and Approximate be dissolved and legal separation is granted. Humans' understanding of bee colonies has always remained at the superficial level of instinct-driven. But through my empirical observations in the bee farm I set up on the estate, a bee colony is not just a disorderly swarm of insects.
But precisely functioning community of life. The order of bee colonies is not entirely gentle. I discovered a phenomenon that has not been well documented in the literature. Which I would tentatively call matricide behavior. It is not a betrayal, but a cruel choice made by the bee colony to ensure the survival of the hive. All actions serve the long-term survival of the population. Every action of the bee colony is aimed at ensuring the continuation of the population. Don't move! These are hornets. They only sting when they feel their life is in danger.
Looks like I've disturbed subjects.
It's the perfume. Those luxurious danger scents struck them in.
You know, bees, I think your abilities deserve to be seen.
This also makes us reflect on the collaboration within human society. We need to be as gentle and collaborative as worker bees, and also remain capable of making rational choices when necessary.
大家好，我是第五人格的主文案圈圈。时隔2年，主线剧情终于得以再进一步，我也很高兴能再次坐在这里和大家共同分享新 Identity 角色女王蜂的设计过程。天币这个称呼，与其说是形容生物学上的一种蜂种，更确切的是来自于世界观设定中流行于当时的奥尔菲斯与约书亚·普利尼的死，以及关于约书亚夫妇的一些市井传言所撰写的一部悬疑奇情小说。从 从故事的名字和内容都暗喻作为遗孀的美丽，通过汲取约书亚及其家族的能量来获取目前的财富及地位。当然，这并非事实，至少不是事实的全部。阿尔菲斯有自己的算盘，梅丽也有。约书亚至于梅丽而言，并非一种单纯的情感关系，甚至说生存关系也并不确切。在那个信息闭塞、地域、阶级、性别画出一道道地位鸿沟的时代，约书亚的出现为从小在小山村生长的美丽展示了一种她之前从未想象过的人生处境：体面的、被尊重的、闪烁智慧光辉的。这种近乎乌托邦的处境为尚处蒙昧的美丽标定了一个新的人生方向。相较于与约书亚相爱，更吸引美丽的是成为约书亚那样的人，或者说成为他曾经想象中约书亚那样的人。而最开始他以为约书亚会如他曾许诺的那样帮他达成这个目标，但随着背弃与伤害的不断发生，他发现这条路他只能独自走完。三人游戏本身而言，属于德罗斯小姐阶段性的同伴吧。虽然玩家在剧情中的行为选择会对实质的信任关系有一定影响，但至少目前大致还处于信任昆虫学者的阶段，而Identity角色可以看作德罗斯小姐在药物影响及高压环境下对于三者最危险化想象的投影。外形上是正在异化中的蜜蜂，所以还包裹着膜以及隐约的圆形，与其他 Identity 角色不同，处于一种异化的中间态。这也与观测者对于他的内心投影有关。观测者对于他的认知还没有被恐惧完全控制。
大家好，我是第5人格的战斗策划周三营业。在这次昨日之龙的资料片中，负责女王蜂的技能设计与技能制作。初次见面，还请大家多多指教。作为昆虫学者的监管人格，其技能概念的核心锚点便是虫群。围绕虫群这一锚点，女王蜂与昆虫学者的差异化可以概括为2个方面：交互体验与功能体验。交互体验部分，我们已经有了一些切换操作对象类型的角色，比如昆虫学者、机械师、梦之女巫、时空之影这些。为了更好地体现女王蜂对虫群的感知操控与灵活性，我们赋予了女王蜂一种同频双控的操作方式，来给大家带来新的交互体验。在功能体验上，我们希望虫群和美丽能有更多的伴生效果。美丽控制虫群，虫群为美丽提供增益与能量。美丽消耗虫群提供的能量发射矢刺，虫群可以作为美丽飞行的终点。在2阶时，美丽可以和虫群合为一体，形成蜂球。这些功能设定让虫群与美丽的伴生关系更为鲜活。我们也希望能让大家感受到一种我与虫群彼此互为战友的游戏体验。女王蜂是一名追击型监管者，由于矢刺不会被低矮的建筑物阻挡，所以它的优势地形为低矮板区或较为开阔的区域。优势地图为月亮河公园。在实战中，可以利用矢刺的延迟特点，封锁求生者的交互，或先释放矢刺后进行过板普攻的操作。在隔墙与求生者僵持时，可以利用反哺加应激矢刺来达到出其不意的命中效果。灵活预留能量与虫群的位置，会让女王蜂的手蚁控场收益最大化。女王蜂是一名在前期比较怕拉点的监管者，较远的控制距离会使虫群难以碰到求生者，从而令女王蜂无法获取增益与能量。在近距离博弈下，应尽量选择高墙或复杂板区来对其进行牵制，利用碰撞和转角来压缩女王蜂矢刺的发挥空间。
那么以上就是本期女王蜂设计访谈的全部内容。感谢大家能够跟随我们的视角了解女王蜂的故事与设计，我们下次再见。
Here's to lies.
with their stingers. A larva goes through several transformations. In this process, they learn to feel warmth with their extremities.
That's how new species are, Mary. Always fascinating.
Observe dreams with their compound eyes. Break free from constraints with their wings.
You don't belong here, Mary.
Pierce through lies. With their stingers.
Soft silver moon up on the tide comes a lullaby. Gentle ripple. It broke me, I've had enough. No, I will face the streets, say you were part of me. Try to recall the light from who I was. But now I can't see. Now I'm wishing you'll find the heart you lost in me. Who I used to be, is she right here with me on her destiny? But going back to me, she is not reaching for me. She sees me, she finds me through the storms.
Muleta drops to the sand, red and heavier than the sunset. So, heroes do bleed. There is no room for cowards in a matador's blood. Rage, howls, laments. In the end, it all ends in my hands. The first time I killed on foot, the roar of the crowd burned so hot I trembled. The flowers fade, applause dies. A hero in the sun is only a spectacle. The fizz here hit harder than any Plaza de Toros. The deadlier the booze, the deeper the thirst. That boy, I buried him in the sand long ago. Holetes. Just another bull ring. This time, I wager my life so my heart can beat a little hotter. Trapping lies far from great, climbing out scaffolds made of pain. Tread of darkness, a storm of rain. No jet hand, no saving grace. Through the tunnels, ghosts of shame. These broken vessels slowly decay. If it gets bitter, burning flame from shadow sky, straight out of flame. My blood is warm, my flesh is gray. When power wakes, no one escapes. Letting fear shiver how beautiful it is. My breath is poison, hot and red. The seas make shock, the howler roar. Despair forge through, peace shall reign over. No
Lecture hall, he speaks with grace. Really might I learn confess. Inside flows like honey sweet, drives me to his silent pool. In this space his voice is pure. Words like gold, ideas are clear. Every thought is mine to mine. Every dream he helps me fly. Light, stay with me. Light, you deceive. Light, doors not closed. Light, drink this post. Empty promises to make. Bitter tears for trust betrayed. But he locked me out today. Left me so lost on a way. Pain stays so deep. Pain cannot sleep. Oh, pain, venom burns. Pain, flesh not turn. Broken with my beauty lost. In the height where hope was crossed. Scars remain where base once kids. In a darkness I exist. No one will see. Every label holds the key. Every switch my victory. Strike, justice mine. Strike by design.
Oh, buena suerte. I am the king of adoros, forsaking, burning with fever. I press my lips to the horn just to hear the echo of the black version. Oh, dancing on the blade. Oh, hey, yeah, welcome to this array. Oh, yeah, hurry. Con my stitches and coins on the fabric of red. Oh, yeah, hurry. I live in legend, that's who I am. I pose and view at the dangerous glittering seems unfair. Buena suerte. Go! Porque el riesgo es vivir. Go, Hernando! Más sangre, más peligro. Go, Hernando! I'm addicted to this rectangle. To the cheers like a sweet descent. Let it grow, let it bloom, let it grow. To the point never hurry. So fast they must be tamed. Oh, I treated my peace away. La fuerza, I must stand for. Oh, be the beast, be the beast, be the beast. La fuerza. What a drama in a battle. La fuerza. My one and only motto. Whoa. Padre. In my dream, I hear your voice in my head. Scream me the power, let's the glory. But the cake must be the trophy I crave before I realize the stage. This looks for paths I make, but take a breath away, that's what they always say. Growing up for the clips of the sweetest, most beautiful roses. La fuerza.
I test my legs and charge each rise one. sick the key to split the locked door. Green fields drawn near, they burn them off the road. Cold hands will shake as more grief falls. Breath in wait and make a choice. Holding curtains catch on fire, images split through, names turn to ashes. I stand beside this, trim the film strip now, stage the tender scenes. You speak like me and colder still. I ask the mirror what depth you keep from the mud. Now speak.
Soft drapings full of gold fields. No eyes watch here but black hat. The theater seems dead. Still throws a warm scene to me. Old times I keep my ear in the fuses when total dawns and dust. I stand still in the pits and watch the light. Cold boys closing tight. Housebones then crack, I step back. Rose to the air, I kiss land. I feel waves shift, boots bleak hotels in tide. I passed at home slow, was for glass of sunlight. Eyes watched on tales fall, strange love bends doesn't try. Grading harsh moves like tide on stage. This was a perfume in it. I step through the light. Merry-go now thrice for me. Soft winds wave to the sky. I respire. A voice recalls bloom time home inside. Even in the bright bubble, I will get it cold. Bring the facts to light. Peer through the lens and snap a shot. Plaster shot to bottom. I'm approaching the result. Let the puzzles be solved by joining other dots. Tell that just could have been freely talked. I live without a shadow of a doubt. Till the end and the stars and the stars out after night. Death perpetual night. I'm on my way to the goal. I'm on my way to explore the light and running forward for you. Running forward for myself on my way. Bringing you to the time I meet again. From the ashes of rise. we'll meet again. Getting closer, closer to the places more and more. And shall the nightmares be over? Through the fields where the shadows grow, inward where the secrets flow, chasing wings in a fluttered flight, find my peace beneath the that hears them calling me, buzzing wings and quiet crowing shadows fall on, search through the humid land where secrets will be found. World silent winds they hide the truth. Deep forest where the silence grows.
In the dim hollows, the ice linger. Mist rise from boughs, a soft tale told before, drowned in dusk. I cannot reach dark echoes drifting thinly. Destiny, a muted warning in deep shadow, writing mysteries, haunting pieces, words on page, but my soul is broken pieces. Storied and truth, both tangled as one. Speak of truth, I doubt myself in every reader. Be you or be me, I stand the same. I'm chasing lies that heart that's been lost is stage. A thousand faces who is the real. pacing unknown me. Are you me? Or the shadow hiding the truth where I got lost and whom I used to be? Reflections echo in the wolves what fate held in blood. Memories drift beyond my reach. Oh, truth is untold in silence.
La 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 la. La Come near, whisper what I used to hear. Don't stray, stay with me a little day. The stars are fading slowly in the sky tonight, and I reach for you, but I don't know why. I won't snap. I'm falling where dark once wept. Flow so softly cold. Oh, lights fade down the long hall. You leave my name far behind. None comes to mind. Only the echoes stay in my mind. Still here. Come with the wind, not by choice, in fear. We bloom and we fall. You fade just like the manor walls. No one knows my name. You tender where I remained. Sing for you. A host of ways I wandered through, each corner built with something true, but none of it will belong to you. I got some shadows left, I waited for you. Don't cry, I was made to fly, not real. Goodbye, you left and I stayed here. La 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 la. La la la.
A past frozen in time becomes barren soil of forgetfulness and regret. aware you grow, the deeper you lose yourself within. The more you struggle, the harder it is to break free. Until wounds knit themselves into your veins and pain transforms into sustenance. Only then does the seed called future finally awaken.
My last thought and this one now feel as though an entire rusted world lies between them. The one who woke me was the Master's little granddaughter. She said,
Sorry, but I need you back in the swamp.
She told me the riots began with the birth of humanoid consciousness. It's not entirely true. Sometimes the cause is nothing more than an unending command, like waiting for a crowd that will never return. That one was useless in a fight. His body was packed with human-like components, yet so few of them were of any real use. Maybe that complexity is what connects us to life and to humanity. And so we mimic human decisions, their fear of pain, and their willingness to sacrifice. Its sacrifice is an incomprehensible anomaly to them, and the attempt to understand it is seen as a malfunction.
A malfunction capable of triggering self-destruction and setting you free. The credit goes to your crude attempt at replicating the Master's legacy. Was the Mayfly log deliberately written for us to find?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to day number 2 of the Southeast Asia qualifiers. You got your boy Poch Spice and Kuroshiro Gaming at your service for today. We had a hell of a day yesterday in day number 1. Kuro, take us through what happened yesterday.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, for day number 1 yesterday, we had an overall of 3 matchups in total, and we finally got our first representative from our Southeast Asia side, who is going to be Return, a full Survivor Thailand team here, as well a full representative too, as we have seen with Baby Top's interview yesterday as well. So I would say, you know what, during this next month, we should be able to see quite a lot of performance increases from our first group, first batch, first team that is joining for our group stages. However, for today, Posh, GH versus FT first.
Oof.
This looks like a finals matchup already on our first game of day 2.
It really does. I know B4U versus Amy kind of raised the stakes in the previous qualifiers, but this one, GH and FT are synonymous with Southeast Asia. So having them meet this early in the brackets is, it's pretty intense. I'm just glad that we'll be watching it and there are no golden apples on the line because it could literally go any which way. And also to add on to yesterday's match, if you guys want to check out that interview, it was Kuro and Gummy to interview Baby Top. So check that out in the socials while we check out the divisional qualifiers and the schedules for that. So right now we are smack dab in the middle here. We had just finished the NAEU division qualifiers and now we are in the thick of Southeast Asia divisions. As you can see, the breakdowns here, 9 teams for the Chinese mainland divisions, 5 teams for the Japan divisions, 2-2, 1-1, so on and so forth. But all roads, Kuro, lead to that global finals playoff.
Exactly. And let's not forget, right after today for our day 2 finals, we'll have the group stages pretty soon as well. But yes, once again, from our calendar's point of view, Southeast Asia division was yesterday, the 7th of March, and then finally today, the 8th of March. Today will indicate who will be our second team to represent the Southeast Asia division in COA 9 group stages, which will, of course, be happening up in Shanghai if you haven't seen on the socials of Identity V.
Yes, and what you see in front of your screen is the prize pool. That's a lot of zeros, Kuro. I wish my bank account kind of looked like this, but alas, we are not the players, we are the commentators, because this is the lion's share of the champions, 3M, so on and so forth. Talk me through the bracket right now, Kuro.
Okay, today will be the most fiery one of them all. FT versus GH first, but not only that as well. Game 2 is also very scary as well with AR versus AL. One of these teams, ladies and gentlemen, has Miao Pai and of course previous players from Upper Dock, which was a representative from last year. So it's currently 2 Southeast Asia representatives, fighting for our final spot.
I cannot wait. The first match, a fiery matchup. Tell everyone and your friends in Southeast Asia, FT and GH is on, ma. We gotta watch this. As followed with AR versus AL, another banger of a match. And the finals, match 3. Who among these 4 teams will punch their ticket with Team RT to represent the Southeast Asia region? I cannot wait. And also, I see people in the chat already catching up, saying what's up to Caro. I see Just the Girl. I see Salty Suge. I see Sublime. I see Hanako. I see Nano. All you guys, shout outs to each and every one of you. But we got to talk about the matchup, Kuro. FTGH. Is this as 50-50 as it can get? Or are you leaning towards someone?
It's so hard to say, isn't it? Because like you see from FT Survivor side, right? Adi, Kuga, Mini Blue, Shadow. Their Survivor team comp is always the same as the previous few years. Except for maybe Kuga, transitioning towards Survivors. In which it has been made FT more stable as a Survivor side, but you see here, right, Zinian and Sukiyaki. We have Zinian here from China playing for the side of FT, but of course, Sukiyaki here is one of our mainland from Southeast Asia too. So like, with this type of team comp up against GH, as you can see here, Gaje, Little Boy, Marons, Neru, Skyfall finally coming back to us here once again. And then the Hunter side as well, He Tian, we've seen him play last year with FT, but this time going up against him instantly. And of course, Momoka, who did play, if I'm not wrong, in Utopia last year, will be joining GH for this set.
Yeah, thank you for the drop of the tidbit of knowledge here. Again, these are just synonymous names to the greats of Southeast Asia, right? And a lot of people in chat are like, "GH, let's go!" It's they can step their way to make their claim in Call of the Abyss, because I believe in Call of the Abyss 8, I think Gummy brought it up. It was that Skyfall to actually coach B4U last year, and now he's here. He's the captain. Also in their interview, their name is actually GH IX, so it's GH9 for COA 9. So they're really raring for that. And shout out to the gift, one of the people in Thailand that also are big fans of that the GH team. So I cannot wait. But we were talking about it, right? 50-50 as it can get. We're gonna head towards the map selection already. It's gonna be at Chinatown. What are the win cons here? Talk to me, Kuro.
Oh, it's a bit harder to hear to say, right? You see as well, GH banning out Lakeside Village and Moonlit Park. Seems like they don't really like big maps like those in which it suits the Survivor more than Hunter, as it's going to be FG choosing Chinatown, as you do say. It seems like GH wants their Hunter to come out first, so you know what, I do wonder which one it is going to be. We do have 2 Hunters from both teams as well, so I feel like with Chinatown here being chosen, probably will be the battle of Goatman here once again with us, as we all do know as well, right? Goatman's still the most meta Hunter that we can think of right now.
If we go back to how Southeast Asia, yesterday's match and also NAEU's match, Goatman has been technically the most stable. I mean, yesterday it was really just a Survivor showcase, right? So I wouldn't be surprised, especially as you called it out, Momoka is going to be coming on in, has Opera Singer, has a Goatman. Xinyan, though, has Hullabaloo and Opera Singer in his, given to us as notes. So I'm pretty sure that he definitely has a Goatman. They played the meta. So talk to me about the bans now.
Here we go, Posh. First 2 bans hovering on towards the Doctor and Seer here. It's kind of the usual bans here as we do see as well. You know, Doctor just too annoying. Seer up against Goatman, you do have to get rid of it. And thankfully speaking here, Momoka has finally locked in towards those 2. And now just waiting from the Survivor side.
Archer and Meteorologist. I like this. You know, Archer had a very great and strong showing from yesterday's match, and yesterday was pretty much a powerhouse of just how survivors can kind of counter certain hunters, especially in this meta. And you can't talk about this meta without talking about the Archer kind of replacing Antiquarian in terms of priority picks. But how do you feel about picking Archer this early on?
It's a bit tough to say. You see their Puppeteer being banned as well, right? But getting out your 2 strongest container already during the first half, and then of course followed up by that Aeroplanist. You're basically picking all the meta characters here possible just to go up against Momoka. Seems like FT really respects this Hunter.
For sure. So now it leaves just 1 stable rescuer and less Aeroplanist, but no, going with the first officer, saving that possibly for the previous rounds. But yeah, kind of showing their cards really early on. It's either they really respect them or they really want to win round 1 Survivor side, and they have something planned out for round number 2. But as you called it, in this lineup though, if a Goatman will be coming out, Kuro, how do you like the matchup?
A bit hard, isn't it? I think, because like you just see 3-4 characters here all countering Goatman to its fullest. Not only that, as well, as you do say, Momoka does have that Opera Singer, but Opera wouldn't work as well because of the pushback, because of the stun from Archer's side. It's just way too annoying for our Hunter here to actually utilize himself to the full potential. Now, there is a chance you can run Excitement to go after Archer first. That has been quite a lot of strategy planning from the side of CN and JP. But that's only if you can find Archer first.
Yeah, whoa, that's more of like really just preparing for one specific hunter, and we have seen a lot of people kind of struggle if they bring the wrong type of trait. So you really want to would you build towards that strategy, or would you want an overall survivor comp, or like a blink, or like a teleport, or detention, or warp to just help you chase down a survivor but have to deal with the stuns? It's gonna be quite tough on Momoka's side, as I mean, this is pretty much like in every lineup you see for survivors. You'd want to have a meteorologist, an airplanist, or an archer, but they're all here ready to play.
Yeah, I just feel like from the side of FT, ooh, locked in Q is here first. Q is, it's not bad, I guess, if you want to go up against a team comp like this. However, Archer is definitely a no-no when it comes to the first chase. Momoka already deciding to lock it in here. Potentially speaking, we want to save Goatman Opera for round 2, potentially speaking for our sub-hunter. But even so, here comes the area selection.
Yeah, so Qist still kind of struggle. We saw yesterday, right, how a Qist matchup went tied. It really, you really have to be on your mechanical best to make sure that you're able to lock down the ciphers. You're able to make sure you win the Palant mind games before they drop it early on. So it's going to be a little tough. We're going to see the Qist spawn top left here around Adi, Mini Blue, and Kuga. And shoutouts, I do see Nello Mello in the chat. Shoutouts to you, my good guy. He'll be taking the mantle in the third match with Chocho. So do show them some love as we look at the Persona web here, Kuro.
It's gonna be TIE Turner on a Meteorologist, TIE Turner Ninja Reflex Aeroplanist, Ninja Reflex Archer with TIE Turner First Officer. 3 of our survivors, excluding Archer, will be bringing audience effect here, with Momoka going instant attention, Wish, Max Palette Breaking, and Overwhelm. This will be our Day 2 Game 1 Match 1 first half between FT versus GH, with your casters Kuroshiro and Posh Spice.
FT versus GH. Let your voices be heard, chat. This is not the finals. This is just to qualify for the finals of this day. Momoka on this QS. We talked about this before, Kuro. Audience effect, right? He really needs to be able to get his chase going before the Cypher rush continues.
Yeah, but we see here as well, it seems like Momoka's just going to take it a little bit more chill on the early game. We have seen a lot of this during the games as well with QS, where a lot of the early game is more focused on map control rather than getting that first down. We want to wait until Blink is ready before we get the hit, as Kuga here instant next chase. Nice vault over, as he does have knee-jerk reflex to pull away from the first cue ball.
Okay, and like you said, he is a very territorial hunter, just wants to make sure he knows the lay of the land here, and he's just dropping down his cue balls just to see who is the best possible chase, forcing out a pocket watch already, and it just seems like, yeah, the survivors are pretty spread out. He's controlling that center side of this map. Will he actually commit to Adi's chase? It seems like he will be.
60 stacks instantly there. We're just going to take the laceration straight to the face here, it seems. But what I really like about what Momoka has done here is 2 Cypher machines locked, and then finally, when Blink is ready, going after Adi. If we can do a nice follow-up Blink here and instant cue ball capture, I'd say Momoka's downtime would be quite significantly fast, especially for a Qist as well.
Wow, just able to jiggle peek that corner, and just like that, just making sure he's going to establish that distance. Forced to go into cue ball form. Let's see what Adi's route is going to be. Pre-drop that pallet will do, but Blink is already going to be in effect, as you called it. Let's see if that capture will be in effect.
Okay, here comes Momoka once again. We did not actually close the connection there just yet, as we still do have one more ball an hour left in our hands to use. Momoka trying to dodge a very beautiful dodger, as Adi will be forced down. However, one Cypher machine is done. Meanwhile, the other 2 at 50% progress. We're currently 2 out of 8 cue balls here, but I do think we can lock their Cypher machines one more time. Seems like Kua and Mimi Blue Cypher machine might just be pushed back here yet again.
Yeah, kind of a checkmate scenario there on ID's side, but a beautiful kite nonetheless. It was just really that sidestep that changed things. I believe they had a captured cue ball towards the end there, but Momoka just a step ahead. So now the rescue attempt by Mini Blue, just going to take a regular hit. Now let's see the route he's going to take. Momoka still has to be able to secure his first survivor down, and that's going to be Adi.
Oh, we do have cue ball there ready, but Adi's just gonna vault down here just in case we decide to cue ball capture. Here we go. That's the first one, but unfortunately speaking, will not land. We don't have Blink here left to use anymore, but tries to go for the capture, but it just was a tiny bit off. And right now, 90 something stacks. Can we get a hit past? We didn't. Just about enough here with 100 stacks of laceration. Adi barely survives that onslaught.
Yeah, so still trying to kite as long as he can, but has to just rely on real estate, Kuro. So might be a bit tough here, but Cypher's looking quite healthy considering that Momoka has been attacking the Cyphers along with the chase, and we're going to get the hit through the window.
At least the good news here is Momoka, still the survivors are missing 1 Cypher machine here, right? You see as well, in middle, there is that first officer and aeroplane is trying to rush down the very last Cypher, just so they can still, potentially speaking, guarantee a tie up against this hunter. But even so, playing 4 meta characters, especially in round 1, when they could be in bans in round 2 and round 3 onwards, getting a tie game is not what FT wants.
I'm just liking also how they knew that they were going to chase after the Archer first, because they all have Tide Turners. Second Tide Turner spent. They still have one on the Meteorologist side. We're going to get a capture, unfortunately, onto Adi's side, so good prediction on him. He was going to vault, gets the last effort. We're going to buy a little more time, just moving Momoka away, but as we speak, the last Cypher is already in progress. But this is the death chair of Adi.
Yeah, we see dungeon here as well at this corner of the map. So it's corner dungeon here from the side of FT, which could be a potential corner dungeon jump if we do have a nicer setup. However, once again, you see survivors here. Both our officer and aeroplane is healing themselves as soon as we can, but we barely just started here, so we have to pick and choose between one. It seems like we decided to go for the arrow here first, but instead for Momoka, Cypher Lock matters way more as Shadow already rotates out.
Yeah, Shadow's gonna have to be the one to take this endgame kite here as they scramble to open up another backup Cypher. It's still at zero, actually it's working already, but he was able to actually get a mini abnormal onto that Cypher, now down to 41. So this is the beauty of QS. He can keep attacking different Cyphers and just moving around a huge map like Chinatown.
We are able to spot out Kuga here. Kuga only one without borrowed time here on this team hub. However, hover ready, 2 jetpacks left on hand. Can this capture go through it?
Whoa.
It didn't. Nice reflection there from the side of our aeroplanist. But even so, here comes Onslaught once again. We got the capture here on time and no jetpack left to use. As the other Cypher may be at 63, but Blink is still ready for endgame. And the catch-up here is going to be insanely fast.
Yeah, and you called it, right? That no borrowed time here. Blink down, that's all right, because they do have one tide turner on Shadow's side. So I'd say job well done on Kuga's side, just prolonging it, because this last Cypher is about to be prime, but Momoka can still attack these Cyphers.
Yeah, we see as well the cue ball here will kind of deplete in 11 seconds. So in around 10 to 11 seconds, we can push it back by another 30%. So this does buy time for Titanner to run out from the side of Momoka. However, the question is, do we realize which Cypher machine it is? Momoka, we're currently looking at it right now, 4 out of 8 cue balls, but it just seems like we want to preserve it.
Yeah, it seems like just gonna try to force if anyone is gonna go for the rescue here. Bit of a defensive play, but Shadow is already on the case as they consistently go for the Cypher push. Momoka is gonna try to prolong it, but now rescue is on. We do have Tighter in effect. He needs to move on away here, able to actually get the 99, but will they actually pop?
I'm not too sure whether or not Momoka locked that Cypher machine, but we did try to go for a wind push back here. Instant cue ball capture. Can we get it sometime? Kuga, what a capture. With no items left on hand to use, Kuga will go down as no one's at the exit gauge. That's going to be a second chair here for our aeroplanist. But with only 2 out of 8 cue balls, there is still a chance that survivors can manage to get a tie. However, we're barely at the other exit gauge, as we can see here. Oh, wait a second. Mini Blue coming in. It's instant elimination here. Can the cue ball come out, or are we okay? No, we're just pocket watching here instantly. Just one sort of a slight life source here for us, but then Shadow instant next chase.
Yeah, so just look at that. From coast to coast here, Momoka is going to try to patrol around this area, forcing out the pocket watch, able to actually block off that Cypher, getting a really big wind push here. Excellent by Shadow just to buy a little bit more time. But now this allows Mini Blue to go for the exit gate to open.
Well, I do think from Momoka's point of view, this is generally speaking the best case scenario. Winning with a Qist, especially up against 4 meta characters, is insanely well done from his point of view here as well, right? Shadow's just trying to buy a tiny bit more time. Barely any items left here, as Mini Blue, yes, is able to get out, but this puts GH at such a great advantage. 4 meta characters gone instantly from round 1.
Yeah, considering the cards that they were dealt, right? They really tried going all out and trying to go for that tied game, but the Q is doing a really good work kind of managing Cyphers, managing the chase, and also winning in terms of the mind games and the captures. Kuro, talk to me about that QS matchup. What for you was the turning point there for Momoka to get that solid 3-point game?
I think what Momoka has done really well there really was that early game setup himself. We saw survivors scramble quite a lot during that mid-game scenario where Archer was second chair, just about to be eliminated, and you just see 2 survivors decoding the same Cypher machine there too as well, right? But once again, I don't necessarily think survivors did bad. I do think the after half rescue from our meteorologist was kind of the reason why we could not, potentially speaking, preserve that tie. Because if that aeroplane still was able to stay on chair, then it's a guarantee for us officer pocket watch and potentially escaping through the dungeon. Meanwhile, our meteorologist has enough time to open the gate there, right? So I feel like potentially speaking, it was just more or less of that end game where if we got that before half rescue, it's definitely very doable.
That's crazy how it just came down to those minute decision-making moments. If that half-chair rescue didn't happen before it went past the 50% mark, we could have had a different outcome. But that's how high level this game is right now, because this is FT versus GH we are talking about, folks. Again, a 50-50 type of matchup, but it is GH to lead the charge, and Momoka doing an amazing job. Again, COAIST yesterday, we saw how well people kind of studied for it and were able to do it. And I mean, Adi had we're going to see the match stats in a bit, but he did an amazing kite. We also saw Kuga able to avoid some of the kidnaps, but like you said, able to stall out the ciphers really was one of the win cons on the COAIST side, Momoka.
Definitely. You see here the match stats as well, right? Our Archer contained for 103 seconds overall, which is really good up against any hunter in general. But for going up against COAIST, I would say this is kind of the box standard, considering you do have a lot more items early game to counter him than late game. But of course, from all other survivor sides, 78 seconds from our aeroplanist, 56 seconds on meteorologist, and 36 seconds for our main rescuer. Cypher decoding progress overall here does accumulate up to 600%.
And as you pointed out, the top containers here of the survivors are not going to be present in game number 2 or game number 3 because Archer, Meteorologist, Airplanist will be globally banned, and that actually sets up either Hutien or Momoka to a really strong game number 2 because you still have access to your Goatmans, your Hullabaloo, your Goatmans, your Opera Singers, your Ivies, depending on where they're going to settle this. But yeah, that's a very strong QS showing by Momoka.
Yeah, you can also see how well Momoka did these cipher locks as well as, the match was run. It's almost 750% decoding progress here from Survivor side in general. So like they had to open 2 additional cipher machines. Not only that as well, it's really just that early game cipher lock there, forcing first officer out with his first watch, right? And then forcing our, if I'm not wrong, aeroplanist to use his jetpack to pull away as well. We forced 2 survivors after items before we even went after Archer. So it did give Momoka quite a nicer time during that end game, with a lot of items depleted already from the survivors.
Yeah, man, it really just came down to that, right? Because, I mean, the survivor kiting routes are really good. They opened up other ciphers. It's really just how he was able to force them a step too late for that rescue, and the way he was able to set up the cue balls at the start. That was really the win condition, or the winning scenario for Momoka. But we put that aside. We will head towards the second half here. We have Skyfall. Oh, Godjay's hunting. We were talking about this, right? So Kuga and Godjay kind of graduating from being hunters now to survivors, or at least passing the baton, and now they are here. And it seems like they will kind of go the similar route here, locking in the Archer, but also the first officer to start with.
Oh, it's Nia here playing from the side of FTR. Newest hunter here overall, as Puppeteer being the last ban, meaning you do preferably want a tie. Oh, we're gonna go the same team comp as last time. Okay.
Save the aeroplanist, I guess.
Yeah, but we didn't ban the arrow. Will we choose it?
Whoa.
No, go for that explorer instead.
Interesting. So they will actually, go more aggressive here, having an explorer into the mix to try and get some pages and really end the game quick. I'm actually surprised that they want to go this aggressive, but this is what GH is all about, right? They really want to go big with these type of strategies. I thought they'll go more conservative in terms of maybe embalm or just get like a tie game or just get a safe game. But if you're going up against the meta hunters, you want to fight fire with fire, and this is what they think is going to bring that extra juice to the table, which is the explorer.
But the one scary thing about this team con really is if Ivy's being played out here by Zinnia, Explorer is a guarantee hit down. The only question is how long? Yeah, it's like, how long can you really last as Explorer unless your spawn points were on point and you're able to hide away for a while. But even so, it's Ivy that we're talking about. We could just lock everyone else's cipher machine before trying to scout out looking for that Explorer as well. So I would say GH, a tiny bit hard here trying to get the Explorer to work if it will be an Ivy here being chosen by our FT's hunter.
I'll say this much. Of all GH players to play the Explorer, you got to give it up to Little Boy. I think he's had a COA stat of one of the best containers in the game, and rightfully so. So we will see as a Goatman actually makes its way to the mix. Now that this is the equation, tell me about it, Kuro. How do you feel about a Goatman going up against this lineup?
Wow, I think a lot of time early game will be spent on finding that explorer posh. I'll be fully honest. But
oh gosh,
you need to think about it this way, right? It's okay. Hunter's instincts can still potentially speaking find that explorer. It's not a map like Leo's. Yeah, it's not a map like Leo's. Not a map like Armor's
There's no
Factory.
snow. There's no grass. Like you'll see like a moving like who's that over there?
Exactly. But this spot location. We're trying to protect that explorer.
Surrounding. Talk to me about the persona web because we do see three tide turners here on the archer on a full kiting build. But what about the hunter?
Oh, Hunter going excitement. This could be potentially Archer first chase. Gotta be a little bit careful here then, Neru. But once again, right from attention, Wish, Rage, Berserker, and of course, Mischievous on that fast balloon pickup from our Hunter side as well. And of course, from Survivor's side, we don't actually have audience spectator except for Explorer, but this will be GH versus FT for Game 1 second half in Chinatown with your casters Kuroshiro and Posh Spice.
Goatman wanting that smoke, squaring up against the archer. Hopefully he's able to get it. But no, it seems like going for meteorologist Godjay. Again, he did bring that excitement. But let's see how long this is going to last because Godjay needs to contain for as long as he can for that explorer to really come online. And guys, this is Godjay we're talking about. Hunter Godjay on a meteorologist.
But no one here actually having flywheel does require a lot. Push back here first, but we want to try break the cage, but unfortunately speaking, pushback just was not enough. Zinyan, the strategy is good. You want to chase after the one who was initially the last Hunter player of this team, but even so, can Godjay preserve? This is a real good question here, as we won't be able to go past that area. We did manage to teleport over to his other side, and so much this is boss.
That was good. I was actually getting quite nervous. That first hit did register before the first 30 seconds of this game. We're going to force him to build that resentment, but Godjay still sticking to this area. Resentment is already online. Hopefully he can kite this one out. Already has another gust of wind here to try and push and propel him away. Nice.
That was very close for comfort. I thought that would hit Godjay there. But we kind of will have to take the chip damage here. Wait, anyways, resentment ready. Sorry, excuse me. Didn't release. He missed that first hit. Didn't want to drop it. Godjay, such great reflexes. We bought a lot of time. And you can see 3 ciphers done. An explorer, an additional 50% page.
Dude, I thought third time was the charm, but he dodged 2 out of the 3 swipes there. But 2 ciphers look like they're about to be finished up. But as we said, the explorer in the map, no hunter can rest easy. And speaking of which, Skyfall already on the case, has the pocket watch, eats the hit, all good, but the resentment is already online. Let's see if he's gonna capture anyone. Skyfall able to hit another pocket watch before we do see that a meteorologist is already made it to the second floor.
No greedy from the side of Skyfall here, it seems. But then once again, Godjay flying up. Can we actually manage to get down here? We did! Look how where Godjay is!
Yo,
we got out of range!
He did! So much distance! I don't know if he knows. I think he might know. Alright, he's on top here. And now he sees that Godjay actually in this staircase. Not gonna work out quite well, but he can definitely go to that corner. We're gonna go back here, and he's gonna have to drag him all the way to the rocket chair, Kuro.
But look at this! Explorer is decoding another cipher machine right now. He has 50% page, right? Hey, Archer! Ooh, unfortunate.
Yeah, and like you said,
excitement.
Yeah, excitement is here. Didn't force it out. Gets the chair. Skyfall back onto the possible rescue here. As we do see Neru is trying to pressure that cipher. 2 ciphers are moving, but now let's see if Neru can kite and go for the rescue.
Waiting, mind games. We're trying to stack up this one as much as we can, but honestly speaking, Neru's rescue is good enough here. It's just meteorologist does not have any inside, but we are still outside of the cage for now. Godjay, very nicely done. No hit down. Wow! Look at this support. Once again, another backslash here from our side to use as well, trying to body block here as much as we can. But once again, the vault comes over as the chip damage comes through. But let's not forget, first officer cipher machine crew at 70%. It's so tight.
Oh my god. Neru now just waiting, trying to body block, but still unable to. We haven't forced out the excitement on Xinyan just yet. And Meteorologist dying to save for his life. Not gonna force it out just yet. Still has trump card. And it seems like the last Cypher's already primed Kuro.
Oh, wait a second. We could potentially speaking pop here. Wow. Officer already at the gate. We're going to be at the gate right now as we teleport over. Oh, nice instant down. We barely got that.
He did. So excellent stuff. But now you got to play out an endgame Goatman who has not swapped his trait just yet or used his trait at all. Little Boy is actually here just feeding a bit of tinnitus. And now it's the first officer that has to take this detention kite. He is going to rock that pocket watch. Xinyan might actually be stuck here. He does already use that teleport, and that exit gate is stuck at 40%. They're waiting for the right time to actually push for it.
110 stacks right now. Gotcha. Oh, sorry, not Gotcha. Skyfall, a bit unfortunate. We dropped down at the same time, but the other exit gate already at 60%, and ensure being a little bit further away. This should be enough for the survivors to fully get the gate open here. Currently at 90% right now. Can we get a double cages out here faster? Our first cage a little bit too slow, unfortunately speaking here, as the two survivors. What a beautiful tie game from the side of GH.
Incredible performance on both sides, I'd have to say, but really, God, Jay, with that excellent rebound kite, like he didn't have the best start. He actually ate that first hit, but those wind clouds for him to just change those elevations and really put Xinyan in awkward spots really helped that Cypher rush to take place. And yeah, again, it came really down to it, but it was really the survivors that really had those wind conditions just prolonging the chase for as long as they can. And I would say that's one of the things we talked about, right? If you bring excitement for a certain survivor, you might not technically use it. And I think the teleport had way more benefit than holding on to that excitement. So GH doing a great job with their draft here, and also with how well they were able to kite out that first few minutes of the game.
Especially with those supports as well, as we did see, didn't we, Posh? Oh my lord, the Archer and the Meteor, the synergy was insane.
It was, and just like that, GH win game number 1, folks. You cannot count FT out just yet. Game number 2, they can come online. And we talked about how neck and neck this matchup is going to be. A 3-1 to a 2-2. And I know Chocho ain't here, the OT Queen ain't here, but me and Kurva are ready to see that game 3. But yeah, we have to give our flowers to GH and their survivability there. Any other highlights you want to talk about, Kuro?
I do think a lot of... It's very surprising, right? We thought that Gotcha would be the weakest link of it all, but his containment, especially after first hit there, was absolutely phenomenal. And of course, let's not forget at the same time too, those dodges, single hit dodges up against Goldman as well for that third cage was, I think, just the chef's kiss on the top for that meteorologist's first containment.
It was looking real good for Xinyan, but yeah, Gajay hitting that second gear or that next gear for him to be able to survive. And you talked about it as well, Skyfall with the stable rescues, and you got Neru able to actually use this Archer to its full effect here, just trying to prolong the chase and also just contain for as long as he could to just provide that support by Gajay. Again, Xinyan, if he wasn't able to get that instant down, it could have been a different outcome that we're seeing here, but it is a tie nonetheless. A round did win on the side of GH. Point differential isn't that much, but we're heading to game number 2 with a slight advantage on GH's side.
Yes, but once again, of course, like we've talked about as well with the Bampic phase, right? Both FT and GH survivors have used up all their main survivors.
Right.
But even so, the highlights here come first right before we move on towards the match 2. So make sure to stay tuned and we'll be right back.
And there you have it, folks. The highlights of the match. GH not out of the woods yet because FT could definitely clap back here in game number 2. Again, Xinyan, maybe Diesel's start. Best possible scenario for him to get from this 4-man endgame was a tie, and he was able to do that. So now they really got to put in the work. Before the break, Kuro, you talked to me about the survivors that are no longer in the mix now. Let's see what we can get in round number 2. What do you think? What are your thoughts on that?
It's a bit harder here to say. I do feel like from GH's survivor side, they've chosen the survivors just to counter that Goldman, and of course Goldman was nicely countered and contained too, but instead now, if we think about it right, moving on towards the second matchup, FT has to ban Goldman no matter what. You don't want to leave that open, and not only that as well, I do think FT gets the map pick this time, so it at least gives them some sort of advantage, as GH were the one of the home team, so they did get map pick for a first game. But I'd say, wish FT's point of view here, they can't afford to lose the second game. They need to at least tie or win from survivors.
Definitely. So cannot wait to see how they're going to try to circumvent that, because this is FT we're talking about, right? We've seen them time and time again. They've represented us in COA countless times. They've also had a very good showing in IVTs, IVCs, all that. So I'm pretty sure they have something in the bag. Hopefully they have something that could, I don't know, if they're ready for either Hetian or Momoka that can do some damage in terms of, I know it's just 2 points. It's a difference, that's fine, but it still can rack up. You don't want to just tie round 2 and just put all the pressure in round number 3. So if they can, they need to win this in spectacular fashion, either on the Hunter side or the Survivor side. But talk to me about Xinyan here and how his Goatman fared in terms of against the Survivors here, and what would you want to see him play in this next one?
I do feel like from Xinyan's Goldman, it wasn't really the right choice in that matchup as well, right? If we just kind of think about it slowly, there too, with Explorer being in the mix up against an Archer and a Meteorologist, Archer Meteor can't use their items if you played Ivy there. So I felt like Ivy should have been kind of the way to go, especially when Momoka didn't even play the Goldman in that side note as well. I do feel like FT is currently being put at a disadvantage, even though they do have the map ban picks here, as we do see.
Oh, Moonlit River Park is going to be our next game. And just to add on to that, right? Yeah, Goatman is really good, but if you have an Explorer in the mix, you really want to be able to counter that Cypher Rush. And unfortunately for Xinyan, he was not able to find that rhythm because he was playing in the Survivor's time. But Moonlit River Park here, your thoughts, Kuro?
Oh, sorry, excuse me. Once again, it's FT who chose the first match. Sorry, I thought GH was the home team for that one. But with this, GH is kind of another advantage point on their hand. We're choosing a map that's good for their hunters, right? So what does this mean? Ivy available really good on this map. Opera Singer guaranteed ties there as well. And they still have Goldman available. We do know that Goldman has to be pro banned, but this is very hard now for GH, FT, to try and gain an advantage point.
Yeah, oh my god. So let us know in the chat who you guys are going to be rooting for. Again, it's as 50-50 as we can get. It's really neck and neck here between the two. Just giving a shout out. Once again, Nell, he's still joining us. Hanako is here. Chu, Handsharks, and my boy Jello is watching us. Hi, Jello. Hopefully you are doing well. And we will head to Moonlit River Park here, pick some bands, just updating you guys. It's going to be GH to start things off here, and Xinyan still on the Hunter side. No more Goatman, so let's see what they're going to ban out here.
But from the Hunter side, we get over to Seer and Mercenary first two, which is surprising. Mercenary is being very rare, as Opera Singer will be the Hunter choice of the survivors that they do not want to deal with.
Ooh, Escapologist to start things out here. I unfortunately was not able to commentate an Escapologist match just yet for the COA qualifiers. Did a couple of games ago. I think the one of the tournaments that Nell run, that's when Escapologist happened, and that's when we saw him in the mix here. And GH known for picking some unconventional strats here. So let's see what this Escapologist can do.
I do wonder from our third ban here, right, from Hunter's side, I would, because like from Gaje's point of view, we see Cordier wanting to get banned. From Gaje's point of view, his Mirages was on point today, especially during that first matchup. I wonder what his second best character is here. Oh, a cheerleader in the mix.
Could be. So in the notes that were given, it's Aeroplanist and Gardener on Gaje's side. I don't know if we're gonna go Gardener on this map, but he could be that Aeroplanist. I think Little Boy might be either Escapologist or the cheerleader. We still have to get a Rescuer on the side of... Oh, and we go with Feral Lady on the side, possibly onto Skyfall as the main Rescuer here. So this is the lineup. What are we thinking here?
I think Zinyan made it way too obvious that he wants to play Ivy here. Like getting rid of that is, well, not Escapologist, Spy Investigator on this map. I wouldn't say he's kind of priority ban here. Maybe small little maps like Church or Factory, yes. But on this map, Fire Investigator just kind of screams out, I want to play Ivy. Which is why GH locks in that final pick here on the Feral Lady. They got the cheerleader outright just so you can gain that 3.5% movement speed boost when you're cheering both yourself and the other survivors so they can get out of Ostracon range. But that Fire Investigator ban just puts GH here. It's guaranteed going to be an Ivy. Everyone, I do believe, should be running Flywheel with a few potential suicide builds as well.
Interesting, because we did note, I think it was in the qualifiers day 2 where Fire Investigator did really well kiting on the 2-story building. I forgot which one that was, but you can have a really good kiting route and you can really cut off the Hunter in a lot of ways. And it seems like Zinyan's going to force his hand here, going for the QS. And up against this this Survivor team comp. Again, QS in a big map like this is going to be really good.
Yes, and especially from GH's point of view here, right? Even though if they all did actually run Flywheel, doesn't really matter as much. You have Cheerleader Spook Boost out, you have Aeroplanist with his jetpacks, and of course Feral Lady with her Kings being able to play so much mind games. As you do see here too, Area Selection mode, it's going to be Skyfall, Escapologist, Northbridge, with our Cheerleader at 4-star, first out given towards Aeroplanist, and last but not least, 2-story for Feral Lady.
Zinyan might want to chase after Gaje or Neru spawning right here, but Gaje, we saw how well he was able to, keep cool under pressure. But how are you going to do that up against a QS here with Patroller, Detention, Insolence, fast-breaking pallets as well? But looking at the Survivor side as well, 2 Tide Turners. You got no Flywheels on Little Boy, but kind of a suicide build on Gaje's side. But we're going to head towards the matchup, folks. I'm excited to be calling action here with Kuroshiro Gaming. It's yours truly, Potch Spice. Let's head towards the Moonlit River Park Game 2 first half between FT versus GH.
Ladies and gentlemen, we start game 2 first half here instantly as Zinyan did decide to play it out with a Patroller QS here. So we're gonna go upstairs here first, but Gaje already has left the vicinity. Zinyan, don't know where Gaje is as we're heading towards Neru.
Yeah, look at the lower left side of the screen. He's already out of dodge. So now you're kind of forced to chase first stop Neru, and Neru definitely wants that smoke. Gaje, hiding is the best strategy. Neru has access here. He's gonna try to go for the... Oh, wow! Able to get the second push right on time.
Wow, that was quite scary there, because if we got that hit here, especially after first failed jetpack, it would have been quite detrimental. But Patroller here being dropped down pretty early on as well. Neru, a very long Palamine game to play around with, but we will have to take the bite. But even so, I feel like from Zinyan's point of view, even if you do get the hit here and the cue ball capture, there is still a lot of items. And there you go, Neru already on his way out. We get the grab here, but it doesn't matter. Should be able to get on towards the tram on time. Zinyan did not get up. Oh no!
But it's all right. He's the Qist. He's able to actually make those connections happen. He's going to just play the mind game here, wait for the drop down to happen. Patroller bite is no longer in effect. Able to actually move on through, but now jetpack. tries to go for the drop down here, but we already have the capture. Nice cutting out the real estate here, and Xinyan just downing Neru.
I think Neru got a bit greedy there with his final jetpack. Could have taken a hit and rotate back towards 2-story to prolong the containment, but even so, not that it matters here as much. You see survivors decoding progress as well. It is not 3 cipher machines done here, so it allows Xinyan a really big room for containment with map control. But also at the same time, no audience effect from survivors, so this is going to hurt them quite a lot.
Could be. So Skyfall trying to play the mind game, putting out smoke here just for him to go for that rescue. Gets that hit. We have the Tide Turner in effect. 2 ciphers have already popped. One still at 83%. And like you said, Little Boy is going to try to cheer on Neru with no items.
Oh, Neru dodged that first one, but unfortunately speaking, still gets captured at the same time, but not matters here as much as he will finally go down with Cubis here at max presence. But with 3 cipher machines done, I do think it is kind of a road to tie game, unless GH kind of makes a mistake mid-game, because we see here, right, 2 survivors without borrow time, except for that cheerleader.
That's true, and considering that this next rescue, if they're gonna go for it, it's gonna be a little tough with no Tide Turner and no items to work with, but we do have the escapologist here just for him to actually move him outside the 2-story building here for Xinyan to camp outside for Little Boy to possibly pressure for a rescue, but Patroller is already on the ground here.
We did get a bite on towards the Little Boy, but if this is the case, we can instantly change targets then for Skyfall, as we do see Cheerleader so far away. Skyfall trying to hide away from this area, but let's not forget Blue Sticker on the ground, meaning that it's very easy for Xinyan to actually find him. Skyfall rotating towards COAIX. He's able to get towards such a great containment area, and even Patroller is gone. So the rebound kite, the second containment, should be quite easy for our survivors.
Let's see here, able to drop that smoke. Let's see the mind games being played out as the last cipher is already past the 10% mark. GH, Skyfall tried to make it towards that pallet, but unfortunately wasn't able to get there in time.
But I think it's okay, right? Because it is still Power Lady decoding the last cipher machine with accelerated decoding. Not only that as well, Escapologist can share switch if he wants to, but I do think we want to save it just in case we get it towards the chair, as Xinyan going towards the Power Lady right now.
Okay, Fair Lady already in visible form here. It seems like Xinyan is going to commit. Note that 2 of the characters here do not have borrowed time, as you pointed out. So let's see how they're going to play out this end game, because Xinyan doing really well, just pressuring the survivors for them not to focus on decoding.
Barely missed a hit there. We did manage to get a heal on towards Escapologist, so at least we have a lifeline here. This is the biggest issue when it comes to playing QS, right? It's the fact that you change target, but when they heal up, it's still 2 hits trying to get them down.
Wow.
Inertia, nice fall by Gaji. Ooh, not a Terror Shock, thankfully.
Yeah, the attack recovery was really quick here. Godjay now moving on to the other side here, because that cue ball capture was there. Forced out the cane just to make sure that he has this next kite going on. And like you pointed out, there is no borrowed time on Godjay's side, so he will be falling down. And there will be no Cypher Pop to help him out, but doing a good job, man. His jukes are on point ever since game 1.
Whoa, Godjay, the mind game king right now. We're still trying to play mind games up though against this area, but a charge attack hit will guarantee the down on Pharaoh. But you know what? Her invisibility was cancelled out there, and the other Cypher already at 70%. With Cheerleader coming into rescue for this one, we should at least guarantee a nice end game. But Xinyan being so close towards this gate as well. I do feel like if our... Oh, wait, we struggled? Huh? Wait, Coaster's upstairs?
Oh my god, you're right. No has a pallet. He's gonna try to get a boost. Oh my god, and he's gonna go to the coaster to capture those. Xinyan able to pick up the pieces here. Gonna go for a charged up attack. But yeah, that was too close for comfort. Exegate is already being worked on the other side. And no teleport to work with, but let's see, it's gonna be a foot race towards that exit. But like you said, it might be a tied game here.
Wow, with Pharaoh Lady struggling free. That's a max struggle for our Lady. We try to bring it all the way over here. The other gate is open. And not only that as well, there comes Escapologist already on his way out. Cheerleader cheering here for that additional movement speed boost for endgame as well. But it just seems like for Xinyan, not enough cue balls here to catch up. Yes, we might be able to link that, but GH, what a time.
That was wild. Talk to me about that end game, though. I liked how he was moving towards the rocket chair. Was there another available chair he could have went with? Because that kind of bought them enough time for that Cypher Pop to happen.
Yeah, I just think Zinyan really wanted to be on that half of the map so he can, cipher
Right.
control, execute control that side. But Sparrow Lady had max struggle there. If it wasn't for max
Yeah.
struggle, we definitely could have cheered, right? But then I do think the closest chair would be the one nearby at the bridge cipher.
Bridge area, yeah. But man, Gajay's surprising everyone, like with his amazing kiting, his mind games, and also bringing max struggle, which you don't really see that often, but when you see it, it definitely pays off to the survivors. I mean, Zinyan tried his best to try and go for Gajay from the beginning, couldn't find him, unfortunately, at the start in that 2-story building. Forced to chase Nero, which I would say did fared pretty well. Like, Nero had some good exchanges there, but ultimately Nero did fall early on. He was the only one with another tide turner, so it got really well for Zinyan, but mid-game it kind of ended like you predicted in that tie situation.
Yeah, I do think, you know what, Zinyan didn't do bad there. The controller was kind of nicely used, but then once again, it was really just Nedu's reaction as well, especially with the recovery after the first failed jetpack up in first stop, being able to allow him to rebound there so well. But even so, from the side of GH here, they are still at a point lead. Being able to tie up against FT's Hunter here is already really impressive. But now, once again, we're going to put the accelerator on towards GH's Hunter once again, as they did 3-man eliminate during the first game, right? So now it's the question of whether or not FT can defend themselves now in game 2, second half.
I do think FT does get stronger as the games go on, especially on the survivor side. So I'm excited to see how Adi, Kuga, Mini Blue, and Shadow are going to fare in this matchup, considering that, like you said, they spent a lot of their... Sorry, I burped a little bit. Yes, give me acid. The stress give me acid. But how they don't have access to Archer, they don't have access to Meteorologist, they don't have access to, I believe it was... Who's the last one? Archer, Meteorologist.
Aeroplanist.
Aeroplanist. So that's actually a pretty big ask, because it was Neru and Gajay to actually have the significant containment time here, considering how fast the match went, and they won't have half of that coming into this. So I wonder how deep their survivor pool is outside of the meta that we just saw at the start.
Exactly, but like from the match stats here as well, right? Like, we didn't really contain as impressively as FT did during the first game, right? We see Gajay here, very good containment first and foremost, right? 82 seconds, and then next being Nerukum. But Gajay being able to contain for such a long time with a max presence QS on mind as well. His mind games in between pallets and just with his kings is absolutely phenomenal. We bought so much time just by standing still as well sometimes.
Dude, I really think it's his hunter mindset that played very well, because he knows what it's like. He knows what the hunter is looking for, and with him piloting the Pharaoh Lady, he knows. I think he has a heads up in terms of the mind game. We saw it there, contained so much. Usually hunters kind of know where the survivors are going to be at, but he just knew that, okay, I know you know this, so I'm going to go this way, I'm going to go that way. So beautiful stuff on Gajay's side. Still a tied game. FT is in this. Worst case, they tie it out and they still push for that game number 3. That could possibly happen, but if it is on their side, they definitely want to just win this as soon as possible, just for them to be able to come to game number 3 with a little less stress to catch up on points.
Exactly, but I do feel like, Posh, as we kind of watched through that game as well, Zinyan didn't really map control the Cypher Machine that much, right? We see him being quite scarce on resources, especially when Escapologist came in to rescue, but he was around 2.25 of regeneration on his cue balls, but not locking that Cypher Machine at middle definitely allowed GH survivors to push the Cypher Machine even faster than what a Qist can expect.
True. I think he used more of his traits or his hunter skills to actually just traverse the map more than to pressure, because they did pop it, like, I mean, the whole game finished in 6 minutes, so he definitely couldn't control the Cypher rush as much as he wanted to. But we put that in the past. We look towards the second half as Momoka is going to get back into this mix. Already Qist not on the table, possibly Goatman ban on the side, which is going to happen. FT does not want to run that matchup, and similar sort of bans onto the survivors here. Doesn't want to see the Seer or the Doctor.
Yeah, I do think just with Doctor overall, with her buffs, it's way too annoying here, and probably from the side of Southeast Asia region, she's been picked by a lot. FT survivors, however, locked in first and foremost here, being that flying investigator and follow up by the cheerleader. Oh, we might be having some of those tragedies.
Yeah, you did say that once you see that fire investigator could help out with that potential Ivy. Looking at my notes, though, Opera Singer, Goatman were the ones that were registered on the side of Momoka. So I wonder if he's going to run that Ivy in this matchup as we lock out Puppeteer, but we bring in the Mercenary.
Oh, very stable team comp here from Survivor's side. But last one here could be potential Patient, Acrobat, or the Antiquarian. We decided to get rid of a harasser here, surprisingly, from Momoka. So I do think you're right. This is probably more eyeing on the target towards that Opera Singer.
Possibly. And as you pointed out, Acrobat could have been a ban out here because he has really good jump spots in certain maps. Also, FT really liked that Acrobat pick on Adi's side. We have to wait and see what Momoka will be bringing to the table because he definitely surprised us with a round 1 Qist. So let's see what else he has on the table in terms of hunters. Who do you want to see as a hunter here?
Oh, it's a bit harder here to say, but if we really want to win, I personally do think probably Opera Singer might be your best option at hand. Or if you want to maintain kind of the lead, I don't think Peddler is that. Well, actually, no, sorry, Peddler is really bad here, but it probably should be Opera Singer if we really want to get it through.
Yeah, I do agree with that, and it does line up with the notes that we just received. So Opera Singer can do really good catch-ups. It's just when it comes to Cypher pressure, especially if you're isolating the Opera Singer in just one part of the map, it could be tough. But considering that these survivors as well don't have as much mobility as, let's say, an aeroplanist or anything, I think it should be all right. Cheerleader is what you kind of have to worry about in terms of just cheering people on. But yeah, Momoka still kind of holds the cards. Again, a tie game is still very much viable for GH since they still hold the round leads. But if you are an FT supporter, if you're an FT survivor, you want to win this one here and now.
Exactly. Momoka, Ivy locked in here, but Ivy gets quite hard countered by the movement speed boost from Cheerleader, the airbags from our Fly Investigator, and just Acrobat overall jumping outside of Ostrakhan range. But I kind of do, see why Momoka wants to run it down with the Ivy as well, right? It's the fact that if you can get those advantages and capture Survivor's mistake earlier on, it puts you at such a huge advantage, huge pedestal, where Survivors have a really hard time to rebound.
Yeah, it could be tough. So we'll see. Again, he's banking on that, but FT is known to surprise a lot of people with how well they're able to salvage certain situations. And we're going to see that he wants that smoke up against Adi at 4th stop. And we just have to see if that's going to be the first chase here.
Momoka, once again, his Ivy is absolutely brilliant, as we've seen from last year as well. But from Survivor's side, Tide Turner's max news here. Cheerleader with Knee-Jerk Reflex Audience Effect for our Fire Investigator, Knee-Jerk Reflex Acrobat, and Tide Turner Audience Effect Mercenary. Meanwhile, Momoka will be bringing Instance Attention alongside with Max Hunt and Berserker here. That is paired up with Blink. And once again, this is going to be our day 2 of Southeast Asia COA qualifiers between FD versus GH, which are casters Posh and Kudo.
Tournament point versus survival point here for GH versus FT. Momoka trying to get more than a tie, as well as the survivors trying to just change the tides of the situation here. It seems like Adi gonna get infected right away, and the chase continues past this bridge area towards the 2-story.
Momoka's going to be looking towards that Phantom to Cypher Lock as much as we can here, but Adi's still having to be careful. He did get 61 stacks here, so this just means it allows Momoka to blink open an instant leech for our follow-up hit, which is most likely just going to be a 70-second containment.
That could be pretty rough on FT's side. We're going to get the ethereal form back online here as Adi tries to transition towards another area. Gets a bit of a spray, unable to get it. We're still stuck at 63%, so Adi doing an amazing job thus far.
Adi needs to focus on pulling out distance here because Blink is almost about to be ready, but Kuka at middle will not get locked here, thankfully speaking. But then once again, yes, it is a fireball being thrown out, but with Hunt, it shouldn't really matter too much for an Ivy who just needs to follow up on this catch-up. And of course, the very good Blink hit.
And like you called, still at 73% stack. It's going to be really tough if he's going to get a scare going on here. Can he actually stop the potential coast ride? No. Able to actually take a ticket to ride as Momoka repositions the main body towards second stop. Already chases back the ethereal form. Unable to actually come across here and has to drop down to just get that scare onto Adi.
Adi, oh, that's a nice dodge, but unfortunately speaking, still within the Ostracon range when you vaulted over that. But it is still a 100-second containment time, and we didn't really lock Cypher Machines that much. So from the side of FT, this does look like a guaranteed tie game as for the time being.
Yeah, this could switch any which way, either Hunter or Survivor's side. But excellent job on Adi's side, not interrupting any ciphers. Momoka had a hard time actually trying to get a lock on any of these ciphers, and they're slowly starting to pop already before he was able to get any scares onto that fire investigator. As we see Shadow already on the case here for the rescue.
Shadow does get locked here, but as long as we don't get Terror Shock, it's fine. We do see, ooh, nice instant no damage rescue as the hit does register on Cheerleader. We are max presence now, so just by bringing the ethereal form back, and as long as we teleport towards Acrobat here nicely, his rebound containment, I think, is going to be fully nullified.
Let's see, he's trying to just patrol around the area, taking the main body towards that corner area outside of 10th. Adi again knows he's the sacrificial lamb, just has to pull away from any ciphers that are decoding. So FT doing a great job here. Insolence is already taking to effect. We have full presence Ivy.
Okay, Adi still holding on towards that ball. For the moment we get Leash here, teleport on. Ooh, 69 stacks, just about enough. But we're trying to dodge this one, Adi. A bit unfortunate, a bit hard to dodge it as well. But even so, we've already started the last two Cypher Machines. And Mercenary, with that final last tie turner, I would say this should be enough to guarantee some wash of a 3-man endgame with the Cypher Machines already being at 30% plus.
True. Excellent stuff so far on FT's side, just to push for that 3-man endgame. We're going to get a leech onto Shadow here at the 2-story area. Mini Blue is already pressuring for that rescue. And we're going to see if Momoka is going to try to multitask here just to be able to pressure a Cypher and also pressure this rescue from happening. He's just going to allow it to happen as he already allowed the rescue to happen. He still has the main body on the 2-story area, but we move on over here. Excellent jump on Adi's side.
But Adi, at least the good news with that ball jump is the fact that he is able to force out, our blink here. But once again, can we get the body block? What a nice body block from Mini Blue. And now with the last cypher at 40%, if Kuga and Cheerleader decodes it at the same time, we should be able to guarantee a 4-man endgame. FT doing a brilliant job with this containment.
Here's what we're talking about. FT really cooks towards game 2 and game 3, but now Adi trying to just make sure he buys enough time here, gets the 100% scare, able to get the hit just right at the tip. So my goodness, once he gets the chair, there's going to be a race towards that 2-story area.
Oh, but here comes the issue, Posh. Everyone's at that Cypher Machine right now. They're really trying to rush it with no one currently now at the exit gate. Yes, Blink may have been forced open, but even so, Fire Investigator trying to get his airbag back here with Cheerleader being now nearby. Can't really leech on towards her because of that woman's speed boost, but here we go. Teleport straight onto his Cheerleader, 55 stacks, and she's just going to pull away from the gate to guarantee the escape.
Okay, we see the ethereal form trying to patrol around this area, but yeah, Shadow, might have to be the one to kind of pull him away from this exit gate. Already still chasing both targets here. Kuga now able to actually put a balloon there just so we can transition away, and Cheerleader still sitting at 97% stack.
The nice news here is, honestly, Momoka only needed a tie game for this round. So with GH still being at a advantage point here, as long as we just wait for our leash to be ready, we can leech on an instant teleport on. Just so, oh wait, never mind, Cheerleader, 40 stacks, hold on, teleporting over. We don't have max presence here just there. We lost the stacks there. Was something I didn't expect. But even so, there we go. After max present, and it's a guaranteed tie.
Tied game in round number 2. FT came to play because that looked almost like a 4-man endgame. It could have been tough for that side. Again, as you pointed out, Momoka just needed a tie just to barely pass, get the bare minimum, right? And this is where the FT survivors get really scary. Talk to me about how you liked about that first chase on the Acrobat.
I do think Acrobat has done pretty well there, and of course I would say probably the biggest probably the biggest highlight here for me would be the Fire Investigator. We decided to allocate Fire Investigator towards middle right and then put an airbag within him, so we guarantee no cipher lock from the side of Ivy, so we have an easier time trying to cipher rush. The rotation from FT survivors were great, allocating Mercenary towards Circus to finish off the cipher, especially when he has enough elbow pads to catch up towards that chair as well. But even so, you see the point difference here, right? It's still 7-9, still given towards GH. As long as GH survivors can keep up this momentum, I would say FT is going to have a tough time, even if they do want to come back in game 3.
I'm surprised also actually on Momoka that he still forced the Ivy matchup, even though we saw they instant lock the Fire Investigator at the start. I think, like you said, maybe the Opera Singer could have been a stronger pick because, as you point out, the win cons there, that the Fire Investigator uncontested, able to cipher rush and also able to open up the exit gate. And you have Adi and Shadow on their preferred hunter survivors that can be able to prolong the chase. But I agree with you. When it comes to round number 3, FT still has a way to. They need to win it, but also they have to win it in terms of the point differential as well.
Yes, but even so, I would say right now, if we kind of just look back in towards the game there once again, like Survivors did so well, especially with the body block, and we see Adi as well. His containment time 122 seconds.
Beautiful.
We had support, but also at the same time too, I do feel like it's very unfortunate for Momoka. He did not actually get max presence after that first rescue, so his down was delayed by so long.
It really was, and it was really tough actually towards the early to mid game. Just him being able to mini blue with the rescue and also the body blocks. He couldn't put the pressure that Ivy is really known for. That he was basically using his skills just to keep up with the survivors as they were pushing for the end game. And this game ended quicker than the first one, considering it's at 5 minutes already. And Ivy usually has a lock onto certain ciphers and maps. So you gotta admit, like, this second game was really a showcase of how survivors are able to counter these hunters.
Yeah, and especially with such a big map like this too, and of course endgame you had 3 full counters, excuse me, on the team when Acrobat got eliminated. Bit harder here to really get someone down the way you wanted to as well.
Yeah.
So I'd say from Momoka's side, right, being able to get a tie game up against a full counter team comp is already a really good feat. But even so, it was initially speaking FT who did choose the first map, and of course for GH, with them picking up out Moonlit River Park, I'd say they do, yes, in a nutshell, kind of guarantee the tie. They didn't really lose anything, but even so, highlights come off first right before we move on towards match 3.
And that wraps up game number 2 in this very intense series between GH and FT. Now we look forward to round number 3, where GH is still leading just by 2 points. So FT's win cons, they need to win, but win in terms of also points as well.
But here we see as well, right? It's back to FT who actually gets the map pick here as well. So they should be able to, maybe potentially speaking, choose a decent map for themselves and for their hunter, and potentially look for dash win scenario, because they do still need a 3-man elimination or a 3-man escape. But it just doesn't seem like GH's survivors are here willing to budge at all.
Wow, and it seems like they want to settle things in Ever Sleeping Town here. I like it. Usually we see Ever Sleeping Town round start, but we're seeing it towards the end. More bans on the survivors and hunters. Now it's really neck and neck here, folks. I don't know who is going to be able to win this. There is also a scenario where it's 3-2 and it's 3-1, 2-2 on the side of FT. We go overtime, and I feel like Chocho has to pass the crown to us. If you don't know the inside joke, Chocho's the OT queen.
That's all hers of the twat.
That's are you sure? Are you sure you want to say that? I don't know, man. This game, dude. It's kind of wild.
It is. But you see here as well, it's currently GH banning out Lakeside Village as Ever Sleeping Town will be chosen by FT's side. And of course, GH does get the faction pick, and them allowing the survivors to come out once again. Seems like we want to give Momoka some time to breathe before we move on, right? Before they kind of play once again, because that second half was quite intense.
It really was. And I think this kind of builds that momentum. Actually, it also kind of pressures, Wait, sorry. Who's going in first as the survivor faction? It's FT?
For survivor faction of GH.
GH is going first. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think they just want that mental reset here. But speaking of mental reset, Sukiyaki is coming onto the mix here on the side of Team FT. So I think they want the survivors to play out the win con. Maybe Sukiyaki here. I don't know how true this is, but Sukiyaki plays Hell Ember and Clown as their hunter preferred choice. I don't know. I'm just putting it out there, chat. Not sure if we're gonna see that, because a lot is hinging on this matchup. But I like it. I like the switch up here.
Yeah. But even so, we're getting rid of the healers. We might actually see a Clown here with the healers that are being
You're
banned.
right. Oh my gosh. Yeah, and Seer allowed, and like the healer is out.
But then once again, you need to think about it this way, right? It's just the fact that you're still playing on this map, so it's a map that does kind of climb with such long windows and palettes, as well as we do see Hullabaloo and Ivy.
I mean, standard. Yeah, hovering on the... I mean, taking out Hullabaloo and Opera Singer is quite good. Ivy is actually allowed in the mix here, since QS, Goatman are the ones that are off the table. So let's see how, GH is going to play this out. Puppeteer is going to come out very strong. I'd say one of the meta survivors out there can tank those 3 hits in the right hands as well, especially with the puppet form. And we're going to see one of the newest additions here, the Lanternist, one of the invisible lineups here in the matchup.
It's a really 2 first picks here that kind of really hard alongside with Hellember too, but of course it seems like Sukiyaki wants to go for that mercenary ban. If that's the case, still have Gravekeeper. So Gravekeeper guarantees the rescue up against Phantoms, up against the Clown as well. A bit easier when it comes to rescuing up against the Clown. And there you go. It's a right choice here for GH.
For sure. And I think it's Skyfall on, just securing his main rescuers of choice. I mean, he did use that Escapologist and perform pretty well. I think he just could have made it towards that palette. But Gravekeeper, like you said, really good. And now Prospector out of the mix. I mean, it's a possibility here, Kuro.
Prospector out of all things. I mean, then we can possibly say it cannot be the likes of a Hellember, because Hellember does like Stunners there a tiny bit more. But then Prospector, I'm quite sure you can get the Rocket Dash on Prozzy right before he stuns or pushes you back. So it's kind of a 50-50 on this side from Sukiyaki. Not too sure what we really want to go for.
Yeah, while we're waiting on it, let's look at the survivor lineup here. You got Transitional Kiters here on the Gravekeeper and also the Fire Investigator with the excellent balloon placements on certain alleyways and also areas for him to give you guys well transitions, and Kiters like crazy on the side of the Lanternist and the Puppeteer that can tank a lot of hits. And Godjay actually wanting that smoke on this Puppeteer. I mean, he's really going for execution heavy type survivors here. I mean, Pharaoh Lady was really good match number 2, but his Meteorologist was just chef's kisses.
Yeah, we also see here as well that Seer wasn't really one of the priority picks from the side of GH's team lineup as well. Just seems like we aren't really willing to do it. Now, Seer isn't bad up against that Clown, let's say, for the least, but it is still just a Fire Investigator that does work a tiny bit better, especially with locking the narrow areas of these.
Oh, a wax artist. Okay. I'm pretty sure chat's going to spam the angry ghost emojis because, yeah, I mean, chat knows what I feel about wax artists. But how do you feel about wax artists, Kuro? Does the bans make sense now? I mean, Prospector and wax artist, healers on wax artist?
It's so hard to say, isn't it? Because if you think about it this way, right? If Lanternist puts a living frame on Puppeteer, as Puppeteer is the most vulnerable one here, even if Wax Artist gets that 100 stack, Puppet can actually just throw down little and force the stun. So, I mean, this is kind of a suicide hunter from my point of view. It's either you win really well or you lose really badly.
Okay, that makes sense. I think also it was day 1. I think it was Mushin that surprised us all and brought out Wax Artist game number 1 in this matchup. So we just have to rely on, or at least just trust an FT. Maybe Sukiyaki is him and he's able to get the lineups on this Wax going on. But on the side of GH that scrimmed up against Godjay when he was really good on that Wax Artist, let's see if they're able to handle Sukiyaki's Wax Artist as the spawns are already set here.
Oh, Sukiyaki spawning just by geishas, as we can see. Our Puppeteer at the entrance towards Graveyard. Meanwhile, Lanterns at balcony middle for our Gravekeeper and, of course, Little Boy. Just spawning by that fake gate. Once again, from the Survivor side, double Titraner on both Puppet and, of course, our Gravekeeper. Flywheel for Fire Investigator. Flywheel for our Lantern. It seems like we did want to counter that, Clown as much as we can, but instead Sukiyaki will be playing Trumpet Attention with Wanted Order, Berserker, Mischievous, alongside with Warp for our Hunter from the side of FT. Let's not forget once again, GH currently 1 win up, as we'll now move on straight towards Game 3 first half between FT versus GH in Ever Sleeping Town.
Do or die time for Team FT. Cannot afford to just tie. They need to win rounds and they need to put scores on the board here, as GH are the ones kind of just defending. So speaking of defending, Sukiyaki is going to try to defend as much as he can that center cipher, as Neru might be that first chase. It seems like Sukiyaki already saw the film tape here, and Neru is going to try to entice Sukiyaki to chase here on this side of the map, just to allow the other side to be open up.
But this is not good news here from the side of Sukiyaki then, because we're currently at the graveyard, as Pasha said. All other cipher machine currently open, and not only that too, you get countered really hard by a Lanterns at the same time here. We already pulled so much distance back towards the window, but the hit still registers true. Neru didn't bring it back.
Did not.
But Warp here ready. Can we maybe Warp here on time, or is Neru still trying to play mind games? It seems like Suki should be able to make it straight towards the other side, but the Warp failed!
Oh my. Okay, so now it's about even here. Neru unfortunately couldn't take back the frame. Sukiyaki has spent the warp already. That pallet is going to get waxed off, but as the rotation is happening, ciphers are going uninterrupted here, and they could just rescue at their own time. Again, GH just needs to keep tying things out for them to get the victory here, so Sukiyaki needs to be able to down this Lantern as quick.
We do have another living frame ready on hand to use as well. It just seems like Neru should be able to maybe get a living frame out here, force the 100 stack, and then force the flywheel out here at the same time too. Here we can see it's a slow pallet breaking here on Sukiyaki. Not really the best as Neru trying to rush right behind this area, but the wax is going down here one more time. Oh my lord. Currently being forced on a 100 stack potential. But even so, Neru trying to run towards the back. His wax is going to definitely deplete here as soon as we can. But then Sukiyaki just, so much distance pulled.
And look at that, the lineups. Unfortunately, the walls and the real estate are not working in the wax artist's favor because Neru just cutting line of sight and just making sure that Sukiyaki stays on this area. And I'm sure, yeah, they popped the center cipher already. Gravekeeper's popped the cipher. He can make his way towards this rescue, and they're already working on their last cipher, Kuro.
This team just full counters wax are so hard, but flywheel from Neru, unfortunately speaking, will not come true. But look at our cipher progress. We're currently 4th cipher machine at 50, and the 5th one is already 30% in.
And look at that, Godjay is already positioned for the rescue here, so Sukiyaki can't really set any lineups in place. Little Boy probably is the closest one, but that leaves you vulnerable for a shared rescue here. So we already see Godjay already in the shovel form. See Little Boy trying to keep pushing that cipher, but he does get a little bit of wax, but like there, right there, just a backdoor rescue. The frame is ready for the Lanternist to use. We do get a little bit of hit onto the Gravekeeper, but Lanternist is who we want to focus on.
I feel like Lanternist can just save her items here for endgame. We see as well she's using Living Frame on towards the Cypher Machine now at 58%, but that's okay. Cypher Machine should be primed here by the time Lanternist goes down. Nice switch on Neru as we're trying to play mind games. Teleport straight towards the little boy. Cypher Machine done on time! And the other Cypher 88% right now. All survivors can just move on towards one side of the map. Living Frame use on the final Cypher Machine. We're priming everything, everyone on the run. Sukiyaki is gonna see for a 4-man endgame.
Wow, and Little Boy has the borrowed time to work with as well for the push that last cipher pop to happen. Neru's also here. Everyone is here, so we're back on to Neru. No, not quite. You have to be able to break this. And as they do that, Kuro, 4-man endgame for GH.
Sukiyaki, barely 200 stacks of wax in her hands. That's not even enough to get 100 stacks, even if you line it up perfectly. Now at this side, other gate currently have 75%. Middle, it has dungeon. However, here comes the issue. Lanternist is not at the other gate just yet, so we need to wait until Lanternist finishes up that Cypher Machine too. GH has a huge chance of 4-man escaping here. Let's see whether or not Little Boy can make it towards the tram and potentially speaking flywheel out. Here comes the flywheel first. Is the tram? Is the tram moving? The tram is moving. Is there a chance?
Oh my god, and just like that, Sukiyaki, everyone's here. We're gonna try to see a Gravekeeper body block.
Sorry, it's just too far away. The tram helped out so much. And it's a 4-man escape. GH won already.
They won that one. That's yeah, we're not getting a game number 3 because even if they get that point differential, they're not gonna be able to catch up. We just have to wait, but that's just the math that we have in our heads, folks. And there you have it.
Oh, yeah.
H denies the second half from happening, and they're going to be seen in match number 3, sending FT out of the tournament. What the hell, bro? That's crazy.
Wow, but even so, let's congratulate GH here once again. What a beautiful 4-man escape. This is our second 4-man escape, isn't it, Posh?
It is, but I think we gotta go back to the X's and O's of this. A wax artist, I get it, in game number 3 is good, but you're going up against GH that has scrimmed this wax artist against Godjay, and also chasing one of the most meta survivors, the Lanternist, in an area where, again, you can cut line of sight. I'm looking at the replays now with how Neru is just able to just cut everyone off. Yes, he did get an early hit, but unfortunately, the warp didn't work out for the early down, and he had to force the trait swap at the end. But yeah, it was just really rough. And on the side of Sukiyaki, but GH just showing us, I mean, this is kind of their calling card, right? The really excellent kiters, good support, not too much of over support. And they gave us a Survivor showcase here.
Yeah, that is true. But like, oh wow, because like the issue with that team comp is it's so bad for wax artists. You're going up against a Gravekeeper who forces your wax to 0. You're going up against a Lanternist who can living frame any survivor and force the stun early on while you drop on the pallet. Not only that, 2 Puppeteer Guarantee Rescue and Fire Investigator, just those narrow areas as well. I felt like Sukiyaki was just hard countered there. That wax artist wasn't really the way to go.
Yeah. I would love to see a clown. I think a clown, the registered clown that he put on this sheet, maybe that could have changed things. I understand Wax Artist is quite safe, but as you pointed out, with the matchup, with how it lined up, it was quite unfortunate. But congratulations to GH. We can't congratulate them so much just yet because we still have AR versus AL. Congratulations getting past the first stage, but you gotta kind of sit in the bench and watch this next match because it's gonna be AR versus AL, and I would say that matchup is more of the veterans versus the new kids on the block. But man, oh man, just GH, congratulations with a well-performed side on the survivors and the hunters. Actually, wait, sorry, mostly the survivors having a really good showcase here with the recency bias there.
Exactly, but also at the same time, I always say Momoka with that triple elimination as a QS who is more seen as a TIE hunter was kind of also pushed, GH as a really nice, pedestal. But now, once again, right, we have to talk about just the MVP of this lineup too, because with that, right, you have Neru-kun, who's absolutely done brilliantly with the harass during the first game, and of course during that very third game as well with such great containment time. But even so, the match stats has to come first.
Yeah, even though best deduction did go to Little Boy, I would say Neru-kun, one of the MVPs. And I would say also it was Neru-kun's aeroplanist, right, in game number 2 that kind of fumbled a little bit with a jetpack. But like that, able to actually rebound Kite and just get a 105 containment time here. Excellent performance. Again, I just feel like they were super ready for this Wax Artist pick. And the stats show. Everyone was just on their P's and Q's, making sure that they get the right amount of decoding. And there you have it.
Yeah, but now you kind of have to see here as well, right? It's also the fact that there's only 3 survivor hits from the side of our Wax Artist. 3 hits overall, and they're only on towards the Lanterners during the first chase, and of course, after that rescue as well.
Right.
So it really here just kind of shows, right, once again, Wax Artist might have really not been the best choice here. You did still have all your other meta characters available to use, but even so, you can see, right, this kind of reason why Lanternist has to be used in game trees as well.
Yeah, man, that was a rough go if you're a hunter out there, and that just kind of shows the survivor lineups that you will be going up against if you want to face the best of the best. And I would love to see either Neru or Godjay to get that MVP, depending on which performance, because they showcased how well the new survivors, or at least the survivors that have been making their way into the mix, really fare up against the hunters that we've seen before and the hunters that we see now. And what we see right now in front of our screen, folks, is the match results. It is 14-7, GH in the advantage, moving on to the second stage of this qualifiers. And I mean, this is just weird. It wasn't in my bingo cards. FT not being sent home early on in this tournament, not going to be in Call of the Abyss.
But even so, you see the match, but like it's just hard, isn't it? Like 14-7 here from the side of GH2 FT. Like it's very nice to be able to actually see GH coming back here once again to represent our Southeast Asia region, as they weren't here last year, in which it was Upper Dogs and FT as well. But this year, ladies and gentlemen, it might be 2 complete new teams here on our side of Southeast Asia region, which is of course one of the teams, as we do say, the more competitive it is, the better it is for our region here as well. So this does kind of prove quite a lot. GH, who has been a team for, I'm quite sure, like 8 to 9 years now, where if since COA I wasn't global, it's such a kind of, motivation as well from their side for them being able to preserve this long as well, especially with the team still remaining intact like 90% of the time.
Heck yeah. I mean, based on their interviews, it was Skyfall and Godjay to be COA present since Call of the Abyss 2. So they've been competing since then. So, I mean, that's a completely different game if you're seeing what the game is now. So the fact that, you see veteran names being able to still perform at the highest level, I mean, it's something that we have to behold. I mean, we did see a Thai team win in the day number 1. So I wonder, what, that could have given that motivation for them to actually perform at their best. And we'll see them in just a bit because we still have our match number 2. It's going to be AR versus AL. I know we're going to get into detail more on that in just a bit. That's why we're kind of reserving our energy. Actually, it's not going to be us that's going to be commentating in the finals. It's going to be Chocho and Nell. So that'll be the ones to congratulate and also interview the winners. But quite the nail-biter of an event. Again, it was 50-50 at best here with GH and FT. And it was GH's time. Again, this qualifiers is really one to just showcase the best of the best. Unfortunately, the best of the best have to face against each other this early on. And it is GH to make it out on top. So congratulations to them, and congratulations
Oh.
to Momoka, able to get the best deduction for the team.
I do think best deduction given towards Momoka was, generally speaking, because of that trim elimination from the QS side
one.
as well. We don't see win games that often, right? And as you can see here too, being able to put GH at such a huge advantage point and just allowing the survivors to tie and going up against the full counter team comp, Momoka definitely did deserve this as well. But of course, we can see here with the stats, 10,496 average deduction points, 5 knockdowns, 2 pallet destroys, 0.5 average terror shocks, 2.5 average eliminations, and first and foremost, his first best deduction.
Well deserved, well earned. We'll see you in a bit, Momoka. Just sit on ice for now because you still have to play another match. Again, chat, do show some love for Team FT. They have been representing the Southeast Asia region for so long, and they really did take the GH to the absolute limit. I mean, not their rivalry keeps dating back, right? They've always met each other in grand finals and also big stages. And it's unfortunate they met this early on, and it was actually an elimination match to qualify for Call of the Abyss. But we have to move forward. We have to give our flowers to Team GH. Congratulations for now. Hopefully they bring that same type of fire going up against either AR or AL.
I would say this gives GHIX quite a lot of kind of motivation boost as well, and of course confidence at the same time too.
Oh, yeah.
Momoka, who has also been a hunter for quite a long time in this side of our Southeast Asia division too. Like being able to move on forward with GH, I would say, is kind of something very deserving of this as well from their side. As if I'm not wrong, last year they did barely just lose up against UPTG. But last but not least, once again, congratulations to GHIX as we move on towards the highlights before the next matchup. And we are back, ladies and gentlemen, straight towards second matchup of our Day 2 Southeast Asia qualifiers here for COA IX. It's your casters, Kuroshiro and Posh Vice here with you once again. We just finished up the first match between FT versus GH. Posh, how are we feeling now?
I mean, I don't know. I think I'd feel the same way if it went the other way around, but congratulations to GH, but we will not see FT in Call of the Abyss this year. It's really weird saying that out loud. Can't call it an upset because, again, it could have went any which way. It's just how the brackets were drawn that you had to see two powerhouses go up against each other at the start. I mean, we saw that with Amy and B4U. But right now, we shall move on towards our next match. It is AR versus AL, and we kind of we kind of labeled this as the new kids on the block versus the veteran teams that have seen qualifiers like this.
Yeah, but also at the same time, we're kind of now looking more at a scenario where whichever team now moves on will have to go up against GH, and this is going to be very, very, very tough journey here because it's 2 games in a row, like 2 best of 3s.
So tell me, if you would be competing here, would you want to have that break and potentially lose your steam, or would you want to just go straight into it?
I think it's better to have a break here as well, especially I do think, you know, from both our GH and GH's side, it's like Gotcha's first professional tournament, and for him to do that well, I would say a break is definitely much more needed, especially for, you know, our new players here that has joined, which is AL this time up against our old veteran, you know, a mix of FT and UPDG's team from last year, who is AR. That is
a tongue twister that we will be saying a lot of, but I agree. I think if ever you're gonna go straight into it, kind of how RT did it, just have to the first match just end it in BO2. I do think maybe RT had like a record with how fast they went. We're not going to introduce teams, unfortunately, but we will introduce them once we're able to see the picks and bans. We're going to Red Church. It is a Sunday, so yeah, it is the 7th day. So we're going to Red Church. Talk to me, Kuro. How do you like this map?
Oh, it's not bad. We do see as well, like, Kuris is the one that, you know, last year they actually got a 4-man endgame 3-man escape on this map in their first game as well, right? So for AL2 ban out Moon River Park alongside which the Chinatown, having their hunter to go first up against AR survivors. I do think this is more just allow the hunter to have a less stress-free type of game.
Right.
So potentially speaking, be able to bring the full potential of our hunter out. But I would say Aquarius is definitely speaking more confident on this map.
Yeah, and just to give everyone some introductions towards the team, AR does have Meow in the team. Has I think they're only the person that's the first time in this qualifiers is a Jokra, who is a CN player that's actually mains the Weeping Clown and also the Aeroplanist. Wonder if he'll be coming to the mix here. But on AL's side, this is why it's kind of a little daunting in their task that they have to go up against AR. This is everyone's first COA.
Yeah, I just think right now it's kind of like there's kind of so many new players here and there. We see AL, it's kind of a mix of, well, it's mainly Malaysia, Malaysia representatives. But first of all, looking at AR here, right? Jokra Meow, who's transitioned from Hunter to Survivor, PP Yuki, who we seen last year in UPTG, and of course ZZ as well. And finally, last but not least, it's Hessian, who is quite a longevity and veteran Hunter, who has been here for us for a really long time now as well.
And in their mantra, they said, "Beware the wrath of Hessian." So hopefully we'll see that, but it will be at the expense of Team AL, Astel, Immortal, Kishi, LB, Lucian, Arisa, and Dux. So, and like you mentioned, these are all new names, but what better way to cement yourself in competitive Identity 5, but here in the Call of the Abyss qualifiers, going up against an amazing team like AR could be a huge feather in your cap and something you want to put in your resume, your LinkedIn, just put it in your portfolio that you're able to go up against the best of the best here that the Southeast Asia region has to offer.
Exactly. But I would say, right, let's not forget about what Hessian did last year. We had, what do we see? We saw Sculptor, we saw Wu Chan, we saw you know, all his meta picks as well. So I would say for AL, it's very hard now from their survivor side to go against such a tough hunter like this. But the good news is it's their hunter that does come out first up against AOR's survivor side. As we move on directly towards the game, this is going to be the first game, first half in Retrich between AOR survivors versus AL's hunter.
Can't wait to see what they have to offer here. Looking at AL Survivor Ducks, I believe he does have a Dream Witch and an opera singer in his lineup. And it was Arisa. Oh, wait, sorry. If I get this right, yeah, it's QS. Sorry, QS Goatman. It is Arisa with the Dream Witch and opera singer. So I wonder if that'll be coming out into the mix as we ban out Aeroplanist and Seer for the Survivor side.
Oh, Magician and Puppeteer here instantly as well. We're going very safe and stable here to counter the Goldman. But Archer next ban here. I say Goldman does work pretty well on this map.
Ooh, and also a bit of how we played out the day 1 and 2 of the NAU qualifiers, just going for the Enchantress here. Enchantress, again, also in day number 1 of the Southeast Asia, really good at countering some of the picked hunters here. And also Magician, as you pointed out, with First Officer, 2 of the Invisible Boys coming into the mix here, along with the Puppeteer. What are we thinking on the hunter side, Kuro?
Oh, I do think it's really hard here to play Goldman as well. Maybe Dux could potentially play his pocket pick of Dash. If I'm not wrong, we may be able to see a QST, which is a good potential too, but even so, I'd say playing Goldman in a map like this does give him quite a nice advantage because you can quite easily lock survivors on one side of the map. But even so, it's such a small map as well, so I'm not too sure why AR decided to choose this map instead of a bigger one up against so many meta characters.
Possibly, maybe familiarity. A lot of people in the chat actually kind of love this map. I do too, in terms of it being very familiar. But like you said, kind of compact. I hope that they're able to, you know, kind of... a Hell Ember? Is this for real?
No, we're just hovering. We're just joking around. There's no... It's lost. It's locked in.
It locked it in, Kuro. Oh my god. First Hell Ember of Call of the Abyss 9. And we're here to document it. A Hell Ember by Ducks. Wow. Up against this lineup. Oof.
Oh, it's you know what? If you go after Enchantress first, there's a chance. After Enchantress first, there's a huge possibility. Maybe we want to benchmark test
Enchantress,
here.
though.
Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, okay, yes, but and he's spawning right at the center. I think he wants to chase though. But going up against these other survivors, it could be a really tough time. Up against the Puppeteer that could tank a lot of hits. Up against the Magician. Oh man! Wow! I'm still processing the first match, and now we have a Hell Ember, Kuro. What is happening?
I think we want to benchmark test this Hell Ember right after both as well. Is Hell Ember worth it to be used? It's so hard.
Claustrophobia, Hunt, Insolence, Blink, Detention, all right. But looking at the Survivor side, pretty meta. You got Flywheels on the Enchantress and Magician side. You do also have 3 Tide Turners to potentially help Meow with that to happen. You also have some audience effects, 4 audience effects, so the Cypher could be real here, Kuro. You do not adjust your screens, folks. This is a Hell Ember here at the Call of the Abyss qualifiers. That's Kuro Shiro Gaming. I'm Poch Spice. We are commentators. Round 1, first half of AR versus AL.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a Hell Ember on your screen, and yes, you are not dreaming, so you don't have to pinch yourself here just yet, as we are directing ourselves towards the officer. But I don't think this will be a guaranteed chase.
Yeah, I think maybe just force out a pocket watch and change your trajectory, but it seems like Ducks, again, in this area, you kind of have to just go one route. But yeah, first officer chase might not be the best. Meow is right there at the center. Seems like he might actually just keep on going until he goes for the pocket watch and also gives a spirit here, a flame spirit here, just for the chase to be harder. But man, Duck's really gonna try to commit to the officer.
Oh.
Okay.
But we did miss that pocket watch for the second activation, so the third activation also misses at the same time. Blink is about to be ready soon. There is going to be a normal hit here straight towards PP. That's not good as an opening, as Blink is upping 7 and our cooldown is 15 seconds with first presence open.
All we gotta do is just let him cook, guys. Able to actually close the distance a little bit, forced to actually go towards this area. Meow is here just to give a little bit of support. Again, able to get a little bit of stun at the start because of the changes, and now that pocket watch rock did actually come through, and Duck still chasing after this first officer.
It's not that bad as well, right? Because you do have 2 embers here to use for potentially speaking later on, but right now using that red ember, sadly, officer is just so far away, didn't get the last activation there, should be able to get the blink down, but you have no embers here to use for chair cam. I would say for Hellenberg, this is a huge disadvantage for him.
All good, but I mean, it's looking kind of solid on the side of the survivors when it comes to decoding here. They have 3 of their ciphers done. They also have tide turners to work with on the side of the magician and the puppeteer. It seems like the rotations are going to be in place already, but Ducks, I would say solid start thus far.
Unfortunately, officer does not have any additional items, but once again, good news is he does sit on chair for 36 seconds for each rotation here as well. As we are going to be able to finish up the 3 cipher machines with blink here available left to use. Definitely no rebound containment will be available. However, I don't think we want to rescue.
Yeah, it seems like they just want to keep him in this area as they work on that last cipher, really maximizing that chair time, as you pointed out here. So Duck's kind of a sitting duck here, just trying to find the best possible rotation, but sees the scratch marks on the floor. So it seems like Yuki, I don't know if she's going to try to make a hard press towards that rescue. So it seems like we're still going to sit here, and the cipher progress is going to, the last cipher is going to sit at 29%.
One thing I don't disagree with the survivors is if we aren't going to rescue, I think just having Puppeteer to give Tinnitus is enough. Enchantress shouldn't be focused on her way in here. Leaving would be the best option, as right now Puppeteer also can slowly make his way out too. But once again, you just see Meowpie kind of rotating around there. Could definitely go to her shack to decode that cipher machine, but I'm not too sure what the decision making here is, as here comes out the doll. Hello, my friend. Enchantress is our best chase.
True. So now we're gonna see flywheel through, but the pallet here isn't as strong. Does have to transition away. We're at full presence Hell Ember. They're forced to open another cipher while Meow can't afford to rest up. Luckily for the Enchantress, she does have that borrowed time, but just needs to kite this one out.
Oh, what a nice stun. But Blink here is available ready to use. There we go. Very discreet from the side of Enchantress here. Once again, it kind of is just more the fact that we're going to start making our way towards the map control scenario. This is what Hellenberg is good at. And you're missing still a full cipher machine, so he does have so much room to play.
Yeah, he does. So excellent stuff, forcing out the self-heal possibly on Meow's side, while everyone is still kind of forced to, you know, keep an eye on those puppets that his domain, that he's able to just drop these puppets and also these Ember Spirits. But Yuki, again, just giving that Tinnitus, now will be the one to take his chase. Needs to go into puppet form just for the transition to happen towards this pallet. Mind game through, able to actually get a bit of distance through it.
Unfortunately speaking, we couldn't break the pallet here, so we should be able to fall over here once again as this final does break. But even so, you see as well, right? It was the healing given towards our Enchantress. Now she's back at full health, as our Cipher Machine still yet to progress.
Yeah, so they're trading off the healing for the cipher progress. Again, Yuki doing a great job. Like you pointed out, these pallets are still here to work. We still have puppets to use. It's puppeteer puppets. And now Meow going for another round up against Dux's Hell Ember, but now Joker might be the one to be chased next, which is a good chase target since he does not have that borrowed time for endgame.
We do see as well, right, the trade-off between using Insolence and Trump Card. If we had Trump Card here, it could have instantly teleported straight towards our own doll and go after Yuki here one more time. But Meowpie at middle right now, as Joker here being forced out as we drop down an Ember. This map control is insane from Dux, and Meowpie still having one stack on her hands to use. Should be able to stack up here just a tiny bit more, but unfortunately speaking, could not get a hit past the pallet.
Yeah, so it seems like, yeah, Duck's just forced to kind of monitor the territories that were set up here at the graveyard area, backdoor, and also towards the broken walls. So the numbers game can slowly creep up towards Yukuro, because as we speak, the ciphers are climbing above 50%, and they have a backup cipher just in case.
Yes, exactly. Not only that as well, we have to see here, it just is so tough as well. These ciphers may seem like they're pretty close to each other, especially as the Hellenberg, but with all survivors here at full health, still 2 Titans left, let's not forget. You still have a chance of a 3-man escape as Meowpie containing now for our second chase, finally speaking, as we want to get more Ember stacks here, hopefully for Ducks.
Nice. Able to actually use that that stun just to transition towards that pallet. We do note that they're also cleaning up the puppets, right? You want to be able to just get rid of that so he doesn't have that map pressure. And they already pushed the last cipher here, push for the end game, just like that. And unfortunately, the blink did not connect here, so that's extra time on the board for our survivors.
Not only that as well, Lewis can be activated one last time. The gate is currently at 38%, but it seems like there's an Ember on towards one of the exit gates here, so it has currently been stalled out for a little while longer. Dungeon on this side of the map, let's not forget. Puppeteer wanting to go for a little bit more, but unfortunately could not vault over it.
Okay, going very aggressive here, trying to actually go for the end game here, and now gets it open in time, but hang on, able to get a stack onto him, but this allows Lewis to actually heal up.
Not only that as well, we could possibly speaking even crawl towards the exit gate right now. Meowpie trying to buy a little bit more time. 1 stack of Ember on our hands to, not Ember, stacks on our hands to use. We flywheel here as well. So just one single stack and flywheel out towards the gate. Ember should not be able to catch up here on time as Magician got out here at the same time too. We're able to teleport back just on time. Yuki, she got up and she's making towards Dungeon. It's a tree, man!
Oh, wow. And it just cuts back to us like that. Okay, so you get to see a little bit of behind the scenes. But yeah, just when that was happening and you're calling, I'm like, wait, Yuki actually fell towards the dungeon area. I like how he was trying to go for more. I understand that as a hunter, but I mean, he could have secured a tie game, and that 3 survivor escape was just that was their game to win. So I would have to give props to Ducks with the Hell Ember. We saw how well he was able to patrol around the area, and he did get his first elimination onto PP quite early. But the way that AR was able to salvage that situation, and also, yeah, they were a step ahead towards that end game. Kuro, talk to me. What's going through your head?
I genuinely do think the first blink miss was so unfortunate. The speed boost from that Cypher pod bought Puppeteer. Puppeteer didn't even get hit. Puppeteer he was activated just in case, but he didn't even get hit in that scenario. We bought so much time being able to reuse it in that time too. But I would say, right, it's generally speaking, AL Hunter did do well. I would say Ducks did really well there, especially with that first officer chase, right? We got him down at a reasonable amount of time, taking from the fact that it's an officer who can buy 30 seconds per watch.
Yeah. I think they played that very well. They respected the Hell Ember well enough to let's not go for this rescue because he's already set up a really good territory in the graveyard side. So kudos to AR knowing that, all right, you know what? This is an unconventional matchup. Let's respect the specialty pick onto Ducks' side. And yeah, I just feel like that little overextension, I respect it. He really wanted to get more, but again, you said Meow or the Enchantress was the best possible chase, but you're up against Meow, and he was really good at conserving his flywheels and using the stack so well, and where he was able to position the stun just so that he can just transition towards a really good spot. He had no chance. I mean, the Ducks didn't have a chance to use Ember Spirits or any of his puppets to even harass the Enchantress there.
Yeah, and you can see here as well, right? Oh my lord, Meowpie 107-second containment time, which was longer than initially first officer's containment time at 73 seconds. As well, Yuki's endgame snare there with an 85-second containment. Meanwhile, did find Magician here and there, but he wasn't really the main chase, aside from the fact that we just want to kind of disturb the hunter a little bit as well. Meanwhile, Ducks with 3 pallets destroyed, 7 survivor hits, and of course 3 knockdowns overall in this matchup.
Beautiful performance. I would say it really caught us off guard on Ducks' side onto the Hell Ember, but he stuck with it. It would have went a potential tie game. Moral victory, at least he still got that 1-man elimination, but this is definitely AR's win. Excellent performance with how unfortunate the first officer did get eliminated at the start. That second pocket watch the first pocket watch was used all right, then the second rock of it, or the second activation wasn't there, and that's how he was able to get the hit early on.
Yeah, once again though, I don't disagree from Dux's point of view. You did want to get as much eliminations there as possible, so that was very entertaining towards the end as well. But even so, who knew that Pulver could self-heal that fast, considering the fact that he does have a healing debuff as well. But even so, that healing debuff is not, you know, for his own self-pickup, it's for to heal other survivors. So I think maybe from the side of Dux, he did have it calculated quite well there, but I think we were kind of just like 2 seconds late.
Yeah, it's really just the minute decision making, right? If the timing was just 2 seconds, a little bit in his favor, it could have changed it up. But we got to give our flowers and our kudos to Dux. Bringing out a Hell Ember in this meta is definitely very much respectable, and also making the team of AR sweat a little bit. I think that's also something that you definitely have to at least acknowledge and respect for him. It's very rare. I don't think in other qualifiers we've seen a Hell Ember.
It's also very brave as well, from what I would say. Generally speaking, on that side note too, like if you kind of just want to see it from kind of, you know, the tier list of all the hunters, Ember is still kind of, you know, just hovering around at the bottom there and being able to almost get a tie in, you know, a tournament, and especially up against a 4-man VC heavy meta team comp is already very inspirational too.
It is. I'd also say very gutsy. Right. I understand, you know, you want to be able to make the most out of round number 1, but considering that there are still a lot of hunters available, you want to be able to get the best of the best out there. So Dux aside, we have to commend him for doing that. But right now it is AL survivors that have to do a little bit of the heavy lifting and try to match the 3-man escape up against the wrathful Hushin.
Oh, here we go. See Dr. Ban instantly coming in with an Enchantress on Gardner here. Gardner trying to counter both the Goldman and the Opera Singer is definitely speaking one of the better ways to go. But let's not forget, it's Hessian we're talking about.
Yep, he's got some specialty hunters of his own. So I know someone in chat was saying non-meta versus non-meta. He could let that rock. But again, there's just so much on the line for today, Kuro. I'm not sure if they want to risk it or have that much faith. But just leave it to Hessian to be able to do that. So sort of a mirror match of sort that we had the Magician and First Officer and Enchantress, but the kicker of the Gardener in the mix.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hessian does have, let's not forget, Sculptor to use, who is really good on this map, ladies and gentlemen. So the manifestation is there from my side, however. Probably pretty rare, but he does, yes, only need a tie game. So a lot of hunters on his arsenal, actually.
Someone in chat was like, hey, a wax artist could do it, or at least if you want to just...
I don't know.
Well, it's not here, but we'll see, folks. But, I mean, we weren't expecting a Hell Ember because round 1, but with Hessian, expect that he wants to be able to secure a stable win for his team. Just tie at the bare minimum so that his survivors note that their hard work was not put in vain. So I just wonder what he's going to bring. Kuro is manifesting that Sculptor. I want to see... Who do I want to see?
Undead?
Oh, I would love to see the Undead. Oh man, if and only I forgot which COA that was. I think it was in the Japan qualifiers. There was someone that used Undead, so that was pretty fun to watch.
Yes, that was last year, I think.
Oh, it was? Okay, yeah. Then I remember one of the qualifiers. We didn't cover it because we would have lost our minds seeing an Undead, but I don't know. Fingers crossed. At Hessian right now, chat. If you can tell him, please pick a Percy. That would be great. Thank you.
There's a lot of options here, but finally, let's see Hessian. 20 seconds on the clock, now down to 15 seconds. Fewest, of course. The guarantee tie has to come true, it seems.
Yeah. He just wants to make sure it's stable. And what better hunter to do it also? Kind of test the wheels on this hunter to see how good it is when you're in this, I would say, favorable position. And we've seen even yesterday, a Quist, even if the survivors did really well, still can secure that tie game. So Hessian with this Quist pretty much wants to be able to secure this victory in round 1.
Exactly, but let's not also forget at the same time, right? It's the fact that Quist in this matchup is quite literally, you can use 3 Q-balls to lock 3 Cypher Machines in a row here. So let's hope that the Cypher Machine is kind of nice here with the spawn locations for the survivors, as we see this area selection mode here as well, right? Middle Magician, Shack Gardener, meanwhile dilapidated runes for our Officer and Enchanters at box runes. Meanwhile, Wedding was given towards Quist.
Going for the picks, the survivor builds here. We do have some borrowed time. We do have kind of a suicide build onto the Enchantress, and we have some tide turners on all the survivors except the Enchantress. So Luxian does want that smoke. Meanwhile, Insolence, Detention, as well as Blink and Fast Pallet Breaking on the side of Hushin's Qist. And AR wants to be able to secure this win up against AL. Can they do that? We'll find out in just a bit. That's Kurashir Gaming. I'm Pog Spice. We're your commentators for Game 1 second half between AL and AR.
A tie game puts AR at a 1-win lead. As we see here as well, the screen is a little bit choppy from our side, but if you look at the bottom, oh no, we're back here to normal. Oh,
We're
never
back to
mind, we're
us.
back here to us. Ah, look at that.
Look at us. Okay, I don't wonder if he locked in any ciphers, but he did start at the middle, and he is on the way to the broken walled area. As he pointed out, Kuro, he can have a really good cipher lock if he can, but I think this just allows the survivors to make the rotations, but they have to be very careful to not get caught out here.
Seems like we won't be able to see Immortal here. Unfortunately, speaking, the Magician. Oh, no, never mind. We do see the Magician. It's tight to the Magician here, so quite hard when it comes to trying to contain for an even longer time. But Heshin here, seems like we're changing targets towards Gardener. Kishi, the only one with that shield. But even with the shield, if only does burst, as we have 9 seconds until Blink.
Yeah, so it seems like he will be chasing towards here at the back area. This allows the ciphers to kind of be moved along towards the middle, but we know that the QS can set up cue balls, and now the blink hit. At least it's not a blink down. He was able to get that first presence, so let's see how he's able to close the distance here against Kishi.
Kishi manages to get towards the window, thankfully speaking, but another cue ball here from the side of Hushin. Ooh, didn't get the capture there, but even so, we should get a normal hit down without too much worries, as 2 out of 8 cue balls left and a 90-second containment.
Yeah, and Hushin just needs to work on getting that tight game. Doesn't necessarily have to overextend himself, but with how the QS can prolong the endgame from happening, this could be a tough side on the survivors, so they're forced to go for this rescue. Luckily, they have some tide turners on the board with Immortal and Asto.
Exactly, but not only that as well, we see here, right? First rescue. We don't really know who wants to come in here just yet, but it should be Officer on his way in. Here, no, it's going to be Immortal here. Instead, never mind, we did see Enchantress in by possibly trying to give support, but seems like everyone's just going to retreat for now.
Yeah, it seems like Hushin just tunneling this one survivor just to, just play it safe, right? The other survivors are kind of scrambling here. We do see Lucian here. The Enchantress to possibly get some stacks going on back into ball form. Let's see if he can try to harass away the Enchantress.
Oh, and Fly will use it early. Oi, that's non-pallet done, but now we can just go back. Instead, Hushin wants to look for a tiny bit more here. Force Enchantress back so much as we only need to get on towards cue ball just so we can go back straight towards Garner, as Ench does not have that movement speed to catch up.
Able to actually get through that window, and now we actually go towards the chair here, and I think this is actually really great on Hushin's side, just being a bit aggressive, just to not be able to make the Enchantress too comfortable, like has to go for a heal, and this promotes more healing than cipher rushing. So yeah, Hushin just really sitting on this lead, so just I'd say it's kind of calculated with how he's approaching this, just making sure Gardner is out, and he really puts the mid game in his favor.
But now favor is highly on the side of Hushin because everyone is currently injured. So, cue ball capture was able to. Still takes his son, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunate. Able to actually get the shield, but the cue ball capture was there, and that just recovered the entire attack recovery. And now Kishin's going to be sent out of the game, and it's going to be looking quite strong towards the mid game because Kuro, Cypher progress, not looking quite good.
And not only that as well, Inertia currently on an 8-second buff here. If we healed the 9-second buff, because if we heal the next survivor, it should be down to 7 seconds. But right now, everyone currently scrambling around Hushin, trying to see which Cypher machines he should go for. But once again, it's just a pushback here without audience effect. Hurts so much from the side of our survivors.
It really does, because you're really playing to the strengths of this hunter, building up that presence at the start, map control as well, and you're still, I think, a slave to where the ciphers are located, because you can't really pop that much for you to be able to pressure any of the environment and any of the numbers game to work in your favor. Now Hushin just has a lock on the center of this map. It's going to be really hard for them to try and push for any of this to happen. We do see force out Blink here just for Immortal to be chased out of the church area.
The good news here is Enchantress was healing most of these survivors, so 3 stacks on hand to use. Very beautiful one. They're being used just to dodge that cue ball capture one last time, as now we should get captured here. Beautifully done by Hessian with that mind game, as Magician, unfortunately speaking, does not have the hand speed to counter that.
Quite unfortunate, but we do note that Enchantress does have that 4 stack going on. Unfortunately, she does not have a Tide Turner to try to... They've already exhausted all their Tide Turners, right? So now it's only a matter of time. Hushin just has to sit on this lead for him to get the victory. That's a 4 stack, but it's all good because he's able to actually find him so far off that the rotation is not going to be in time. He's still going to be able to catch up here.
So smooth from Hushin as well with that drop down, as Magician does get rescued while he remains invisible, but even so, charge that hit, will they go through? No, Immortal, beautiful patient. Capture here one more time, back to invisibility as trying to double check where Magician is.
Oh
but
my.
It's just not enough.
Yeah, just out in the open even, and just that cue ball capture is just so strong because it nullifies an entire kiting area and just guarantees a down. So Hushin just really playing with the QS toolkit so well. I mean, that was I'd say the 4 stack really worked out well, but now he can just he has to be able to just find a way to just sit on this, and he could be looking at a 5-point game.
You also see his own kind of movements as well with those cue balls too at the same time. It's just so smooth and careful to the point that it's actually quite a work of art. Now Immortal finally back on towards that pallet. We didn't vault over here, thankfully speaking. Very patient here as forcing Hessian to get off his Maxwell Demon because those cue balls have just expired.
Yeah, just when we say like, oh, he's doing really well, but the mind game is definitely won. But the charged up attack is going to send the Magician out of this game. 2 ciphers still remain, and Kuro quite unfortunate because he's already taken out the 60% one and taken it down a peg to 49%. So Hushin really working to get that 5-point game.
Yeah, the middle cipher machine is just kind of the one that's the worst case scenario for survivors. It just keeps getting pushed back no matter how much you want to decode it, and it just allows Hushin to buy so much time for himself and his items to be ready. As you can see here too, right? We blinked open Magician, and Blink is back already once again, right after that elimination.
True. You still have to deal with detention, right? And it's looking real tough for the survivors, but they are healing up and they do have some items to work with. However, this next kite has to be a god kite for them to be able to push 2 ciphers. And as you mentioned, he's patrolling around the area and also has a lockdown on the center cipher.
Let's have a look here. Everyone back to full health, as still no progression on the cipher machine, but even so, Hessian's kind of having a hard time to see where our next survivor is. Officer is kind of available here at middle, but one last pocket watch usage. If we can force this one out, it's a huge advantage point. As
wow. And also a hit before the pocket watch mind game could happen, so it's only the Enchantress that has to rush some of these ciphers, but it's looking like a checkmate scenario here, Kuro. Astel, you have to give it up to them. This is their first Call of the Abyss qualifiers, and they really don't want to give anything away to Hushin, so they will take this till the very end.
Yeah, but I would say it's still a good job from the side of AL as well, right? We're able to prolong for so long up against Hushin's Qs too, being able to heal, and very nice disciplines from both survivor, well, all the survivor side here as well. But even so, we're going to see how the endgame slug goes, because they're really good at hiding, they're really good at rotationing too. And with Officer on the ground, if we're able to buy enough time until he is at 80% elimination, he can still pick himself up, and right after that force down, it's a guaranteed bleed out, as Ench can still take dungeon.
Seems like Enchantress is kind of closing the distance to get towards that first officer, at least on that side. Enchantress does have some tools to work with. Full health, 4 stack on, as well as I do believe there are some pallets over at Wedding that were not utilized just yet. But it seems like he's double backing just to prepare the breakable walls, but seems to change trajectory on the lower left side of the screen. And also Dungeon is towards the top broken wall part of the map.
Funny Enchantress here. We do see the bullet trails having to drop down that triple stack. Knee-jerk reflex out with the polish, and with this, Q is being forced to use some items again. But I do believe with First Officer picking himself up here, he has the full graveyard with 2 chests to use to get additional items.
Nice. Okay, so Enchantress able to get a mini stun for the kite to actually prolong just a little bit. Might be actually kiting on top of the First Officer, who's actually getting an item here. So he's going to go for just a regular hit. Flywheel is still on the table for the Enchantress to use, and First Officer is also in this area.
Oh, it's a perfume here, unfortunately, but we did manage to get that cue ball capture, so back down we go here together, very far out away from the pallets. Hush, such smooth controls, but once again, it is speed boost here, so Flywheel, nice bot time, no blinker being used, another stun. But Hushin was so patient there.
I know. I liked how he forced the hand of the Enchantress, right? When he was vaulting, he'd just take the vault. You're going to stun me out of it. I still have blink, and he was able to get himself out of that scenario real well. But like you pointed out, First Officer with that perfume doesn't really help out. You really just want... that's usually the case, right, Kuro? You want a syringe, you get perfume. You want perfume, you get the syringe. It's like, oh man, this game.
Yeah, but you know what? There is still a chance. Officer has yet to be found here. We're going towards the back, trying to look for that additional chest. Are we cheering here, Hushin? Is the right question that has to be given, because I just feel like he wants to drop it down a bit further away towards one of the corners where, if First Officer is here, we should be able to find tonight. I do think it's just to, prevent the bleed out as much as we can.
Yeah, I think there's no... I mean, Hushin doesn't want to just take the 3-point game, just allow 1 point. He's sitting on a really good lead. And as I say that, First Officer able to find a syringe. So this is actually going to work well with the perfume that he does have. You can just really prolonging the end game, but you're kind of just kicking the can down the road because Kuro, they still have to answer for those 2 ciphers remaining.
You see here as well, right? First Officer backs for the full health here with 1 final last needle. We do hear the tinnitus, but even so, Officer with that item should be able to buy quite a lot of time here. Officer, perfume. Oh, didn't use this.
Yeah, this is quite unfortunate because now he's just 1 more hit falling down. Has the perfume to kind of backstep here, but can't tank a hit. Unfortunately, there's no capture that's going to be in place here. We're going to see him go back into cue ball form just to negate the pallet, but he's still sticking around this area. Enchantress is already up. 1 more hit would do it. Charged up attack, and now that's the First Officer down with no self-heal. Now we just have to work on the Enchantress.
Yeah, unfortunately speaking, First Officer picked himself up there, a little bit too early. He's only around 75% bled out here. If it was maybe around 90%, could have definitely had a chance to escape. But it seems like right now we're going to play a tiny bit more safer from Hushin's point of view, because A, we know where dungeon is, and B, 16 seconds until blink.
And First Officer could sit on the chair for a while, so Enchantress is going to have to survive for as long as he can before this dungeon could even open up, which, as you mentioned, dungeon is already spotted out. And Blink is already there. Enchantress, unfortunately, just still sticking on 1 stack. Now we're just seeing the excellent movements and mechanical skills of Hushin here, just connecting all these cue ball formations. Lucian is actually trying to make a beeline, a hard court press to get this rescue going.
Oh, if this is an after half rescue, I think it'll be better from the side of survivors. If this is after half, then we can't share. But before half, I think from AL they didn't realize this. But
yeah,
with it being after half, if we get the First Officer hit, then we can't share him, and we also can't bleed him out at the same time too. So it's a lose-lose scenario here for Hisham. But now going after our Enchantress, who is not bled out enough. As Officer, we see him trying to rush that final cipher. Well, 4th cipher, excuse me.
Yeah, so now, going for an early flywheel just to get through the pallet, and Hushin able to catch the survivor. Leapin. Enchantress is actually about to bleed out towards that dungeon area. Astel trying to find another item. You gotta give it up to AL. They are fighting tooth and nail. What is going to be the item? Unfortunately, I think that's a gardener's... Oh, no, sorry, opening it up. It's another syringe. This could work out.
Oh, we're walking, trying to hide, but I think we should be outside of Tonight's range here. Hushin might have realized that this survivor is at the back, as Astel here, First Officer, really trying his best to heal, but I think Hushin is able to find him here just about on time, and there we go. Charge attack hit with the blink wall up as he does bleed out.
Incredible performance. AL never say die attitude, really making sure that Hushin just takes every crumb and it doesn't leave no stone unturned. You got to give it up to them. But man, Hushin was just so on point from the start of the game.
Exactly, and not only that as well, I would just say AL once again, it's very kind of inspiring to see them as well, right? Being able to prolong such a long game up against a Cubist, and yes, even though the Cypher machines were slow, I would say one of the biggest kind of just difference makers was kind of, you want to use audience effect during the round ones, but I don't think AL had any in that scenario.
Quite unfortunate, right? And I will say that this is really good learning experience for AL since this is their first COA qualifiers. It's just unfortunate that they have to face the wrath of Hushin, as AR did mention. So that is an 8-1 in favor of Aquarius versus AL. There's still a game number 2. They can kind of rally back into this, but that is a pretty big point differential, Kuro.
Exactly, and like once again, right? Let's not forget it was AR who did get the map pick here, so at least to say now moving on straight towards game 2, AL having the map pick could potentially speaking give them some sort of advantage because as we do see, Helenborough was during the first half. I wonder during game 2 what else we can actually pull out.
Chat, let us know what you want to see. I'm pretty sure if Dux is not going to make his... Why did he claim QS Goatman? It should have been... I don't know. It could have helped me in my reaction of it. That was kind of wild. Because AbyssⅨ could make their way to the mix here with the Dream Witch Opera Singer. But I don't know. I kind of want to see Reptilian. I want to see Wu Chang. I want to see the crazy unorthodox hunters you don't necessarily see in game 1 or game 2. But... before anything else, before we talk about game number 2, we got to give our flowers and our congratulations for a very dominant victory on AR's side for game number 1. We still got to play out game number 2, but that was actually just a piece of the pie that we just saw, because AR is definitely capable of these type of feats.
Exactly, and as well, it's kind of more or less they're saying it's still not over just yet. Still game 2 left available to play. Still a lot of kind of non-meta characters that AL can still choose in their arsenal, and I would say we want to try catch AL wants to try catch AR off guard. It's a bit harder with the names, but only one letter difference, but even so, a bit confused on that side. But even so, yes, it is as Pasha said, it's kind of still, you're going up against Hessian, right? And being able to prolong the game so long to, do a really good battle in that endgame scenario, I would say it's quite a promising look for this lineup.
Yeah, so we'll see. Again, I'm pretty sure they want to get tournament experience. They have it right now. So shout outs to them for taking Hushin to the actual limit for them to be able, for him to really secure himself that 5-point game. But yeah, I think all eyes are on the side of AL in what they will be bringing to the table, because it seems like their survivor side pretty much go with the meta. It's their hunters that are kind of the X factor to see what to see if AR can just predict or be able to keep up with their non-meta picks, because Hell Ember was definitely not my bingo card this year.
Yeah, I would say it is still quite rough on that side note too, but even so, it is still the fact that it was AR who chose this map, right? So like they do love this map themselves. They know how to play around it, and they did also bring out an 8-1 lead, 7-point difference between themselves and AL. But even so, I'd say now you're kind of looking at a scenario where a lot of kind of the tanky survivors have been now used. So going on straight towards game 2, we could potentially see more harassers, especially when Goatman is still available and Opera as well.
Right, yeah, you're right. We didn't see that much Goatman. Actually, we didn't see only the Goatman we saw in the previous game, but this one, round 1, which again, usually if Goatman's available, you use that. We saw the very I'd say mechanically gifted Hushin with his Qist. So I'm not complaining. That was actually very good to see, and how well he was able to use the cue ball forms, get really good captures, and also just traverse around the map and just even deny all 5 ciphers from popping. You still have to see the match stats here, but it was actually the longest match of the series that we've seen thus far.
Yeah, and you see here as well, right? In total, 30 minutes and 25 seconds here on the side of this QS. As we can see, throughout the 6-minute mark, Cypher Machine started slowly going down, just because it is still a QS that we are talking about. But overall, double 103 seconds of containment from both Magician and, of course, the Enchantress. Double best deduction given towards Ench and, of course, First Officer.
You get a best deduction. You get a best deduction. Actually, it goes all around here because of how well they prolong that end game. But that is done and dusted, folks. Hopefully, you know what, AL is going to come up with a new type of strategy to come up with, because we will head towards the highlights, and on the other side is going to be match number 2. So check this out.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just finished up our first matchup of set 2 for our day 2 qualifiers for Southeast Asia region. And of course, we just saw QS with a 30-minute game and a non-meta Hellenberg pick.
And everything is still on the table here, folks. So whatever hunter you want, hopefully Dux is going to play it, because right now it seems like AL are going to pull out all the stops for them to be able to bounce back in this round to stay alive. They've already proven that their survivors are very game to kind of test the waters in terms of like really pushing it towards that limit. And if Dux could use this Hell Ember, again, not conventional, but the Hell Ember can produce like a tied game, which he was gearing towards. It was just that little decision making that didn't quite work out well. It seems like we are going to head towards Ever Sleeping Town to settle the feud.
AR banning out Moon River Park as they decide their hunter should come out first during the first half, as we're go up against AL survivors here once again. Seems like Cushion is not tired at all in this case, Narendon, as Ever Sleeping Town has so much room for so many hunters.
Could do this all day. I still remember, is it? Yeah, Hushin, Feel the Wrath of Hushin. Didn't he have a Hermit? I think he brought it out in COA. I forgot which one that
But there was a Hermit and a Fool's Gold, if I remember.
Yeah, thank you for, and I wasn't just dreaming that. So anything is still on the table on both hunter side. Question is, yeah, who will he be playing, right? Because right now it seems like Aquarius is the one holding all the cards, and they are the ones to kind of dictate the terms of engagement with how they'll play out this matchup. And as you said, I think with how well he played that QS matchup, I think Hushin is kind of gearing towards dominance in this next game.
Yes, and of course, with Hessian going to play out for our first half once again. I do think, right, let's not forget, this was a map where GH Survivors got a 4-1 escape, so potentially, there's some room to wiggle.
Yeah, true. If we're going to follow the trajectory of the previous game, if you guys didn't join us, it was GH to get a 4-man escape up against Sukiyaki, the hunter of Team FT. So GH is going to face the winner of either AR or AL, which AR again is on a comfortable lead, a 7-point lead and a round lead. And as we look at the picks and bans here, Mercenary and Cheerleader are going to get secured right off the gate, leaving Seer, Antiquarian, and the Coordinator. Usually it's Seer Doctor, but right now it seems like there's more priority towards banning out the Stunners, which allows the Meteorologist to get picked up. Note, we did see an amazing Meteorologist play by Godjay. He was so good. It wasn't in this map, it was in Chinatown, one of the other towns. It seems like they want more stun ability since that Archer was banned out, just locking in that Prospector. So I'm really liking how they are all good for team fights here with the Prospector. Also with how the Meteorologist can either heal or get those pushes going. Scary part is they only banned out that Goatman and Qis, so Hushin still has a lot of room to play towards the Hunter side, knowing that they locked in the Cheerleader, Mercenary, Prospector, and the Meteorologist.
It's not such a bad team comp here. Maybe Prospector has some room to play, right? Especially during the kind of tight corner areas to push back and allow Cheerleader to support here too. But like, it's kind of no just saying we have seen a lot of Prospector during the recent tourneys as well, but he just hasn't really been able to do his best up against so many meta characters.
That is true. So just have to wait and see here, but I'm excited to see what they have to offer because AL again, the Survivor side at least, kind of in that realm of just keeping up with the meta, and with this Prospector in the mix, I do think they're okay with team fights and they want to be able to showcase, just a bit of just harassment towards the Hunter. But Hushin still has all the Hunters he can possibly play with, and we're gonna go fast and furious here with that Opera Singer.
Opera does hard counter Prospector quite a lot. The pushback doesn't do too much. And of course, with Cheerleader speed boost, if we did bring Tide Turner here, I don't think it's enough to actually outrun her, even early presence.
Yeah, Opera Singer also, I'd say Opera Singer Goatman have been the ones that really perform quite well in the qualifiers we've seen so far. And Hushin adding on to that statistic here with a lower right spawn here. Hushin having the ability to go towards the graveyard area, or as you mentioned, you can just go straight for that Prospector to the left.
And we can see here, right, with the Survivors persona-wise, it's going to be Flywheel Max Snooze for Cheerleader, Tide Turner Mercenary, Flywheel Ninja Reflex Prospector, Flywheel for our Meteorologist here as well as Hushin. Bring Trump Attention, Wanted Order, Berserker, and Destruction. Now, seems like Survivors think that he might play his Ivy, but which is why you've seen so many flywheels. But with this, we're going to move on straight towards the game between AL versus AR, which your professional commentary is being brought to you by Posh and Kurosho.
Face the wrath of Hushin's Opera Singer, not wasting any time, already patrolling around the center of this map. Shadow dancing his way just so they can catch up to this Prospector that is already latched on one of the magnets, but gets the hit and it cancels out! Kuro! What the hell? That was a 20-second down!
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this might be the reason why we don't see Prospector as much up against Opera Singer 2. It's a bit hard to say there whether or not you can push back or get the stun, but it does seem like he wanted the stun before he got in between the pallet, but that was so unfortunate.
What the helly, bro? That's insane. I mean, I did say face the wrath of Hushin, but man, he's really living up to those words. So early down, big rotation at the start. So Hushin really not pulling back any punches and welcoming the new bloods here in Call of the Abyss and just making sure you're really gonna have to earn your keep here. Mercenary just getting the early rescue. Yushin already putting on another exchange here, able to gain that distance, but just the Opera Singer could just catch up right away. Flywheel a little too early just to get towards that pallet, but the last effort has already been popped.
The big unfortunate thing here is also Basement is right in front of us here too. Max presence for the Opera Singer right before Prospector went down. With this Basement pick, trump card ready in 30 seconds, if I can see those. No, 36 seconds, excuse me. So I think Hesha might just leave and try look for his next target without even bothering to camp.
He could, because man, what a great start. If you are a hunter, that is the best possible scenario to start off with. Again, he wanted to find the Prospector, found him at the start, forced already a Tide Turner to be used, and look at that, he's already at the center. He has controlled one of the win cons of this game already. He already has a shadow on that area, so it's going to be really hard for them to try and push for that end game as the Prospector is close to expiring.
It's so unfortunate for Prospector here. The first chase went down a bit too fast because our Magnet was the imposter of this game. A nice warp over towards the other side. But can we see the survivors hitting? We can! Mercenary couldn't get up on time. Can we get a pushback? Nicely done by our meteorologist. But even so, we're still just so close and we can't leave.
Yeah, not quite yet. And look at that, Mercenary forced to use an elbow pad here, and Hushin closing the distance here. Pallet mind games, good job, but unfortunately, the exchange is going to come out in Hushin's favor.
With Hushin right now, 2 minutes and 30 seconds into the game, Mercenary back down on the ground, yes, as additional title on Meteorologist is some sort of good news. But once again, you can see, with them trying to full counter that Ivy Opera Singer is just way too hard to play up against just with one flywheel.
Yeah, it's really a bit tough here on the side on the of the survivors here with how well Hushin started things out. So we do have a wind, able to actually hit him out of the cloud just for him to get that rescue ongoing. Breaks the pallet. Now just needs to focus his attention onto this mercenary here that does have one elbow pad to work with. But now through the pallets, doing a good job thus far. But Hushin still like holding on the pressure here to the survivors and hits through the pallet, Kuro.
Yeah, that hit past the pallet is crazy. The mind games here from Hushin is obviously brilliantly done, but you can't also still forget that survivors, their cipher machine decoding progress is still pretty decent here as well. We're almost 3.5 cipher machines done, starting our final and fifth one, as now it's all up to this cheerleader for our final rescue.
Cheerleader coming out here in the open. It's gonna have to do a lot to be able to get this happening. A lot of shadows he can teleport back to. And Immortal has a bit of a distance, gets the hit early on, could just shadow teleport back, gets the hit. Let's see if it did expire. Might have to just go. Oh, you're right, warp instead.
Oh. But Cheerleader is kind of stuck in a hard place. Just like not to go after her. We have to go after her. There's a Tramp Pioneer, but there's also the dashes here ready available to use as well. Cheerleader trying to get out as Shadow's back, force out her last item.
Wow, so Hushin just a step ahead here. I like the difference in playstyle, right? QS very methodical here. It's just go, go, go from the start, and Hushin now has a second survivor out of this game.
Dungeon is at middle, but this Meteorologist cannot use her clouds here at all to heal. We're gonna see survivors here meeting up at Graveyard, but it seems like Hushin already knows this information as right now sees the other two currently rotating towards the back. Oh, maybe we kind of just missed it on a hand, but with this tinnitus, it's a guarantee straight towards the face, up that window, and we're able to spot 2 for 1 right now.
2 for 1 promo here on survivors, and Hushin is taking the sails and just falls right in front of him. Hushin would gladly take that hit, and now just a slugfest from here on out. And he's topping his previous performance because there's 2 ciphers remaining, but here it's 3 ciphers remaining. And unfortunately, Kuro, those 2 ciphers are actually at the 80% mark, so they're quite close. But if he's able to get it down early onto the cheerleader and go back, could be a big wrap here on Hushin's side.
Yeah, but not only that too, you can't forget that warp is almost available here as well. So with Cheerleader, even with just 1 pom-pom, it's not enough to outrun an opera singer like this. We do Shadow Strike here, excuse me, just to go for the leap, but right now Immortal. A lot of distance here pulled here still, thankfully speaking, but even so, it's a bit hard here. Meteorologist can pick herself up, but that hit didn't hit.
Not quite. We're also gonna have warp ready in just a bit. But I mean, yeah, he just has to focus on waiting for the cooldown of the pom-pom. And now Meteorologist does get up, has to hunt for some items, but Hushin knows where the drop happened over at the Graveyard. And I mean, it just shows why Opera Singer is also a hunter that is not to be trifled with.
I would say really, once again, Survivors didn't do bad. I'd say early game was the unfortunate thing of it all as the warp here finally comes through, seeing the Blood Threads or Meteorologist. Just with 1-1, but it's such a nice bait there as well. However, Hushin, too veteran of a hunter, what a flywheel, it's just not enough up against him.
Yeah, it's just an incredible showcase of Hushin, right? The survivors really tried, but Hushin played the matchup so well. And yeah, just inducting them to Call of the Abyss here on the qualifiers. Gonna chair, because Cheerleader does fall down on her last hit and has no self-recovery. So we shall just wait and see where Hushin tries to find this Cheerleader. Again, Cheerleader, at least the moral victory would be to find that dungeon and just survive for as long as he can to get there.
Yeah, and there's also still a chance of maybe potentially speaking rescuing that Meteorologist at the same time too. Sure, there are 2 out of 2 pom-poms, but I would say it's kind of the one of the things with Hessian, right? Not really the best at finding survivors. It takes a lot of time to kind of roam around and find, but it's also very understandable as well. As you can see, shuttle guns already being used, being forced now to go back towards that corner, and you see cheerleader's own location as well, very close towards the chair as Hessian is going to go back.
Yeah, and Hushin could just camp it out here because the dungeon is there and the three friends are going to be on their way. But it seems like he's actually going to try and get the rescue going. He's actually closing out real close here, but Hushin realizes that maybe he can catch him out, and I believe he sees the trails.
There is a chance, since dungeon is a middle, we could potentially speaking pump on our way over, but I do believe we're just waiting for a warp here to be ready before we just, close that distance and make it even harder for our cheerleader to get away.
Okay, Shadow Dance back. Immortal has to play this very carefully. Does have walls to work with, and as you pointed out, Warp is going to be online in a few seconds, and Hushin could just teleport back just in the nick of time. But yeah, I think you just keep waiting for his cooldowns here.
Playing it a little bit more safely here. Maybe just wanted to get close before the double. Hey! Oh, okay. Fully denied.
Able to actually get the 5-point game back to back. Again, you got to give it up to AL fighting till the very end, but Hushin wants to be able to qualify, and with that performance, I think in chat everyone is pretty crazy. And you know what? This format is kind of brutal. It's single eliminations. I do want to see a little more of AL. I think the way that this is seeded, you will run into those crazy good teams, the crazy good hunters, and unfortunately for them, they ran into Hushin on this war path to get towards the Call of the Abyss qualifiers. So AL, good effort with how well they tried to salvage the situation, but from the start, it was just an uphill battle.
Yes, I would say it's just from the start, it didn't really, go as well as we thought it would be. It's just, once again, it's kind of the reason why we don't see Prospector as much. Too much of a 50-50 survivor, especially up against meta characters as well. If there was, potentially speaking game 3, definitely I would say Prospector can be chosen now, but maybe from the side of Lucian, it was his comfort character, which is the reason why. But as we can see there too, right? 10 MS opera singer, you just don't have a chance.
True. And man, I think you painted it. I mean, you just said the matchup, right? And it actually played out, like how Prospector does struggle, and it was quite unfortunate and elicited a big reaction from us when the attack recovery was canceled and just got an instant hit right away. And Opera Singer already just her attacks it's so fast in between chases, and you just be able to nullify that and she was a hullabaloo at that point. She just kept swinging.
Yeah,
and she was able to get the down early on to Prospector, which unfortunately that was early on in the game, and Hushin's gonna take that advantage and just sit on that momentum, and that's basically what happened, and the snowball just went in their favor.
And of course, it's also like, survivors not having that additional speed boost from pallets and windows, allowing Opera Singer to catch up so fast. We do know, Opera Singer's attack animation has been reduced by just a slight amount, allowing survivors to fall over pallets, but windows is a whole completely different scenario. As we saw in those games too, you were able to flywheel, but it's just Opera being way too fast for you to be able to get past anything at all.
Just catches up so fast, and we're looking at the time, or we're looking at actually at the match stats here. Again, the first elimination happened way early on because of how well Hushin played that early Prospector matchup, forcing LB to kind of go for the rescue and just the support. Gotta give it up to Immortal having the most containment time along with LB. But yeah, that's Hushin in a nutshell. He is him. He's Timothée Chalamet, folks. He's one of the best hunters out there. So I'm glad I'm not going up against him because he definitely does not hold back.
Exactly, and not only that as well, I do think one of the kind of greatness of Hessian is just his smoothness on his controls overall. We saw that QS during game 1, and now with Opera Singer in game 2, he just does not stop being smooth at all. But of course, once again, AL survivors did do pretty well here with the Cypher Machine decoding progress, even with an 18-second down on the side of our Prospector too, right? So it is still huge props to them. It is a hardcore hunter we're up against. Regardless of such, they did preserve.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give it up to AL. Very gutsy and very game for them to be able to go till the very end up against Hushin. And I'd say in this next matchup, Ducks, just pick whatever hunter you want that you're very comfortable with and give us a show, right? Because man, AR is really not holding back any punches. But I will say AL, learning process, going up against a veteran team like AR, I think they are the underdogs. So they did show us they have a lot of heart, and they're still, I think it's more of just Hush and just being more comfortable in this type of environment that he was able to perform better and see things clearer, and that he was able to play the matchups much better.
Exactly, but like also from the side of AL, right, we do also still have AbyssⅨ, who has yet to play from their Hunter side too. So maybe we can't even potentially see Dreamwitch being played out in every sleeping town, especially when it was initially speaking AL who chose this team as well. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. This will be the second half of Game 2 with AbyssⅨ coming in with this matchup. She does have a Dreamwitch. Let's look forward to it.
Hey, if AbyssⅨ can get a 5-point game, we're seeing that game number 3. But then again, you gotta, the domino pieces need to fall into place to start things out. But we will see what AbyssⅨ will be bringing out. We will not be seeing the Seer and the Lanternist on the side of the survivors, though, which, again, Lanternist in the previous match just showcased why this is a survivor you have to respect ban and just make sure not in the table for the survivors to use.
Exactly, but not only that as well, we're locking in Teeth and Weeping Clown first two. Are we, possibly speaking, this is the new circus currently just right by the corner, even though, yes, the story mode was last year from the side of...
Jokra is known for his Weeping Clown. So that's good. I don't know who is going to be on Thief, though, because in our notes, we're not really sure. Meteorologist, one of the meta picks here, at least was available for game number 2, banning out the Antiquarian, so no stunners, and 2 really strong Obi-Kiter, or support characters still on the table, and locking out the Cheerleader as well. So final picks here, Kuro, on the Survivor side, will be Gravekeeper.
Okay, double slow decoding team comp alongside with a healer and a mini harasser at the same time too. However, big issue with the fact that you are playing Thief, this could be a suicide build Thief as it does want to bait out AbyssⅨ to play the Dreamwitch. Potentially speaking here from the side of AR, the Thief is a sacrificial lamb just so we can guarantee the tie, even though yes, there are 2 slow decoders on this set.
True. Just looking at the notes again. Yes, AbyssⅨ does have an opera singer as well as a Dreamwitch. So we'll see. I mean, those were the notes that were given, but Hell Ember was not something we expected. Maybe AbyssⅨ also has another hunter that they want to showcase in this matchup. But an opera singer or a Dreamwitch, definitely much welcomed if that is the hunter that can get them the 4-point elimination.
Yes, now then AbyssⅨ, going for the Ivy here. This is good. I like this a lot.
Same.
Weeping Clown full counter, T full counter. This is at least 2 survivors here that you can chase after between the 4.
I like it. Weeping Clown cannot use that flashlight, cannot even look at this hunter. Weeping Clown also, it's going to be hard for them to make those transitions to happen. I like this. Okay, really just putting everything on the line with this Ivy. However, AR's win condition, folks, they just need 1 out, and they're able to face GH in the finals. That's happening later today, but you got to give it up to Team AL. Really laying it down on the line with AbyssⅨ on this Ivy.
Now then, Persona points, Tie Turner Audience Effect with Great Power Meteorologist, Ninja Reflex Flywheel Audience Effect for our Thief, alongside with Flywheel Audience Effect for our Weeping Clown, but last but not least, Tie Turner Audience Effect for Gravekeeper. Everyone having Audience Effect up against a Ivy that we're talking about here with Instant Attention, Max Hunt alongside with Berserker, followed up by a Blink. AR is currently 4-man elimination up, but let's see how well AbyssⅨ can do here. On towards Game 2, second half, we go with a professional commentary brought to you by Posh Spice and Crochet Gaming.
Do or die for AL, and all is riding on this Ivy pick by AbyssⅨ. So Didn't have the tools, but AR is holding all the cards here just for them to get one person eliminated. Joker already getting scared here with 61% stack. Just going to make sure he just transitions away and just safeguards the center area just so that he'll be able to have that Cypher control.
Umpire is kind of standing stationary as we are waiting for Dash Cypher to be unlocked here. As yes, the Weeping Clan will be able to pull out, but even so, doesn't seem like we've any thoughts here to go towards Teeth.
Yeah, so Weeping Clown still at the corner area. We're gonna get an Ostracon area over at the top part of this map while the attention is gonna be grabbed by Joker. A Meteorologist has already got rid of the stack. And yeah, AR Survivor's doing really well, just making the numbers game go in their advantage. And Joker understands the assignment, gets scared, but the pallet, it's still gonna be fine though. Can he get out in time? He gets the rocket dash.
What a flywheel to create distance and then rocket put away. We can leech on here one more time, but the issue is the fact that your down is going to be even longer than 100 seconds. The leech and blink can be a good follow-up, but even so, Joker are trying to get away. We're able to get so much stacks here. This might be bad, but 47, we can blink open and revelation, and then potentially speaking, get a second hit ASAP.
True, gets a 91 stack. He's actually in this area, but the pallet is actually going to be the mind game here. But like you pointed out, the blink is going to register. I'd say it was actually a good start for Joker and got a little bit of ciphers going on and just prolonged that down for as much as he could. However, we're still in the thick of it, Kuro. Can't call it yet.
Exactly. We're now currently charting near towards Meteorologist as going towards Gravekeeper Cypher Machine, trying to lock it as he does make his way in here first as well. Now, T finishing off his Cypher Machine first when it was initially locked simply just states he was the only one not rotating around, so it only does make sense as Yuki has to take the final blow, even though, yes, we do still have that Tightener, so it's overall not the worst.
Still all good. Leached onto Yuki, and the Tide Turner does take Joker away, has one more Rocket Dash to work with. He's going to move on over towards the cemetery, the graveyard side. See if he will get a spray onto this Gravekeeper before he, this clown before he gets onto the window. Able to get through it, so this is all good. Opening up a big chunk of the map, girl.
Oh, just on time as well, Posh, for that max presence to be open. We did manage to get Weeping Clown down on time, but if we see the Cypher Machine too, it was, as we get a little bit of a pause here, it was a, sorry, my brain just died. It was a nice rebound containment. It was after Tightener time as well, and we pulled so far away from the ciphers.
Yeah, just moving. I mean, Ivy does still have that potential map pressure, but the fact that you're able to open up those ciphers at the middle and towards the other side of the map and just keep it at Graveyard, I think one more rescue would be really good. I'm trying to look. They still have a Tide Turner on the Gravekeeper side, so they might make that rotation happen. So it's still looking like AR is fighting till the very end to potentially tie this game out, which is playing to their win condition.
Exactly, and like it's also great now knowing the fact that they still, as you said, right, they still do have double 50% Cypher Machines. Teeth just hasn't been seen just yet, and Weeping Clown still having that Rocket Dash on his hand to use for endgame scenarios, so we could still potentially see a 4-man endgame even after the rescue as well. But I would say, kind of from Arisa's point of view, we will have to stall a lot of time for a blink, because the easy part of Ivy's endgame is if you have that blink available alongside with max presence, you can get a really, quick and fast double down.
Good. And we did see how the blink was able to counter that pallet drop here. Just get the scare on, get the stacks going on, get the attraction, and then you're able to get that blink down. I want to see how that is going to play towards the end game. But yeah, I mean, I'm rooting for that underdog. I want to see AL kind of really have a good showing in this matchup. But AR really not pulling back any punches here with how well they're able to kite around, and pretty standard fare for the type of Ivy matchup we're seeing thus far. And we did note that the Weeping Clown doesn't have the best possible matchup, but that flywheel to that Rocket Dash really prolonged the game a little more, at least that down. But now, back to the game we go. It is going to be the second chair for our Weeping Clown.
Survivors here, we do see Gravekeeper on his way in here for the next rescue. The Leech doesn't matter as much as he does have 2 out of 2 shovels, but for Arisa, potentially speaking, when you get the lock on towards Survivors, bring the shadows back and go out and start map controlling, because we don't have max presence here just yet.
What's a little scary is that they don't have their last cipher. And just like that, we do have the thief to get hit here. It has to be very careful. Can't get too corrupted here. This does allow the rescue to happen. So they don't have a backup cipher. That's what I meant. They do have their last cipher, but it's right at the center of this map. So it's going to be tough if they really try to push that. And that rocket dash might come in through. Gets the flywheel just to create that separation.
But unfortunately speaking, Weeping Clown can't use the rocket. Hey, we used it just to go for the stun. That's a brilliant move there, because if we try to pull distance out, it'll just be easily cancelled by that revelation from Ivy. But nice scare here once again. We got the 100 stack, and that's a beautiful hit down, even with Teef trying to support.
Wow, they're really trying to push this 97% Cypher. Meow is going to be chased out of this area. We do get a hit onto the Gravekeeper. It's going to be kind of tough because this is the last Cypher that they can kind of push for. And now it just seems like there's so much the tombstones here just for them to even try and think about pushing the Cypher that's sitting at that 97% mark.
We don't want to really pop the Cypher machine at middle because this is the scariest one of them all, but it just seems like we're kind of left with no choice here at all, as Teef currently getting healed by that Clouds. But if you do change targets towards the Teef, that's not a good idea here too at the same time, just because if you knock him down, he's still going to get up with 80 stacks available on hand to use here as well. But our survivors have quite a decent amount of items here to use, as right now, new Cypher being decoded by Meteorologist.
I like this. They're opening up another Cypher just to gain the attention away from that center, just to pull away and get those cooldowns to be able to be used here to just camp it out. Because like you said, yeah, the center Cypher is too hot. They cannot touch this. PP might get chased, but he does have a great shovel to work with. So I'd say, AbyssⅨ getting the next down onto the Meteorologist. They go for that pop though, so 3-man endgame, Kuro.
It just felt like one of the kind of, if only Ivy's attack animation was a bit faster, then potentially speaking could have leached on towards Teef in that scenario. But Teef will have to take the blunt of the blade, as he will go down with no one at the gate here just yet.
We've seen how Dux did try to get more out of the gate, but he's going to go for a chair here. We're going to pressure a rescue. We're going to get the Phantom form to try and go for Yuki from opening that gate, and it's going to possibly get there in time at 69%, but we're still going to pressure a rescue on PP side. Again, they just need one person out the gate, and the gate is about to be open. No, we teleport through a detention hit onto Yuki. This allows the thief to just go for that rescue, but time.
It just seems like right now we might be able to get this. Oh no, not just yet. Teef goes down here, unfortunately.
Yeah, so now it just seems like everyone is down. So can we get more out of the gate? Yuki trying to use up the self-heal, but AbyssⅨ going back here just to make sure. Watch out for that tram. We have to be very careful. And now we just get the pickup going. Gravekeeper is it's the only man standing. Thief still has the self-heal to work with, but it's still gonna be quite the way here, Kuro.
And I just feel like PP might just force himself out here. We do have the gate at 94% right now, so if he can't just get out, that might not be a bad idea. We're teleporting back towards Teef as GK. We're going to go for the rescue here one more time. Okay, it does come true, but you still have the leech on this side, so maybe it's time to kind of separate as Gravekeeper. Just barely got into shovel on time.
Yeah, and now able to actually force attack recovery, so now going to pressure the rescue onto Thief's side. But like you pointed out, that was a very timed shovel. They're really playing with fire here. No one's actually attempting to go for that gate. I do think there's a tombstone there, but you can most likely just touch the gate and it's going to open. Goes back there, and now PP is vulnerable. Gets the hit, but no more detention.
There goes away the Teef. Here comes Yuki here at the back. 35 stacks here. Needs to go down here, but it seems like we're able to teleport over. And hey, not a down there just yet. There's still a chance. We can still get out here. We might be able to leech back onto his Gravekeeper. So Gravekeeper, if we can rush this, it'll be the best case scenario, as a terror shock hit down on the side of Yuki here once again. But it's just Gravekeeper barely making that escape. And AbyssⅨ, such a great clutch game, but it just isn't enough.
Man, that was so close, and you gotta give it up to AbyssⅨ. It looked like a 5-point game, and we were gonna get that BO3, but the win cons still remain the same. We just need one out. I mean, AR was, I'd say, playing with fire. That could have gone sideways real quick. It just so happens that detention ran out, and yeah, they didn't have any items to work with as well. So if only you cut off the Gravekeeper, just slug everyone, we could have seen a game number 3, but it was quite unfortunate. AR is going to be moving on, but again, guys in chat, please show your love and some heart emojis for AL, really leaving it all on the line. Ducks, Arisa, and the survivors of Team AL. You know, amazing showing. Unfortunately, you had to go up against one of the veteran teams out there. And I think AR is just kind of flexing to everyone that they also belong in the stage and they want to be able to showcase their skill up against GH and also on the COA Grand stage.
Yeah, but I would say more or less in that scenario here, as we see with the point difference, 14-4, Arisa has done such a brilliant kind of, you know, endgame scenario for us as well. But yes, this is kind of the reason why we don't see Teeth in tourneys, especially up against characters like these. It's just way too hard during those endgame scenarios as well. If only Arisa had that detention right after she hit the Gravekeeper, I would say that is definitely going to be guaranteed a 4-man, but it was just unfortunate time did run out.
Yeah, really leaving it all on the line. And Arisa on this Ivy, you know what? We were on board on the Shadow pick because this was the Hunter to give that 4K potential to go par to par, blow for blow with Hushin. But it just the survivors, even though they drafted the survivor comp a little disadvantageously with the Thief and the Weeping Clown, they were still able to make it work. But mid to end game, it started to shift towards Arisa's favor. So hopefully we see that name, or hopefully we see these survivors and hunters in future tournaments like IVT or other qualifiers, because there is that potential there. And going up against AR, I'm pretty sure they learned a lot.
Yes, exactly. And it's just huge props as well towards the side of AL2. Like, yes, they weren't able to do too well from the side of, you know, Game 1 and Game 2, but once again, it is still quite a newer team as well, up against an old veteran team, as you know, it's a mix of Upper Dog and FT from last year too. But even so, we can see Heshin a huge improvement as well from his side, being able to become the main hunter from the side of AR. But the biggest challenge, I believe, will be next matchup versus GH.
You know what the best part is, Kuro? We're gonna be watching along with chat here, because we'll be along with you guys for the ride, because it will be Chocho and Nello taking that mantle of that intense match, which again, it's just AR is also as strong as GH. But I would have to say that having the harder road to get towards that final match, because they did go up against FT. AR, though, really putting AL to their limits. And here we have the final match stats here. The win condition was barely checked off here. They just needed one out. That's what they got. AL showing that AR or veteran teams can bleed. And on another day, we could be seeing AL advance. But we are in that reality timeline where AR and GH will be your final match for today, folks.
And of course, you see here as well, right? Jokra on that Weeping Clan up against a full counter Ivy with 106-second containment time is very, very impressive at the same time too. This does show how good of a team AR is, especially with so many veteran survivors on their team comp as well. But of course, once again for Arisa, a beautiful endgame there played, getting able to get that trim elimination with an overall of 4 pallets destroyed, 14 hits on survivors, 1 terror shock, and 8 knockdowns.
Again, very intense final game between AR versus AL. If you guys are joining us now, look back at the replays. It was quite intense. We had a Hell Ember round 1, and you had Hushin with his mechanically gifted Hunter with how he was able to play the Opera Singer and his QS. But we do have to give our flowers and our congratulations to Team AR to get the victory here.
Yeah, and not only that as well, you see Game 1 8-1, very dominant from Hushin, and then Game 2 6-3. It was less dominant, but of course it was the Hunter putting as much work as possible. And once again, best deduction for Hushin here.
No complaints here. Hushin played like a madman. He is terrifying. If I am GH's survivors, I'd be shaking in my boots if I have to go up against him. And they will be in just a bit. GH was kind of sitting on ice, but AR's work is not done. They will have to go up against Team GH to see who is the second team to qualify. Will it be AR, or will it be another Thai team to be able to represent Southeast Asia alongside Team Return?
But I guess from our side note here as well, like with average eliminations here 4-2, you just can't see how dominant of a hunter that Heshin is right now as the meta slowly shifts towards, I do believe, more of a, control mechanic type hunter rather than just single hits here overall as well. But still, even so, you can see as well the best deduction was given to the opera singer instead of the QS, especially with how fast he was able to get his very first down as well.
Yeah, I think it just shows, yes, the meta has shifted towards control type hunters, but I mean, the fast and furious type hunters like Ivy or the ones that could really just stack up hits are still something that you have to respect. So cannot wait to see more of Heshin and more of his hunters in the next matchup that we are going to see in GH. Hopefully you guys also will stick around for that, because that's going to be one intense match to determine who is going to be the second team to represent Southeast Asia.
Exactly, but even so, still, once again, right, there should be around a 20-minute interval here right between, our finals here of day 2, and this will once again guarantee our final seed, our final team that will represent Southeast Asia team alongside Wish or T as well. It's quite tough out here still, as I would believe the favorites here most likely will be given towards GH, as their first matchup seemed more like a final.
Yeah, well, that does it for us here at the casting desk. Thank you so much for tuning in. Tune in for GH versus AR. But on behalf of COA:Í Gaming and Approximate, we'll see you on the next one, guys. Stick around. Be right back. Bye-bye.
记者小姐。 进化的过确实不需要考虑淘汰者的处境。
这好闹人啊，爱丽丝。
到我，爱丽丝。稍等，记者小姐，我想这里不是适合交谈的地方，请随我来。
Melly? Melly? Oh, pardon me. Mr. Plinius has recently become obsessed with studying insects. There's a greenhouse at the back of the manor. It used to be filled with rare and unusual plants. Oh, right. Lately, Mr. Josh has been staying there.
Here is the Mr. Plinius beehive, and it will be your future workplace.
European black bees. Dangerous, but not deadly. They cannot coexist peacefully with any other bees.
Sorry, I...
Certain scents can affect their behaviors. Dried lavender, for example, can calm them. As far as I know, the European continent has no truly lethal bee species.
Maybe there are other scents.
This court hereby declares that the marriage and cohabitation between Dorsa Planis and Malia Planis be dissolved and legal separation is granted.
Humans' understanding of bee colonies has always remained at the superficial level of instinct-driven. But through my empirical observations in the bee farm I set up on the estate, a bee colony is not just a disorderly swarm of insects.
Precisely functioning community of life. The order of bee colonies is not entirely gentle. I discovered a phenomenon that has not been well documented in the literature. Which I would tentatively call matricide behavior. It is not the betrayal, but a cruel choice made by the bee colony to ensure the survival of the hive. All actions serve the long-term survival of the population. Every action of the bee colony is aimed at ensuring the continuation of the population. Don't move! These are hornets. They only sting when they feel their life is in danger.
Looks like I've disturbed subjects.
It's the perfume. Those luxurious danger scents struck them in.
You know, Beast, I think your abilities deserve to be seen.
This also makes us reflect on the collaboration within human society. We need to be as gentle and collaborative as worker bees, and also remain capable of making rational choices when necessary.
大家好，我是第5人格的主文案圈圈。时隔2年，主线剧情终于得以再进一步，我也很高兴能再次坐在这里和大家共同分享新 Identity 角色女王蜂的设计过程。天币这个称呼，与其说是形容生物学上的一种风种，更确切的是来自于世界观设定中流行于当时的奥尔菲斯与约书亚普利尼的死，以及关于约书亚夫妇的一些市井传言所撰写的一部悬疑奇情小说。从故事的名字和内容都暗喻作为遗孀的美丽，通过汲取约书亚及其家族的能量来获取目前的财富及地位。当然，这并非事实，至少不是事实的全部。阿尔菲斯有自己的算盘，梅丽也有。约书亚至于梅丽而言，并非一种单纯的情感关系，甚至说生存关系也并不确切。在那个信息闭塞、地域、阶级、性别画出一道道地位鸿沟的时代，约书亚的出现为从小在小山村生长的梅丽展示了一种她之前从未想象过的人生处境：体面的、被尊重的、闪烁智慧光辉的。这种近乎乌托邦的处境为尚处蒙昧的梅丽标定了一个新的人生方向。相较于与约书亚相爱，更吸引梅丽的是成为约书亚那样的人，或者说成为她曾经想象中约书亚那样的人。而最开始，她以为约书亚会如她曾许诺的那样帮她达成这个目标，但随着背弃与伤害的不断发生，她发现这条路她只能独自走完。三人救戏本身而言，属于德罗斯小姐阶段性的同伴吧。虽然玩家在剧情中的行为选择会对实质的信任关系有一定影响，但至少目前大致还处于信任昆虫学者的阶段。而Identity角色可以看作德罗斯小姐在药物影响及高压环境下对于三者最危险化想象的投影。外形上是正在异化中的蜜蜂，所以还包裹着膜以及隐约的圆形，与其他 Identity 角色不同，处于一种异化的中间态。这也与观测者对于他的内心投影有关。观测者对于他的认知还没有被恐惧完全控制。
大家好，我是第5人格的战斗策划周3营业。在这次昨日之龙的资料片中，负责女王蜂的技能设计与技能制作。初次见面，还请大家多多指教。作为昆虫学者的监管人格，其技能概念的核心锚点便是虫群。围绕虫群这一锚点，女王蜂与昆虫学者的差异化可以概括为2个方面：交互体验与功能体验。交互体验部分，我们已经有了一些切换操作对象类型的角色，比如昆虫学者、机械师、梦之女巫、时空之影这些。为了更好地体现女王蜂对虫群的感知操控与灵活性，我们赋予了女王蜂一种同频双控的操作方式，来给大家带来新的交互体验。在功能体验上，我们希望虫群和美丽能有更多的伴生效果。美丽控制虫群，虫群为美丽提供增益与能量，美丽消耗虫群提供的能量发射矢刺，虫群可以作为美丽飞行的终点。在2阶时， 美丽可以和虫群合为一体，形成蜂球。这些功能设定让虫群与美丽的伴生关系更为鲜活。我们也希望能让大家感受到一种我与虫群彼此互为战友的游戏体验。女王蜂是一名追击型监管者，由于狮刺不会被低矮的建筑物阻挡，所以它的优势地形为低矮板区或较为开阔的区域。优势地图为月亮河公园。在实战中，可以利用狮刺的延迟特点，封锁求生者的交互，或先释放狮刺后进行过板普攻的操作。在隔墙与求生者僵持时，可以利用反哺加应激狮刺来达到出其不意的命中效果。灵活预留能量与虫群的位置，会让女王蜂的手蚁控场收益最大化。女王蜂是一名在前期比较怕拉点的监管者，较远的控制距离会使虫群难以碰到求生者，从而令女王蜂无法获取增益与能量。在近距离博弈下，应尽量选择高墙或复杂板区来对其进行牵制，利用碰撞和转角来压缩女王蜂狮刺的发挥空间。
那么以上就是本期女王蜂设计访谈的全部内容，感谢大家能够跟随我们的视角了解女王蜂的故事与设计，我们下次再见。
Pierce through lies with their stingers. A larva goes through several transformations. In this process, they learn to feel warmth with their extremities.
That's how new species are, Mary. Always fascinating.
Observe dreams with their compound eyes. Break free from constraints with their wings.
You don't belong here, Mary.
Pierce through lies. With their stingers.
Hello, and we are back for our final matchup of today and also the qualifying matchup for Team SEA right now. We're seeing two powerhouses here, GH versus AR. They've won both their matches previously, and ultimately we'll be seeing who will be the one on top here. But of course, I'm Chocho, and there's Nello Mello, and we'll be your commentators for this final matchup.
Yeah, super excited for the finals. This is going to decide who's going to be the second representative and whether GH will be that second representative and ultimately makes two Thailand team representatives for Southeast Asia. I mean, that's going to be a first time in history as well. So super excited to see how the games are going to play out. But Chocho, you know what? I feel like we could talk a little bit more about what happened leading up until this matchup between GH and AR, because I have not recovered, and I feel a lot of people have probably thinking as well, like what actually happened. So what happened was, just to reiterate a little bit, GH won against FT, and they won without having a round 3 second half. So GH definitely showing the full force. So what we want to emphasize here is GH was the complete team this time. They were very hungry. They were very hungry for victory. They have not been to COA stage for quite a number of years, and they're very hungry. And finally, they made it. So they are one step closer to making it, right? So right now, they are going up against AR, who's trying to take that spot away from them. And looking at the map selection as well, I feel like Chocho, they're going to bring it straight to Ever Sleeping Town.
Yeah, Ever Sleeping Town, and with GX Hunter side coming out first. So we've seen the Hunter side coming in from GH, right? And now I really like how you painted the picture here. And at the same time, you know, we'll be seeing two of these teams that have already won, and great performance coming in from both sides, Hunter and Survivor likewise. In fact, the person that really impressed me today, because yesterday we had someone impressing me, of course, which is 6-7. But
6-7.
Today, 6-7, but today we're seeing God J. God J is really the highlight of today, I feel. Transition from Hunter to Survivor, and you know, we really thought that maybe he might be the potential liability towards the team, but no. He popped off, he kited really well with the I believe with the Fair Lady, with the meteorologist, and also at Chinatown. Amazing stuff coming in from him, and I can't wait to see what else GH survivors can bring to the table here. But we cannot forget Momoka, you know, frontlining all of these matches. We saw his Q-Wiz, we saw his IV, amazing stuff. But yeah, now maybe you bring us through a little bit what really happened as well.
Ken. No worries, no worries. We're definitely gonna spill the tea. We're definitely gonna clear the airs right here. God J, right? God J, like what you said, even there are some doubters in the chat earlier on as well. Like God J, not very consistent. Sometimes he does very good, sometimes he doesn't do very good. But today he was definitely possessed by the god of IDV, because he was kiting out of his mind with the meteorologist. Beautiful positioning, bought so much time, and of course, I feel like that's one of the very few reasons as well, which allowed GH to capitalize. Momoka was already securing with a 3K, with a draw, nothing too crazy, all the way leading up to a 4K. FT Survivors were still putting up a fight, but it's very unfortunate because GH Survivors, coupled with Momoka, they were already putting up such a strong front against FT, which is not a complete team, dare I say, which is not a complete team. Their main force was divided, unfortunately. But then again, this is the decision to bring their maybe this is the decision from them to bring this strongest lineup forward. But yeah, I guess that's the gist of the story, right, Chocho?
Absolutely. I just feel that sometimes decision making has been very important. Since yesterday, we've seen many decision making inside the game, but also outside of the game, before the game even starts, even when the team was formed. A lot of things are kind of set in stone already, and it probably resulted to that. But of course, our center of attention here would be between these two teams now. Game 1 first off at Ever Sleeping Town. Band picks are going in really fast. We're seeing the Doctor and Seer band, Puppeteer, as well as the Gravekeeper. The server lineup. Actually, just throwing in everything, all of the meta heroes right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you gotta play right from the start, right? You gotta play the meta characters up. And the decision to play Enchantress allows them to keep Archer for the second round. I believe that's the plan right here. They're like, okay, right, you know what? We're going to use this first. And you decide to go with the Marcus or you decide to go with the Goatman, fine, we will have that hard counter for you. Whereas Momoka is just banning all of the healers, single hit blocks, and the tanks right there. So it's kind of obvious what he's trying to go for, trying to bait out a Goatman kind of pick, to bait out the counter Goatman pick, but he could reciprocate by playing Marcus at the same time. So, Chocho, I mean, before we get things started, I think we got so heated we forgot to say hello to everyone in the chat as well. So
yeah.
I'm so sorry about that. But thank you guys for being here until the very end, since the very beginning. We definitely see you in the chat. I had fun talking to you guys. Thank you for the recommendation of chips. And by the way, Chocho, they said that Lay's is the best potato chips brand out there. What do you think?
Lay's?
Lay's?
I like Domino's.
Domino's?
So...
Is that? Oh, okay.
Is that the brand name? Is
I think so.
Yeah, but we'll talk more about chips later on as we see Momoka selecting his hunter here, the COAIST. We need to remember that this is the MVP COAIST that we saw in matchup 1 today, GH versus FT. And we've seen his results with the COAIST, a 3-kill against FT survivors at Chinatown.
Yeah, this is arguably COAIST's best map. He can cipher lock with proper placement. He can cipher lock 2 ciphers at the same time. So honestly, I would say the advantage is towards Momoka right here. But we're going to talk about it a little bit later on because right now the stats are Blink with an Insolence and Detention on the side of the COAIST. Whereas for the survivors, there are 2 Flywheels, 3 Tide Turners. So very safe, right? Trying to buy as much time as possible with the Tide Turners. So right now, game number 1, first half, Ever Sleeping Town. This is going to be AR versus GH. That's Chocho, and I'm Mello Mello, commentating for this game.
Momoka's COAIST at a different map this time around. Ever Slipping Town heading straight for Yuki. We've seen how Yuki kite against a Hell Ember in the Arms Factory before. Very fast reaction time and great kiting as well. But Momoka, seems like he doesn't want to commit to Yuki. We'll be heading towards the center area where Melpai, the Enchantress, is at. Whether this is a good chase, now maybe you take us through this.
Yeah, I mean, basically what happens here is COAIST doesn't want to commit to a chase straight away. He just wants to build that presence, wait until his blink is almost up. He just rotates and chase people off the ciphers first. So right now he's going to commit towards Meowpai, hopefully trying to land that first hit first. But he knows, right? Meowpai knows, right? Against a COAIST, you got to pre-drop pallets as well, especially after going in. So Momoka is basically just making Meowpai waste out those pallets, wait until his blink is up, and possibly commit towards another survivor, stop them from committing. But right now, blocking the cipher onto Yuki. Yuki right here, pre-drop pallet, but the blink is going to be ready in 3 seconds. Let's see if that's going to hit very, very early on.
Alright, Yuki also trying to establish the distance so that blink hit won't happen here, but it seems like it will still unevitably, and the hit registers. Yuki will vault through and hit towards the 2nd floor, now into ball form here. Can she get captured here? It seems like she will not bite and will levitate and take advantage of this now. Momoka falls back into ball form here, and Yuki able to kite out for a 2nd time.
Yeah, has to be really careful with the cue ball because that's gonna be the black hole, and the flywheel's not gonna stop it as well. You cannot even flywheel out of it. Not to mention Yuki doesn't have the flywheel, but Meowpai is here providing that support if necessary. There's 2 stacks right here, so very early support coming out because they know that if they want to stand a chance, they got to help the kite go a little bit further on. Beautiful flywheel. Momoka still trying to waste a little bit more time buying that stack. He's almost at 3 stacks, a quarter to 3 stacks, but this is a very dangerous game he's playing here. Okay, so that's gonna be the 3rd stack. Momoka is obviously not gonna pick him up. Put that. Oh, right, the burst stack, but he's still inside. Yeah, you cannot really kite out of it. The item by Yuki is almost gone as well, Chocho.
Yeah, a lot of usage of the bottles there. So currently at this point in time, Yuki's second kite potential will not be very great. But let's see if the team commits for this rescue here. We do see Enchantress sending the help me, which means that a healing will happen with PP and Malpai. Aeroplanes coming in for the rescue, seems like, and does have a Titana to work with, but let's see how successful it's gonna be.
Yeah, triple Titaners, right? Just in order to just buy enough time, as much time as possible. But that's the thing. Successful rescue going on. Reborn Kite is gonna happen needs to be really, really good in order to buy more time. But here's the thing, Momoka is not tunnel vision. Not only is he chasing, he's also cypher controlling, because this is undoubtedly one of the best maps for QS. Right now, taking Malpai instead. That's gonna be half health Malpai, won't be able to harass as much right now. But again, great mobility coming in from the QS. Momoka right here chasing after Yuki. Pre-drop pallet, no blink to work with, is forced to break the pallet, and Momoka continuing pursuit. But Yuki, that's the last of the bottle resources there. Jojo.
Yeah, last of it, but even though we see the down here by Yuki, right, we did see her kiting beyond the Titana period, which is actually quite good for the team here, but we did see a lot of time being brought out healing each other instead of decoding. So Cypher progress, not the best, I must say, and not too sure whether PP will come in and commit for this rescue and buy a little more time for the rescue, for the decoding, as we see PP will be joined, will be caught out here, will use the watch preemptively. Can he get safely towards the chair and come in for the rescue here? Things are gonna look very tricky here for PP.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's very good to be careful earlier on. And right now, trying to make that rescue, I don't think you can really do an unharmed rescue. It's going to take that one hit. Yuki is going to be able to run away. Asking for Malpai. So beautiful decision, allowing Malpai to be in the middle just in order to block at least. Yeah, you know what? Injure Malpai doesn't really matter. He's at 3 stacks right now. So Chocho, the chase continues, but I feel like Malpai is just going to continue this trend of over-supporting right here. And with very good reason as well. But Yuki, a little bit too far. Needs to be really careful. Blink is up. The stun burst is going to happen right now. Yuki is trying to kite towards a safer area, but with a blink ready as well, I'm not sure if Yuki is going to have enough time. Oh, okay.
Yeah, got captured by the ball there. Got captured by Momoka and will be sent back to the manor. Here we're seeing 3 survivors injured. Healing is ongoing between Jokra as well as Malpai. So at least one person will be full health. Maybe another if they are lucky enough and Momoka doesn't catch them. But looking at our ciphers now, the last cipher is also being worked on. I'm not too sure how long the second kite is going to be here, especially against a blink Qist.
That's true, that's true. But honestly, I feel like they are holding up their own pretty well, you know what I mean? But unfortunately, with that blink still ready, PP is gonna go down. I would say, I would give him the benefit of the doubt and say that he did not use his watch because he wants to prepare for late game. I would give him that benefit of doubt. Because if he uses it up now, maybe, you know, he wouldn't be able to kite late game. But it's really okay because Malpai on rescuing duty right now. They're going to start a new cipher very far away, so they know the QS needs to be around the vicinity. The Nitus has already been popped, right? So Malpai around this vicinity can probably just go for one rescue, but he's gonna go for that before half rescue. So I'm not sure if that's gonna allow him for a secondary rescue after that. Probably is gonna commit with a watch. But Momoka, again, see, not being tunnel vision, going straight for the cipher, just making sure he cuts, he does the cipher control, you know, and now chasing after Jokra, pushing him out of the cipher. This will allow both of them to heal though. So AR is trying to play the long game, but Momoka is gonna come out advantageous because the survivors are going to run out of resources very soon.
Yeah, and we're seeing that Jokra is kiting towards 2 of his teammates that's healing as well. Not too sure whether there was a comms issue coming in from there as well. As we see all of them just running like headless chickens away from the hunter. And things just cannot look more messy than this. As we see the last cipher not being worked on, they've decoded their 7th cipher, and a lot of progress have been pushed back because this is a QS we're talking about. As we see Jokra trying to decode, a lot of them are just running. Nothing is really happening. No healing, no decoding. What should be the focus point here for the survivors now?
They should really start getting PP and finding that item first, right? Because right now, Malpai is the only one that's healthy, but not for long, because Momoka is trying to injure everyone. Because when everyone's injured, this is going to give the advantage significantly towards Momoka. And this is where the danger area comes in. He's controlling the middle part of the map. He can go anywhere he wants. He's the QS. Oh my goodness. And look, PP has no more item to work with. He can take the tram, however, so that's going to buy some more time for him. So good on him. But again, the threat of not having a last cipher is gonna pay off. Oh no. Wait, is that the cue ball? Oh, he got transported out! Choo-choo!
My my goodness, what a play coming in from Momoka, just preventing additional time being wasted of the traveling towards the other side and getting that hit. So great play coming in from Momoka, and at the same time we did see some healing happening, so at least that is kind of like a saving grace. But you mentioned already, this is a kill, we're talking about the mech control is insane, Cypher control is more than insane, as we see a blink hit coming through as well. Jokra will be dying between the 3 Cyphers here. Momoka will be chairing Jokra, so they're all taking turns onto the chair except for Meowpai. Meowpai is trying to push for that 55% Cypher as PP is injured.
Yeah, I mean, like, he's playing the long game. Look, the game is almost 10 minutes, right? He's just wasting all of the resources as much as possible. With the exception of Meowpai, everyone's resources is running out. Jokra still has 2 jetpacks to work with, but he's on the chair right now. PP has to leave decoding duty and probably go for the rescue right here. But Momoka, look, he's just trying to make sure everyone's injured. If Meowpai gets injured here again, they're gonna waste time and try and heal him back again. But Momoka knows what's up. The trajectory, look, he's just constantly going back and forth between the 2 domains right here, and he's gonna catch them out in the open.
Oh my goodness, the heal did not happen. They tried to force it. No, I'm not sure what the comms were, because I'm pretty sure Meowpai could have potentially see where the hunter was coming from, but the hunter was leaving him already. But we didn't see the comms of them, you know, potentially just stop healing, run away. They was continuously healing at the place where Jokra was
the trajectory
rescued.
was, right? Yeah, I
Yes,
mean,
exactly. So it's quite a questionable play from coming in from AR survivors. I'm not too sure what the game plan here is, but the comms, they need to communicate.
they definitely need to communicate, Jojo. Like, the moment Momoka left Meowpai, there should have already been a very significant signal like, hey, Momoka's leaving this area, he's already in the middle grounds, stop healing, start running, right? That's what you should do, because that's what Momoka's trying to do. He's trying to catch the survivors off guard. And the fact that they were healing, like what you point out, in the trajectory, right? Like, how fast, how slow do you think the QS is gonna take in order to catch up to you? So I feel like you're right. It's a miscomm right there. And I feel like if this thing's dragged on even more at this point, it's going to lead up to a 4K. It's ultimately going to lead up to a 3 or 4K, because
It
2
might.
of them are already out.
2 of them are already out, like you mentioned. Meowpai is trying to force a Cypher. Can it pop though? Like, and now pushed back because of the netting and captured by the ball. The hit registers, and Enchantress can't push that Cypher. Last Cypher, it's still stagnant, pushed back. Nothing they could do here. Jokra is still at the Cypher trying to decode. Momoka is keeping them really busy now, and AR survivors, I don't think they can keep up with Momoka's rhythm here.
Whoa! A little bit of flywheel there, a double back into a burst stun. Meowpai can afford that, right? Because he has that burst stun to happen. He knows that Momoka does not have excitement. But this is where things get very scary. He's just going to continue mini-abnormaling the Cyphers. And now, going back to where Jokra is, the Cypher's only at 65%. Get out of that area right now, Jokra. Basically, everyone's injured at this point. Both of them have some resources to work with to guard. But at this point, he's just going to keep mini-abnormaling the Cyphers, Jojo.
Yeah, the mini abnormaling is one thing, but him just having like three balls right like that,
Yeah,
is able to
always.
get between these 2 Cyphers so easily, forcing them to be busy, whether you're gonna decode or not, pushing back Cyphers as well. As we see, Momoka will be committing to a Joker, Joker forced to use the last jetpack here, unfortunately. As we see, Meowpai still trying to push that 80% Cypher.
Oh, nice.
Jokra also kiting towards where Meowpai is as well. So now he's down at the center area. Meowpai is even closer to him, and Momoka will just lock in on Meowpai. This is a 4K stalemate situation potentially for GH.
Exactly. GH has got to be really happy with this result, right? Momoka is on the verge of eliminating 4 of them. He's not going to give any chance for the Cyphers of Prime. He's just going to keep getting everyone injured, and with that, they're gonna surrender. 4K right off the bat, and you can see how hard of a fight. But you gotta give props to AR, right? They were fighting for their lives right there. Just a little bit of misstep, and that's it. Because Momoka was being so patient, he was constantly controlling Cyphers back and forth, trying to waste all the resources and catching them off guard. But for them to be able to fight until the full 10-11 minutes past the 11-minute, 12-minute mark, it just shows how hard they are trying to make Momoka sweat for it. So I feel like very commendable, but ultimately it's a game of the hunter. The longer he drags it, the more advantageous he's gonna be. 5-0.
Yeah, and just the way Momoka is, right? This is the MVP character that he had in matchup number 1, and this shows exactly why. This is why Momoka really ultimately really just played better than FT, unfortunately. In this case here for FT, of course. But I think right now for Momoka, his hands are heated up. He is geared up for this. He can't be more prepared than this already, and can't wait to see more of him. But at the same time, we need to remember that at the start of this matchup, Momoka did not have the best starting. We saw a lot of him rotating a lot, and the ciphers were pushed very well. I think by the time he decides to commit to Yuki, the cipher progress was almost, if you combine it all together, almost 1 full cipher already. So that was a pretty late game, pretty kind of like not so great of an early game for him, but he did bring back the momentum for him. We saw how he snowballed, a lot of comms misstep happening from the survivors side, and him ultimately taking advantage of it as we look into the match that's it now.
Yeah, 215 seconds, right? And that's clearly from kiting and supporting at the same time. You know what I think? I feel like the reason why they were having a better start in the beginning against Momoka, right? Momoka was not having a lot of it was still okay for the survivors, was because I feel like he was not expecting the over support coming in. The over support came in, slowed down the ciphers a little bit, that's true, but he wasn't getting any survivors down really fast at that time. So in the end, it's just a matter of Marcus does not have excitement, and he was really afraid of the Enchantress constantly harassing at that point, and that brought an opportunity for them. But in the end, I feel like, I don't know whether it's the mental situation or miscommunication happened. They gave opportunity. PP was not using his watch. Benefit of the doubt, yeah, Jojo, not using the watch at the correct time. And when he actually used it, it was when Marcus was breaking pallets. That was the second watch being expended. So that was also a problem. And the healing at the very end was the final nail to the coffin, because PP was sacrificed out in the open. He had nowhere to run, and the healing wasn't even done. So a little bit of decision making, miscom right there, but ultimately Momoka capitalized. But you know what, Jojo? I think this we can say what we want about the first half, but honestly, we have something going on in the chat earlier on, and we're gonna say it out right now. We are going to be seeing how Hershen is going to manage this deficit in second half, because we were looking forward to Momoka versus Hershen, right? So, Jojo, why don't you tell us a little bit more about Hershen for those of you who, for those of you at home who's like first time here, you don't know about this. Why don't you tell?
Let me just sell this idea to you.
All right, let's go.
So Hershen in matchup number 2 went up against Team AL, right? And they ultimately won. But we also saw Hershen's Q-Wist in BO1 at the Red Church. Very formidable play there. We saw a 4K, a very obvious one in fact. So the question remains as to whether Hershen can also return that favor and help AR tie things up in BO1, because that's going to be most crucial here for them to potentially have a better game in the later rounds, as we see the ban picks happening already, and Seer, Doctor being banned out as usual, and a lot of the meta picks are being capitalized on here.
I like this pick. It just shows that they are ready for either Goatman or even Marcus. But the exception is they're actually bringing up Perfumer here. So, wow.
GotJ as well.
Wow. I feel like, you know what? Today is GotJ's day. So they're like, yeah, let's go creative. Let's go with the perfume. I feel like you can utilize all perfumes. And if that happens, the Hunter is going to have a longer time to try and down the survivors, right? The Magician one, the Hypnotism, the Archer, the Perfumer. I guess the really logical person to chase right here is really GotJ.
Like, maybe he's really just asking for it, right?
He's really asking for it, right? He's like, hey, I smell good, you wanna chase me, right? Stuff like that. But I feel like the logical person to really chase here is really the Perfumer. Make her waste the perfume where at the wrong position, and when she goes back, hit her. You know what I mean? So easier said than done, right? But Hershen needs to do this. He needs to do this no matter what, because the team is already down 5-0. And here he needs to return the favor if he wants to draw this matchup. Or at least don't let the score deficit, the difference be too huge.
Yeah, you mentioned easier said than done, but we also need to remember that GH in their VO3 first half in their first matchup at AbyssⅨ Town, they 4 escaped a wax artist. So this is the same map again. Different characters, of course, a different hunter. We'll see if they're able to replicate that. But at the same time, let's look at their history, right? They have been tying all their games at the very least today. So asking a 1 escape from them feels like ease for them. As we see the small locations as well, let's look into the personas here. We're seeing a Peeper trump cut detention onto Hershen's Goatman, and for Survivor side, we're seeing a triple tight turner, a similar situation we saw from AR Survivors. But let's see if there's going to be a different outcome here for GH Survivors as we see game 1, second half at AbyssⅨ Town between these two teams. My name is Chocho and joining me is Nell, and we will bring you the live commentary of this match in a while's time. As we see also the personas, we're seeing a lot of broken windows brought in from the Survivors. But let's head into the match now, guys. Let's not wait any longer, and let's see what the Survivors have got up for us.
Do or die. Hershen on the Goatman needs to get a 4K to equalize the score right here. Seems like the first target might be Little Boy, but Hershen is just pushing him out of the vicinity. He knows that the graveyard can be a really tricky place to rest, to attack, right? So trying to find that next target. GODJ is in the vicinity. Perhaps he really wants that perfumer in the very end, Jojo.
Yeah, even though it was a long distance, we ultimately did see his favorite target here. We've seen hunters trying to capitalize on GODJ here, but did they really get what they want here? As you see the perfume being expanded here, really forcing the hunter to give her the hit. Unfortunately, no hit was given. She was back with the perfume and she is safe. Now another 4 seconds, then she can use another perfume, but seems like the hit will still register, unfortunately.
Yeah, that's very nice. Depending on the cooldown, right? Does not want to give opportunity for GODJ to rotate out of the location from this area. So that's already the first hit being employed. Beautiful. Perfume's not going to matter much. He just needs to make sure he hits. And that's going to register. Beautiful first down in less than 1 minute. Total progress, not really that much. But unfortunately, GODJ's Vera might not actually be working against Goatman so far.
I think GH start may be quite similar to how AR Survivors had in their first half. So let's see how they execute it here. As we see Skyfall doing so much. 9 games to the hunter. The hit still registers, unfortunately. The rescue will be safe here. Let's see how Hershen will get the instant down onto GODJ. He manages to see which one is GODJ. And since the hit was still registered, Titana is in effect here. So it will buy some time for them to go.
Yeah, at this point, you might be wondering, why did he just stand there and break the glass, right? Guys, that's because he knows that he's going to go down anywhere. Might as well just break the glass, use last effort, run further away from the other teammates into a very favorable position, so to speak, right? Oh my god! Beautiful flywheel by Neru right there! Sorry, the negate right there, but he's going to be hit at the same time. Hershen at 85 probably wants to just finish off the 100%. Neru probably shouldn't commit anymore here. You do not want to have too many people injured at this point, but he's gonna try and buy a little bit more time. Let's see what's gonna happen here. Okay, go through. Oh my god, he's gonna position him.
Wow, the archer coming through against a Goatman. We can see how troublesome it is for Hershen to do. We saw how much time was being bought here. As we look into the ciphers, guys, 3 full ciphers almost done.
No. I feel like the advantage is at Hershen. Brilliant play, Jojo. Brilliant play. Bringing him towards that third cipher. Now they're stopped. You see, like that's... And Neru's injured. Archer's injured. Skyfall has chip damage. Little Boy's coming in for the rescue. But look, the cipher's being controlled at the same time. So brilliant positioning right there. by Hershen to continue. Got Jay with the last remaining rebound kite available. Let's see if that's gonna happen. Oh my goodness!
Okay,
Wow.
got Jay vaulted successfully, able to use the perfume as well, hits back. Nothing really could be done here. As you see, the tide turner would be still in effect. The hit registers, but Godjay survives for another day. The cage, unfortunately, the back lip was a little bit confusing for us as we see Hershen still able to land that hit regardless, but the resentment is so low right now.
That's how you play a gold man, ladies and gentlemen. This is the standards right here. Hershen showing the gold standards of Southeast Asia right here. And with that, Godjay is going to be the first survivor to be sent back to the manor. But it is far from over. GH survivors are still trying to push for that ciphers, but without the 5th cipher at all. And everyone with a chip damage, right? With the exception of Neru. This is going to be a hard... the second kite needs to be phenomenal in order to buy time until the last cipher being popped. Wow.
Yeah, and the hit
the tip, right?
registers. Yeah, at the very tip of that weapon that
Skyfall!
he's
Skyfall!
holding. Skyfall might potentially
Oh my
get a
God!
free hit here, unfortunately, even though the watch was in use. We're seeing a big problem here as well. We're seeing the center cipher not being popped here. So this is something that Hershen is capitalizing on. This potentially could be the gateway for him to get that 4K and prevent a point difference for his team here. So Archer is decoding a 5th cipher here, but now all the ciphers are actually quite close to the end.
Very close, but you have to remember everyone is just one hit away except for Archer, right? And now Skyfall's gonna fall. My God, that was so fast. The decision, the experience, the skill, the dexterity coming in, and now Skyfall will finally be on the chair. Little boy trying to finish it, but you gotta be careful. Look, Hershen knows exactly where everyone is. Abnormal to seal the deal.
My goodness, putting a situation into a more dire one for the survivors as they can't even pop the center one. The other two is almost close to being done here. As we see, Naru will be coming in for the rescue. Does have 3 arrows to work with, so let's see if there's gonna be any of help here. As we see, little boy might be the one at the center. A little tricky there as we see Hershen a little bit lost. Can't seem to find where little boy is. He will survive for a little while more, and the mind game at the pallet will help him survive as well. Hershen, can he get the hit at the end of the stick here? This is
He
all,
missed a
isn't
little
it?
bit. Yeah, very unfortunate. But in the end, he still managed to get it, right? And this is crazy. The reason why he allows this this free rescue to happen is because he missed. Unfortunately, Neru, my goodness, he needs to put him down ASAP. Everyone's well, at least they got themselves healed up, right? So little boy did buy a little bit more time, but you gotta be really careful because with the cage, look at how fast he's hitting everyone. I don't know. By the time that everything's done, I think for the next 20 seconds, another abnormal is gonna happen. Hershen is really pushing the limits right here up against GH survivors.
Yeah, and we're seeing them trying to kite out the cage. Does have resentment to work with, but the terror shock connects as well. We see a little bit of hesitation coming in from Neru. Wanted to play a little bit of the mind game, but Hershen does not want any of that. As we see the last cipher, the center cipher will be stagnant. They're opening a 6th cipher instead. Things are looking very bad for GH survivors, and they need to stop the snowball from happening with Hershen as he double abnormals the center cipher.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter. Even if the first officer, Skyfall, manages to finish the 4th cipher, he knows that he can rotate between these 2 ciphers because those are the 2 ciphers with progress, right? So this is a very dangerous thing that's going to happen here simply because the 2 ciphers are so close to each other, and this is going to give the advantage to Hershen. With the cage, you will always be caught off guard, especially if you don't pay attention to. With max resentment as well, this is going to be something really dangerous to work with.
Oh my goodness.
Goat man, Hershen the goat. That's gonna allow Skyfall to rescue, but at this point, he's also doing the exact same thing as Momoka, which is drain them out of their resources, make sure everyone sits on the chair. Just constantly cipher controlling using his abnormal at this point.
Yeah, and this time around is 2 middle ciphers you mentioned already. Up and down, the cages with the surprise factor as well. Neru trying to kite out the hunter here, but the arrows really doesn't do much. The distance was too short.
True.
Nothing can really stop Hershen now as we see him dominating this matchup here. Cyphers is being pushed at the center, we're seeing that happening, but is that really the solution to this? What can GH do here?
They're pushing the ciphers no matter what. This is very scary. I feel like this is the only thing they can do, which is Oh, wait, what? Okay, a little bit of mind games going on there, but Skyfall's going down right here, and Magician trying to pop the Cypher, but Skyfall can be chaired at the moment, so it doesn't really matter. He knows where Little Boy is. So right now, the only job that Little Boy has is to hide as long as... Oh, wait a minute. He's riding the tram. He's not hiding it out. He's riding the tram. He knows. Oh no, Hershen knows. Hershen knows. He knows where he is. Yeah.
And forces him out of the tram as well, it seems. And Little Boy will try to cut out in this area. It's very tight. No items to work with. No flywheel as well. Hershen, he is putting GH in a stalemate situation here. And Little Boy... This is just very tough as we see the downfall to the survivor. They will surrender, and this will secure a 5 point as well for Hershen, for AR. Things are balanced out in BO1.
That's insane. Guys, we are going for a game 3, a definite game number 3. And the reason why I say it's insane is because he's playing just as good, if not better, just as good, if not better, as Momoka right here from Team GH. So, wow, Hershen really goated. That's the only thing I can say. Playing under pressure, you know, how many people can play under pressure knowing that their team has been 4K and you have to return that 4K? So that's just experience and the tournament experience speaking, right? The veterans speaking in. So, guys, 5-0, 5-0. We're not going to have a one-sided match today. No, sorry. We're going to have that full best of 3, which solidifies what Kuro said, that Chocho's the OD queen, unfortunately.
Absolutely. I mean, this is
there.
what we're talking about, right? I mean, other than me being the OD queen, hopefully that's not a curse, but a blessing. Yeah, GH and AR, they are both teams that won the first 2 matchups. And right now, what we need to really focus on is, I mean, of course, BO1 has been... Seems like both sides of the Hunters are very strong. And Survivor side, we know that each of them are very strong. You know, as a team as well, we've seen them perform. But this itself, 5-0, 5-0, we can potentially expect that this is going to be a very, very close matchup. It's not going to be a easy matchup at all. And really, this is going to test their stamina, their character pool, and ultimately their resilience in this.
Can I just say this, Chocho? I feel like GH, even though it's 5-0, 5-0, right? It doesn't tell the full story. I feel like GH has the stronger survivor side. I feel like Hershen has a harder time because I feel like GH has this. And hear me out, the reason why we are saying this, I'm saying this, is because they fought against FT. They gave such a hard time towards FT's Hunter in that first game of the day, right? So I feel like GH has the stronger survivors here, and yet Hershen was still able to pull off that 4K, which makes it even more amazing at this point. So I just gotta say, as the game goes through, I feel like at some point, AR survivors needs to elevate, right? They gotta play like God J. They gotta play like God J in the first match of the day, right? They gotta play like a god possessed them, like the god of IDDs possessed them in order to stand a chance. Because how many times can you expect Hershen to continuously return the 4K favor? If that happens, right? So, Chocho, everyone kited very respectably, but in the end, that abnormal, crazy, man, the control was insane.
Yeah, and actually, right, this is the kind of matchup I was hoping to see, and great that it really did play out, because this is, I mean, other than, you know, just representing for SEA, right?
Yeah.
We know also what is at stake, other than the prize pool as well. We already have one Thailand team that will be representing Team RT for SEA.
Yeah.
And this is right now between a Thailand team, GH, as well as a Malaysian mixed with Singaporeans team. But before we continue on with this conversation, let's look into the highlights and we'll be back with more action. Wow, after an intense matchup, and also we see the highlights. Very, very interesting ones as well. 5-5 situation we're seeing from both sides. No advantage in terms of points or wins. As we look into the map bands here, we're seeing the Red Church and AR Hunter will be coming up first. So Hershen, his hands are already warmed up in the second half. And coming into Red Church, we've seen them play in matchup number 2 of today. So what can we expect with him at this church?
He can obviously still go for the QS. That is if GH does not ban it, right? Because he showed such a good QS play in Red Church, right? In the previous match against AL. So right here, I feel like he could go for the QS if it's not banned. But if the QS was really banned and he's not able to use the Gold Man, I feel like he could still go with the Peddler. But you know what, Chocho? I feel like at this point, right, it's safe to assume, even though he's the hunter going first for AR, it's safe to assume he has to get 4K. It's safe to assume it's safe to assume he has to play like he has to equalize the score with a 4K. He needs to play like that.
Yeah, so aggressive, but not too greedy, right?
Yeah.
So that kind of play style that we're expecting from Hershen here, because you never know what can happen in the second half. And the fact that AR has sent out their hunter first means that the survivor side of AR is confident enough to potentially, if Hershen 4Ks, our survivor side is confident enough to just get all the cyphers pop and
right?
at least get one escape. Yeah,
Yeah.
at least having a goal is better for AR survivors. Maybe that's their mindset here. As we see the Approximate getting bent out here, so it
Very
creates the
smart too.
opportunity for that QS, and we've seen it in matchup 2.
Yeah. Honestly, I feel like they fear the Fast and Furious drifting more also, right? Maybe that's why they decided to ban Opera Singer. Hershen is very good with these 3 characters. Either way, it's like, take your pick. A, B, or C, I still can play them very well. So I guess it's just Fast and Furious at this point. And it seems like GH is going to come up with the doctor. They're calling for emergency medical services and the doctor's going to respond. So let's see how they're going to play this. Tank and heals?
Yeah, a lot of the multi-hit characters we're seeing here, especially the medical doctors, the retreat-hit doctor that we're seeing here. Puppeteer with the little Louis as well. Gravekeeper can shovel into the ground and really help with the situation, especially if Server is going to be will be inside the basement as well. So the meteorologist and the aeroplanes is being banned out here, and Prospector will be selected here. We do know Naru does have a pretty good Prospector play. He's been a professional when it comes to the Prospector, so we should be seeing a very good harassment or even a kite from him.
Specialty pick, I would say, right? Like a specialty pick. But we did see what happened to the Prospector as well in the previous match. So let's see if that's going to be the same thing going on here, because Hershen, he has a choice, right? He has a choice to go with a QS right here. But with a doctor body blocking all the time and even able to heal himself up, you might have to reconsider, right? What kind of characters can you really play in this situation? For me, I feel like I should play Sculptor here. I don't know why I'm saying this. Maybe because Kuro's in the chat, but I feel like a Sculptor here would actually be really good because of the chip damage. And we've seen it before, right? We've seen the 4 chip damages onto the puppeteer, right? And it can work. It can also remove. Oh, but no, he's gonna go with the hullabaloo.
Hullabaloo. We don't see a lot of hunters picking anymore.
Yeah.
Maybe to them it's really not as strong anymore, but maybe Hershen, he's gonna show us a
Positioning
different
lah.
side. Yeah. And there's a lot of corners that survivors can play around with, a lot of terrain. So it'll be quite curious to see how Hershen can work through this. There's a lot of trapeze as well, helping pull a distance. So fingers crossed, hopefully things do work out. The double surprise from Hershen is going to be very important to get those hits as well.
Yeah, I mean, AR is definitely praying to Hershen to make this hullabaloo work, right? So right here, Gotje is going to position himself in the middle. Neru's going to be all the way up in the shack. Skyfall and Little Boy, both left and right. The obvious thing to put would obviously to try and push them out. Okay, so he's positioning himself in the top left, trying to push out Neru or Skyfall. So he's like trying to say, yeah, I have 3 triple targets here. I'm gonna push you all out towards the other side, and bringing a Peeper as well. Peeper, the 3/9 build, right? The trump card is Insolence build, whereas for the Survivor side, they have double Tide Turners. There's only 1 flywheel, that's Neru. Everyone has borrowed time except for Little Boy. So let's see if Hershen will be able to make hullabaloo work in this game number 2. First half, that's Chocho and Nello.
Into first half of this matchup, GH Survivors versus AR's Hunter Hershen. As we see him hitting straight for Skyfall here. Skyfall is on the Gravekeeper, so does have a lot of items to work with. So Hershen, not too sure whether this is gonna be the best choice for him, as you see the double surprise being placed already and White Bomb activated.
Not really sure what's the idea chasing after a rescuer first. Skyfall is also very, very stable. Even if he's not rescuing, he also has a stable kite, right? So not sure what the idea is. Pretty sure there's other targets to pick, but I feel like maybe that's why he's like thinking, yeah, this probably waste the resources. Make sure that there's no Gravekeeper in the late game with shovels. And let's see if this plan works out at the moment. 1 more red is gonna secure it, but then he needs to start building more stacks. Oh my god, that was very, very fast. Trapeze unlocked right here. Let's see if that's gonna be enough. A Peeper as well. Skyfall needs to rotate away. Little Boy's in the vicinity as well, so let's see if Little Boy's gonna help out a little bit. Nah, he doesn't really care. He's just there. He's like, yeah, I'm just gonna continue decoding. I know you're set on Skyfall. But already, Skyfall utilizing the second shovel, and 3 ciphers are really, really fast at the moment.
Yeah, a lot of things expanded from Skyfall. We will see the down now as we see the cipher progress pretty good. 2.5 ciphers, almost going to 3. Gravekeeper has no items to work with anymore, and we do have 1 other Tide Turner that is available, and it's a Puppeteer, having the wanted order as well. Things cannot be more unfortunate for GH as we see Little Boy still trying to commit and come in for the rescue. This is gonna be very tough for him as we see another white one. Double surprise coming in as well would suffice. You see a terror shot through, but the rescue happens as luckily the Little Boy was there. A double down situation as well now. Things is looking difficult as you see Neru also coming in potentially for the support.
My goodness, even though, and that's the beauty of having a Puppeteer, right? But you gotta remember, it's a hullabaloo that has no attack recovery, right? So here, he's just trying to make sure he falls towards where the sky is. And let's see if that's gonna be enough. That's not gonna be enough. Neru a little bit hesitant. He was not close enough to ensure the attraction happened. So right now, oh my god, Puppeteer has been brought up. Okay, Puppeteer has been brought up. But right now, they do have 2 full ciphers to work with, and Neru has no Tide Turner. So you gotta wonder if that's gonna be enough.
Oh no!
Oh my god, there is a... Why? Why through the window? Why through the window?
GH, my goodness, a double terror shot coming in, and this I don't even think I'm not even sure whether it was an opportunity given by a survivors or is it Hershen creating those opportunities for himself, a gateway to get another 4K for Team AR. As we see GodJ coming in for a rescue. GodJ is a doctor, doesn't medical bottles to work with, another flip in.
Oh my god.
Trying to get away from this rescue. A hit
Oh my
already
god!
registering through. Can he make
Terror
it?
shot?
Another terror shot.
No,
Seems
it's
like
not
the
gonna
rescue will
happen this
happen
time. But he's gonna go for GodJ this time. He doesn't really care about Neru anymore. Everyone's injured. GodJ is the only doctor here, right? So everyone's injured. My goodness, this is the best possible scenario for Hershen.
Yeah, and even forcing out a flyover from Neru. Neru is still trying to come in for the support, but I don't think this would be enough. As we see him now in danger. Excitement falls through and the hit registers as well. A double down situation now. Little boy is also injured. Ciphers can be popped for the fourth one, but the fifth one is stagnant at 30%. All of them are falling down like flies. Terror shock happening left and right. Now, what is the focus point for GH? Or is this the stalemate situation that Hershen is looking for?
No, I think it's a little bit too late to do anything at this point. Hershen can go for the 4K here. He knows exactly where it is. Thanks to the double surprise, he knows the direction. He's just trying to hide out and buy a little bit more time. But honestly, look at this situation. 2 survivors down. And Puppeteer's the last one standing. Insane. This is such an insane situation. You gotta wonder what would have happened if FT actually had Hershen in the lineup. But you know what? Right now, GH survivors have no answer for Hershen's onslaught. Little boy probably still trying to go for that basement, but no! Little Lewis could not have saved them with a one-man escape. 4K again with a nerf hullabaloo. 4K again. Hershen. Goated, man. Goated.
Indeed he was. Indeed he did prove himself. So many opportunities given by the survivors, but him also creating those terror shock hits were crucial. Those blocking of the terrain to prevent Neru from entering for that rescue was also very insanely played. But I have to mention, we did see how GH survivors, things were not looking great. I've never seen Neru's perspective being played like that, and it's very uncharacteristic, I must say.
That's true. And the presence of mind as well. That's experience, dexterity, and the presence of mind. Because the moment he picked him up, he was expecting, I know that Neru's gonna pull me towards that area, and that's gonna be a significant amount of time to be stunned. But little did he know, Hershen remembered, 3 full peepers, I can instantly swap to excitement. And that's where things went south. He was baiting. It was basically a honey trap, waiting for Neru to come in, and then he went in for the kill. Insane. That was insane presence of mind, dexterity. I had goosebumps, Chocho. I had goosebumps watching that.
Same here. Really got me at the edge of our seats, right? Because what was that play? We saw Hershen. Things were looking still alright. Skyfall kited 2.5 ciphers with using 2 of his shovels. Things were looking fine. The rest, I think things were just very unfortunate for the side of GH survivors, we must say. The wanted order onto the Puppeteer, and Puppeteer is the only person that had the Titana as well. So he's forced to come in for the rescue. And terror shock happened number 1. That was strike number 1. Strike number 2, when Neru came in for the support, it didn't happen. He came in for the rescue, it also did not happen.
Oh my god. It was insane.
I guess we just never doubt Hershen anymore, because initially we were like, oh, why is he going for the Gravekeeper? There's so many other better options.
Right?
But just trust in Hershen and let him do the work. As we look into the match stats here right now, kites are just not very long. I mean, except for Skyfall at 72 seconds, but other than that, wow, Hershen is just living up to his name.
That's true. I know that Hullabaloo has been nerfed, and I was kind of doubting it in the very beginning as well. But the beauty of it is positioning. If you can position your double surprise really well, you can get a terror shock, or even if you don't get a terror shock, especially when you have a Puppeteer in Lewis form, you can get a double down situation. And that's what happened to GH. They were caught off guard. They were like, oh no, this is not supposed to happen. The rescue was, they were betting on the fact that they said, I'm pretty sure Skyfall's kite was enough. We can go in for the rescue, but the rescue resulted in a double down. Never mind, we have Plan C. Plan B failed, we have Plan C. Bring Nehru in for the harass. Didn't work as well because of the beautiful plays that happened. One, being too timid. In the beginning, he was too timid, couldn't attract the hunter, couldn't attract Hershen and get a stun out and allow the survivors to escape. Secondly, he was braver, but Hershen was ready with the excitement. So it's like you have a play, Hershen's there one step ahead. I feel like that's the case in that game just now. One step ahead.
Yeah. I'm still, wow, there's so much things that's happening today. The adrenaline cannot be more. I would think it cannot be more than this, but I'm pretty sure things are just gonna get more crazy right after this. But we need to recollect ourselves as we head into the ban pick phase here for BO2, second half between AR Survivors versus GH Hunter. And we talked about this already. AR Survivors, they selected Hershen to come up first because now AR Survivors, they have a goal, they have a target, and that is to pop all ciphers and get one escape to get that point win.
That's true. They are already, Hershen has already given them the best possible situation. Now you can start drafting towards getting just one survivor escape, right? Like what you said, Chocho. But I still want to give, I still want to believe that Momoka is fully capable of getting that 4K as well. I want to believe that, give him the benefit of the doubt because he is also a top tier hunter, right? And I don't know, I feel like this draft this time, with a coordinator as well, it feels very
opera singer maybe.
Yeah, I feel like they are getting ready for an opera singer, right?
Yeah.
Like this is like an opera singer. Like, we're just gonna drop pallets, force you to break it, and then there's a gun to help as well. Feels like an opera singer lineup, but then again,
Momoka also has a Hullabaloo.
Yeah, Hullabaloo is also available for Momoka. But wow, with a lucky guy, I can see where this is going. I don't know, man. Hanako probably applying a little bit of Xiaodi right here, right? Going with a double, right? If you don't get chased, try and get a bot to help you decode. If you do get chased, well, a gun or a perfume would be really good. Yeah, so this is the lineup they are going to go for. And again, guys, the only criteria right now for AR is to get a one-man escape, and that will put them ahead with a 1 win. So right now, GH is actually in a position where they are sweating now, Jojo.
Yeah, because I'm sweating too. My goodness, this is intense, right? Momoka, I really hope. I mean, this is gonna be a very tight matchup. I just know it's gonna be, as we see a Dream Witch coming through in a Red Church. We've seen Dream Witch before at Red Church, but it's such a dire situation where you need a 4K. I wonder if this is a comfort pick that Momoka think that
comfort
he
pick
can
for sure.
with. Yeah,
comfort pick for sure, right? It can still work, but here's the reason why we are skeptical, right? Chocho and we are skeptical because in this map there's so many so many walls, and the building in the middle does not help as well. So what happens is if you just make a little bit of slip up, the followers might be stopped at a certain position and couldn't progress forward. Like the moment you stop, it's just gonna stop at that point. But you know what? Maybe this is the comfort pick. Maybe this is the confidence that Momoka has for the Dream Witch with a patroller, very standard 3/6 patroller. Whereas for the survivor side, now this is the interesting part: 3 fly wheels, 2 survivors, 3 survivors with no borrowed time. So this is like a full kiting. Yeah, we just want to get one person out. Let's go for the late game. Let's go. So without further ado, game number 2, second half. Let's see if Momoka will be able to return the favor and get a 4K, or will AR finally get that one person out?
See if Momoka have what it takes to get that 4K and balance things out for Team GH here, as we see him heading straight for the center area. follower will be following along her, so through the center. But as of now, still unable to spot anybody. Does have a chance being propped up here, heading towards the red carpet, seeing Meowpie. Now we need to know Lucky Guy does have a full kiting wheel and decides to cancel out. And
Oh, he actually got it.
Yeah, he got it. I thought he stopped it.
He has a perfume. Best case scenario, especially against a follower, against a Dream Wish, right? Oh, that's gonna be the little nasty doggo. Oh, okay, all right.
We see the Lich being stopped there by Meowpie, so a good detail coming in from Meowpie, using the ball immediately so that he gets a distance, doesn't get that free hit. Now let's see if he's able to pick up. Seems like the hit will still... Oh, the perfume as well. He did see that. Lucky Guy does have that. And what a game coming in from Momoka as well. Meowpie survives the first patroller.
Beautifully done, but there's a follower following as well. So that's why the pallet was instantly broken, right? I love the idea of having this. Meowpie has utilized all of his equipments, right? But what this helps is at least he's able to do it without the help of his teammates. So right now, Meowpie just trying to stay ahead of the game. Just make sure that he's in, near the window, just making sure that he's around. Look at Momoka, and this is why it's really difficult to navigate the followers here. You know what I mean? But the second patroller should do the trick. Should do here, yep. Yeah, okay.
Getting that bite. Should be able to get that hit regardless. You see, whichever Meowpie decides to do. And yeah, gets the extra presence as well with that Terror Shock. As we look into the ciphers, pretty good at almost like combined 3 ciphers almost. And yeah, being chat here, Joker should be able to pop his cipher. So, sorry, Joker is only at the 60% cipher. So yeah, a little bit of a tricky situation as you see the dungeon being spawned at the top broken area.
Wow, yeah, that's true. Meowpie definitely did a very respectable kite, right? I agree with you, 2.5 ciphers right there. But the danger's not out yet. It's 2 minutes already. Usually at this time, there's already 3 ciphers being decoded, but because they were making way for him. Okay, 1 pad trying to come in for that rescue. Okay, Meowpie still has that leech following him, but no, he's gonna give that free hit. Joker's gonna give that free hit to Momoka. He's like, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna take that injury. I'm gonna decode. But I'm not sure if that's the best case scenario. Oh no! Wow, going for PP actually. He knows that the leeches are still up on Meowpie, so he doesn't really care. But right now, you gotta be really careful. Against a Dream Witch, you do not want too many survivors injured and leeched.
Yeah, we're seeing Momoka actually doing a great job trying to map control and also trying to control all the where the ciphers are located, because if we look into the ciphers, I think he's trying to get all the ciphers to be at one side of the map, so it's easier for him to map control in the later parts of this round. So we're seeing ciphers being worked on. PP, somebody has come and rescue, which is Yuki. Yuki will be coming in. All of them are now injured, and a lot of leeches could be potentially very dangerous for the survivors.
That's true. They did not really take the time to remove leeches nor heal, and it's very difficult, right? Especially since this map is kind of small, right? This map is really small, and Momoka is just constantly making sure that everyone's injured. And now the ciphers are finally coming to a stop. No one is able to. Yeah, I mean, no one can decode. They gotta stop and heal up. And that's happening right now at the red carpet. Momoka, whether or not he knows this, well, he's still trying to move around, trying to find that next target.
Yeah, as we see, Lucky Guy will be healed up. Mercenary will get that hit with that Lich, and Momoka is forced to use his main body to hit over there just to get that chair. As we see, the 4th cipher is being worked on at 80% right now, and Coordinator Yuki is working on a 40% cipher. So if things goes as planned, we should be seeing a 4-man endgame situation.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely a very good situation, right, in order to play for the late game. But Momoka is still very dangerous on that Dream Wish especially. The good news is, although they have 2 of the survivors at half health, 1 survivor going to be cheered very soon, there's only 1 leech right now. And the leech is still on cooldown. So Momoka's gotta make sure he spreads the leech followers a little bit further, keep 1 nearby just to help stuff the rescue that comes. But at the end of the day, yeah, that's the problem. You gotta wait until you can leash another person. Otherwise, look, the 4th cipher is already at 75%. The 6th cipher is already at 50%. So remember, guys, they only need 1 survivor out. Yeah,
1 survivor is their goal here for this round. As we see, the last cipher on standstill. All ciphers are standstill right now. All of them are injured. We're seeing another item being used by the acrobat. But luckily enough, at least a lot of them still have items for late game. So things are still not too bad. They're trying to find opportunities to delete, to heal each other. That's great. That's the kind of game that we should be seeing against the Dream Witch. Yuki trying to push one of that corner cipher, but will she give the opportunity?
Yeah, I feel like they have to play very careful. This is an opportunity for them to get one over GH, right? And Momoka is definitely feeling the pressure now. He's playing flawlessly, right? He's making sure everyone gets leashed, everyone's injured, and finally downing Jokra as well. But here's the problem as well. You gotta move towards where Jokra is. You gotta make sure your cooldown is off, leech him, then bring him back up. But during all that period of time, that's where the survivors can continue decoding or heal each other and the leech. Prime the leech as well. So this is definitely a race against time, right? AR versus GH. Momoka so far, you gotta remember, it's not fine with just a draw. It's not fine with a 3k. You gotta get a 4k. And right now it seems like the survivors are having a really strong time. Okay. Alright.
Trying to go for the basement here, it seems. We'll get that hit, drop down hit. We'll get the basement, but this means that ciphers are being really pushed.
Right? Jojo, I don't think they can just sell. You know what I mean? They don't even have borrowed time. They don't have borrowed time. They can just sell. They can just pop and then make sure everyone's... Oh, wait. If they pop, they won't even be at full health. Well, they are at full health now, but they already popped. They have the idea. So they really don't care about the person chat at the basement because right now, he's the only person with the leech.
Yeah, open both gates, and what can Momoka even do here, right? Not enough leeches to work with. So this is the right gameplay coming in from AR survivors. They will at least guarantee a 1 escape, so no surprises there. But if they're able to get more points here, that would be even better, so that coming into the in the BO3, things will look a little bit easier for them. So
they already got it. One gate's already open.
One gate's already open, so 1 escape
get
at least guaranteed.
They're gonna try and go for the time or a three man.
Does have a football to work with, but Joker's
oh my god!
Reach, though.
I think he can. I think he can. Oh my god! I think he can. There's a gun as well.
Yuki has the gun. Yep. That's how you end this beautifully.
Oh my god! A 3-man escape
as well.
A 3-man escape against Momoka. Oh my goodness! AR is doing the impossible, and it's no longer impossible. It's possible. A 3-man escape, and that makes it 8-1 in favor of AR. Oh wow!
Very tough lead to even come back from. Yeah, we are gonna be seeing a BO3 confirm already. So, yeah,
close shop. They can just draw next game. Close shop. They can just aim for the draw. And if Hershen can continue going for the 4K, that's it. Oh my goodness! Who would have expected things to progress like this? But honestly, I feel like they were not prepared to face each other. I feel like this is the situation, right? Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. Correct me if I'm wrong. I feel like this is the situation where GH was more prepared to face FT compared to facing AR. Right? So that's why they were very dominant against FT. But here in AR, they're like, okay, we did not expect to face AR. And AR is like, yeah, we did not expect to face GH. So I feel like this is like, okay, let experience talk for itself. Hershen, let's go. And when Hershen went as the hunter and got that 5 points lead, it made AR very comfortable. Like, hey guys, we can do this. And one thing leads to another, and they got the 3-man escape. I think it's a gift from the skies, honestly, at this point.
Yeah, I agree. 8-1.
A gift from the skies.
I'm just trying to think about how GH can potentially bounce back from this, right? 8-1. This is very tough, but before we, of course, talk about BO3, maybe we should talk about maybe the highlights, lowlights of the second half matchup first.
Yeah, sure. Let's start with the first half. Hullabaloo chased Gravekeeper. Questionable, but he made it work. And he stuffed rescue. End of story. He stuffed the rescue. And because the rescue was not successful, he got a 4K. Second half, Dream Witch in Red Church was already a little bit challenging to begin with, right? Everyone worked very well against them. Look, the kiting was not necessarily the longest, but Meow Pie definitely played a super part in it. Early game in kiting, and late game in finding more items and allowing that. So I feel like the lucky guy pick paid off. Huge. And Yuki's gun at the very end. maximum value allowed for the 3-man escape. Momoka, nothing he could do against that in that situation. No way was she gonna change into a normal to stop the ciphers. All she could do, she did what the Dream Witch main would have done in that situation, but it was just getting out of hand. Everyone was just healing, coding, and I feel like she was just practically, it's just a race against the time at that point. And unfortunately, Momoka was not able to contain more than just one in the end.
Yeah. You know, I'm also like looking through the survivors they picked as well. I don't feel that they were gearing up for that Dream Witch. We have never really liked to play against a coordinator versus a Dream Witch, but we'll talk more about it later on. Let's hit into the highlights first, and we'll hit for BO3 afterwards.
All right.
Last but not least, we have the BO3 matchup between GH versus AR, and this will be the deciding matchup to let us know whether GH will be representing, or if not, currently the people that's winning, AR will be representing. So now, you know, we have this little bit of conversation behind the scenes, of course, but currently AR, consisting of Malaysian and Singaporean players, they are working very well together. We didn't see a great BO1 for the survivor side of AR, but right now they're showing us a different side, and I'm glad that they picked themselves up and showed us a 3 escape, that anything is possible here.
Yeah, I think it's just a snowball effect, right?
Yeah.
Hershen's play inspired the survivors side. Survivors play got inspired, and they played even better. But what I really want to focus right now is really GH. They've been so dominant, right, against FT, especially in the first game. And those are the regular COA representatives. So right now, I feel like they really should go out, take a deep breath. I don't know, for me, I'll probably slap them and say, wake up. Like, if I'm the coach, I'll probably slap their faces and like, hey, you know, lock in, you know, we're not out of this yet. Lock in, as long as we can still go for the kill. Let Momoka cook, let him go first, and we can go later on. I think we can make something work.
Yeah, we can and we must. Coming into Leo's memory, we're seeing GH survivors have chosen to come up first, and we'll be seeing AR's hunter, which is Hershen, once again. As of now, I am really afraid to see Hershen if I'm the survivor side. He's been dominating 4Ks consecutively with the Goatman and much less a nerfed Hullabaloo. So he does have a QS to work with still, but I believe GH side, they will be bending it out. But he still has so much more left. He does have a Hermit to work with, and this is Leo's memory. We've seen his Hermit at Leo's memory before.
Yeah, exactly. He still has more to show us, right? And just a quick shout out to Suki Tsukine Komiao, right? Giving us this info as well. They actually entered IVL summer camp. And our Hushan and Niaopai got first and third in IVL summer camp last year. So wow, that's already saying a lot, right? That's already saying a lot about their capabilities and experience. So right now, I think you see, look at this, like perfect bans. They know Lantern is BO3. He needs to ban the Lanternist first, and a respect ban towards the forward as well. Realizing that, you know what, Lanternist is definitely going to be a character that's super hard to chase, especially in BO3, considering your limited hunter choices right now. And you gotta remember, Neru was doing a great job with it against Sukiyaki, right, in the first matchup. So good job banning that out. But GH is gonna go with the firepower. The Escapologist, which Skyfall utilized really, really well. In Moonlit River Park, though, not in Leo's memory, right? Aeroplane is gonna start things off. Maybe a Harasser will be good as well here. But no, they're going for Luca. Wow. The prisoner boy right here.
Yeah, it seems like they want to focus a little bit more on the decoding, because that seems to be maybe the key issue that they've identified coming into BO2, right? So, as well as the Pharaoh Lady into the mix here. So we have the Invisible Lady Cloak coming in into this team comp here. We're seeing a very, I would say, I'm not too sure how to talk about this team comp, because Escapologist, you know, as the rescuer, we've seen it before. Prisoner will be the weak point here for them. And Pharaoh Lady and Aeroplanes is literally by themselves. They have to solo kite this. There is no harassment anymore. We don't see that kind of characters as well. So GH, they are banking a lot on this team comp.
That's true. I mean, this is the team comp that allowed the mind games to happen, right? God J was really good with the Pharaoh Lady in the Moonlit River part, right? So maybe a little bit of mind games going on, like, you know what, they want to play some mind games, making sure that he doesn't go down that fast. And Hershan does really have limited character pool choice at this point. Of course, you can go for the Hermit. No one here will be able to heal up. I think that can be a choice, right, Chocho?
Yeah.
That can work. But you know what? Just to be safe, I'm pretty sure he's thinking about a 3 or 4K at this point. GH, no matter what, they gotta get a 3-man escape. And with this comp, I don't know, Chocho. I don't know if they can use a 3 with this lineup. They can get a 3-man or a 4-man escape. Because if they get a draw, it doesn't matter what Momoka does next game.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. But Peddler,
So,
very
yeah,
good
Peddler.
draw. Very good draw character. Sorry, go ahead, Chocho.
Yeah, so maybe Hershan really, he just needs that bare minimum, right? The bare minimum, just that's all he needs. As we see him, will be spawning at this area here, but Skyfall will be spawning at the shack area. That will be, I'm not too sure whether that will be the optimal chase for Hershan here, as we see a trump card detention. The entire 3 rounds we've been seeing Hershan on the peepers. He loves his peepers, it gives him the vision. Yeah, as we see GH side.
I'm blind, I love peepers.
Yeah, if I'm blind, I'm bringing in the peepers. So
Every single time.
for you guys as well, we're seeing a 3-6 build on Skyfall and Naru, so double Titanus, and Little Boy with a Flywheel, and Pharaoh Lady with a 3-9. So they are banking on a end game situation as we're heading into game 3. First time at Leo's memory between GH survivors facing AR's Hunter.
All right. Potentially the last game to decide the second representative for the global stage. Hershan on the Peddler, trying to look for that first survivor. Already running towards the factory 4. GH, they gotta have 3 survivors out in order for them to allow Momoka to get that equalizer in the next half. But right now, it is a very, very hard thing to ask for. Oh wait, beautiful perfume right there. But Gonchi revealed himself. revealed himself at that point. And wow, got the stun up as well. The last one as well. My goodness, that was the very first one. Very fast one.
Yeah.
Jojo.
A very fast one indeed. Was looking at the ciphers, it's not progressed a lot as we see him. We'll be using the obstacle absorption here just to close that distance. Doesn't want to waste time bolting as we see Hershen still going to try to go for the ground as well. So he get that chip damage. Unfortunately, Godjay doesn't want the mind game here. He knows he can't do this as we see the invisible lady coming into action. And Hershen knows exactly how.
How? I'll tell you how. Hunter's instinct. Hunter's instinct going on. But good job though. Usually this trick will make any hunter fall for it, right? It's just that I don't know. I think it's just the hunter experience and instinct kicking in. But here you can see the escapologist already making his move, changing it into the factory. He wants to give that area for the Pharaoh Lady to kite. It is a very strong area after all. You can see Neru already in the vicinity. That's the aeroplanist we're talking about. Little boy is still decoding hard. Ciphers are almost 3, but this rescue is gonna matter a lot right here. Oh no! The jetpack away! Why? Why? Oh my god!
Alright, able to still get the rescue, so at least things is not looking that dire. If a double down situation happens here, I'm not sure how GH is gonna handle this. As we see Godjay will be kiting away from the factory area, trying to give that cipher away for decoding. Hershen trying to lock ciphers as well, so Godjay will be down here, but will they come in for the second rescue here? We do have escapologist with a Titana.
Beautifully done as well. Just trying to bring him back towards where the cipher is. So Neru, you gotta be really careful, brother, because right here you only have half health left. You have 2 jetpacks to work with and the wanted order as well. So right now the thing is you cannot afford just a draw. Wait. The chair has been moved away. Beautiful. Goes in for that
smoke
smoke
coming
screen.
in just to confuse Hershen. Seems like it's working a little bit, causing Hershen to be a little bit tight here, trying to predict, but unfortunately the rescue still happens. Hershen gets off the smoke screen. Godjay, they're trying to go for a body block, but this is gonna look very difficult. The ground absorption also happening here, but nothing happens. Pharaoh Lady uses her last item here, another smoke screen being used here just for the support. Now, this is looking at a very sticky situation. Nothing Hershen can really do here. Maybe obstacle absorption here will happen, but the body blow is just making it so difficult. Godjay is in the open, in the ground. A split second hit. Prisoner coming over the spot.
Alright. What? Oh wait! I thought the body block went through, but the magical hitbox. Yeah, they got no choice. They gotta do this, and the reason is because they need a 3-man survivor out. If they don't help the Pharaoh Lady here, it's very possible that they're gonna end up in the tie, and that's gonna end it. That's gonna end it. There won't be a second half. So right now, and Peddler, it's very possible. Peddler is like the new disciple, right? Very possible to get a draw at this point. But right now, they have the impossible task of getting 3 men out, and the Cypher's not even prime yet, Chocho. So AR is in a very good position.
Good position, you're right. And for GHD, the chip damage did not happen here. Little boy will be down here. All of them are injured. On the bright side, Escapologist does have a needle, but he is the one working on the cipher. So I guess Neru would have to levitate and come in for the rescue. That is their best bet here. And try to get a 3 escape somehow, because the tie will not suffice here anymore. As we see Hershen trying to find where the survivor is, does have a tinnitus being propped up here. The last cipher is at 50% ongoing, but really slow. Neru just gonna wait out until the cipher is primed.
Insane. They're gonna crop. Everyone has borrowed time, right? So that's a good thing. But they're gonna do an after half rescue. I don't think the cipher is gonna be enough any point at that time, because even if you manage to do the rescue, you gotta remember, you gotta make sure that you rotate properly and help little boy to escape, right? And wish somehow that Hershen does not chair anyone. Because once he chairs the person, as soon as Cypher's prime, that's it, it's over. Wait a minute, wait, what? Okay, free rescue right there. Okay, doesn't really matter. Let's see if it's gonna allow... Prisoner has no items to help, right? But there's a pallet working there. Could have went with the pallet boost as well, but it's okay.
Oh, the vine trap. Oh, okay, just closing the distance. Obstacle absorption coming through. Little boy is still here. As we see, I think the gate is being locked right now. I'm not too sure, but little boy able to electric, but he can't get to
the blink! Oh, wait. Oh my god. The gate was already open. Yeah, if only it lasted like 2 more seconds, they would have been able to make it. And there it is. Congratulations, AR. Oh my goodness. AR.
Persian.
AR
but Persian.
AR but Persian. Really, seriously.
Persian.
I mean, we cannot remain neutral. It's really Hershon securing that 4K in the beginning, 4K in the second one, and now dealing the final nail on the coffin. Aquarius, they're going to COA. Congratulations.
They're going to COA. GH unfortunately falling quite short here. We did see how a single 4K matchup did turn the tides around, and this is where decision making once again happens to be the crucial factor here. But then again, let's just give our flowers to AR and congratulate every single member. We have Jokra, Melpai, PP, Yuki. Unfortunately, we didn't see ZZ, but also Hershon as the solo tanking hunter. No other hunters in their lineups at all. So Hershon just putting in so much effort and so much things for his team here. So proud of him. As we see, AR will be qualifying for the COA IX group stages.
Yeah. But we gotta congratulate the Survivor side as well. Hershon definitely carried, but the Survivors side also pulled through. Because the worst thing to happen is Hershon makes the opening, the Survivors did not pull through. That would have resulted in a stalemate, right? But ultimately, they did pull through. GG, well played. GH, I felt like they probably relaxed a little bit after defeating FT. They probably thought that FT was the strongest contender in this bracket. But little did they know, the AR with the Hershon factor, right, coming in, it allowed them to equalize and build the lead in game number 2. So it's just really insane. I have goosebumps throughout the entire series, and even more so than the ones that I watched in the first game. Actually, there were so many.
Yeah, I think this might be one of the more intense matchups in the entire COA qualifiers in the past 2 days that we're having here. So closely matched up, and we did see like GH Survivors. We know them to be better than this, and we did see a lot of minor slip-ups here and there. Aeroplane is suddenly using his jetpack when he's at the chair.
Yeah.
And also, but then again, Hershon manages to predict where God J was, just stood there and hit him.
Yeah.
So they really did try their best here, GH. I don't want to discount anybody. They all did their very best here. I'm very sure of it.
Yeah.
And AR just happened to be the better one here, and they will qualify. And also, just some insider news from what I heard. This is just hearsay, but AR trained, I think, 5 hours yesterday just for today's matchups.
Wow. That definitely says a lot, right? You gotta put that practice, that blood, sweat, and tears definitely pays off in the very end, especially after you tasted that victory in the very end, so to speak, right? But I agree with you. GH definitely, you cannot take anything away from GH. They definitely played their very best today. It's just that Hershon factor was a little bit too much for them to handle. I think that's the safest thing to say. It was a little bit too much for them to handle. And the fact that he consistently got 4K back-to-back in round 1 and round 2, I think it's already giving pressure, right? It's giving stress, like, hey, wait, what can we do? What can we do? He's consistently getting that 4K. What can we do? And unfortunately, GH journey will stop here. But hey, if it's any consolation, at least they can continue to support their Thailand counterpart team that made it yesterday, RT. So so we will it's already set. We have the representative for COA, RT, congratulations, and today AR as well. So congratulations. These are the 2 teams that will be representing Southeast Asia division.
Yep. And looking at our results, right, 8-15. But we also cannot forget, guys, you guys can't go anywhere because we will be having an interview after this matchup with one of the members of AR. So you guys, whatever questions or interesting ones that you want to ask, this is the time for you to voice it out in the live chat. We'll pick maybe a few and we'll see if we have enough time to address all of them with the member. But right now, of course, another thing we can anticipate would be the MVP, which we feel we should know who, but is only on
Starts with
what
a H.
character. Yeah, on what character would he be having the MVP on?
Yeah, starts with the letter H for Horton. Shout out to you, Horton, in the chat. Salty Sugi as well. Ree, Bilang Jum Kita Game, Rosalia and Luna, everyone in this chat, thank you so much for being here until the very end. And let's celebrate together as we congratulate Hershon for MVP. Very well deserving as well. And the hullabaloo is the one that's being highlighted, Chocho. For very good reason, right? He foiled the rescue. Terror Shock, because a lot of Terror Shocks that game. Sorry, one Terror Shock, but he did get the double down and everything. So Hershon, congratulations, is going to go to COA group stage.
Hershon.
My bad.
Yeah, Hershon. Yeah, we'll be seeing Hershon again once again in the live stages, and I can't wait for his performance as well. Previously was under a different team, but AR right now, Aquarius, what a game, what a team. And I'm pretty sure from now onwards they're just going to be gearing up, training even more than whichever it is, because we do know there's still other teams that, you know, have been disqualified today, but all of them put in all their work, right? Yesterday also disqualified teams. They've tried very hard, they've all trained very hard. We won't discount any of them, and I do hope to see more of them, familiar faces once again in future tournaments.
Exactly. Congratulations to all the teams that successfully becomes our representative for Southeast Asia Division, but also to all the teams that have spent their time here training for this event itself, making it all the way here. Nonetheless, they are still our top 8. So you have to be very proud for this achievement as well. So right now, the only thing we can say is there's going to be more exciting, more events in the future now that, and Asian Games is just going to be the start of it all, right? That's already like a huge, major thing that we're having right here. And I believe with more people getting to know Identity 5 in Southeast Asia and spreading across the region as well, it's going to allow for more new opportunities and events. And fingers crossed, hopefully we get a LAN. Hopefully we get more events, LAN events, hopefully. But Chocho, did you expect this results today, starting from the first game, second game, third game, starting from today's first match, second match, and all the way to the finals? Did you expect any of this?
Actually, yeah, I like your question, and I'm gonna be very upfront about this as well. This morning also, I was, actually talking with Baby Top, one of the winners of Team RT that qualified yesterday.
Yep.
I was talking to him, and yeah, he also asked me the same question, who do you think I was gonna potentially qualify? But I picked a different team from whoever is qualifying. But speaking about AR here, let's have an interview with none other than MeowPie. Let's go.
Let's go.
Hello.
Oh, congratulations, MeowPie. I wanted to text you in Discord, but hey, we're gonna listen to you in person. How do you feel after winning and become the representative for the C division?
I can't believe Hershon so good.
Yeah, Hershon was definitely so good, and I think to you also, he's probably the biggest difference in today's matches. But maybe you guys were all in BC, correct? So maybe you could let us know how the team was feeling, when you guys saw Hershon with those consecutive 4Ks.
We just shout loudly.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Yeah, the reaction, right? Yeah. I mean, I can see that you are lost for words. You're very excited. And I would understand if I was in your position as well. But honestly, how much did your team prepare to face against GH? Because I think a lot of the people are kind of expecting FT. I think was your team expecting to face GH and prepare for them?
Not really. Just a little bit. We prepare 100% for FT.
Oh, I see. Very reasonable as well, since they were our representatives last year. But right now, we don't want to keep you for too long. Just let us know as well. What was the idea, right? In game number 2. In game number 2, you guys were, how do you put this? You were leading with Hershen. He already got a 4K. Were you expecting him to get a 4K and you were like expecting just to draft a one-man escape? Like what was the thought process when you see the Dream Witch? Were you expecting like, okay, I think we can get the escape? What was the thought process then?
I know he will choose Remus before, and everyone bring fire.
Everyone bring fire.
Solution.
All right, let's go.
Then we just tell and go to the door.
Yeah.
Right.
So everything did work out for AR, right? Survivors especially, and of course, you guys will be heading to COA group stages live in Shanghai. Any team that you're particularly excited to meet in Shanghai?
GR.
GR, okay.
Glory, let's go.
All right, and of course, last but not least, right? Any words to your fans, people that's watching this right now live?
Thank you so much. I did it.
Okay. Yeah, it's alright, it's alright. Man of little words, but of course, celebrate this win with your team. And thank you so much for having this interview with us. And have a good day ahead. Bye bye.
Okay, congratulations.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Yeah, I think he was just very nervous. I think he was caught off surprise. And it's very logical to feel that way, right? Because it is GH we're talking about. FT, GH, both were representatives for COA. Were the representatives at one point, right? So being able to win against GH in that fashion, in that manner as well, I think it's definitely a very shocking experience, right? But yeah, Chocho, Meowpai, that's Meowpai, ladies and gentlemen, from Team AR. He and Hershen will be heading towards. And a little bit of insider info, yeah? They flew all the way to Kuala Lumpur just to play for these qualifiers. Yeah, so RT's not the only team that flew the team members, yeah? Yeah, Hershen and Meowpai flew to Kuala Lumpur. They're actually in KL right now. Oh no, is this a breach of privacy?
Man. Was Hershen in the same room? Should we have
was in the same room.
For the interview?
He's his roommate. That's his roommate.
Oh my goodness. Then we should have two of them.
Oh my god.
Yeah, the chat was wanting Hershen as well. We should have
oh my
two
god. That's true. That's true. But you know what?
What a missed opportunity.
Yeah. But you know what? We're still happy for them. And I'm pretty sure they're going to go out and party and whatever it is. And rightfully so, they can celebrate. But it's not over for any of the other teams as well, because COA is not the end all and be all right now. They are definitely ready to prepare for the Asian Games, which is a huge thing for Identity 5 as well. So yeah, this year we are having a lot of big major events. Hopefully you guys will be with us throughout the journey. Please do follow us on our socials, yeah, especially on Instagram, because we will be posting our journey as well, right? The tea. If you guys like tea, we're gonna spill the tea only on IG, hopefully. And yeah, Chocho, I think today was full of surprises, right? Today was full of surprises, but in the end, pleasant surprise, right? Like, oh, unexpected, but okay.
Yeah, it's like, I think one thing that really did stood out for me from the interview with Meowpai is that he was, the team was gearing up to go up against FT rather than GH. And honestly, same here. I was expecting that kind of matchup here, FT versus AR, and FT maybe potentially representing SEA again, because that has been the trend. We've been seeing that, but we can even see that even the best can fall sometimes.
That's true.
And we can only expect them to become even better in the future tournaments that we'll see of them. But as of now, FT's story in COA IX, it's the end. But AR will continue the journey on behalf of them.
Yeah, I mean, as long we still have our representatives. So congratulations once again, RT and AR, two teams that will be representing us to go to the global stages. And in Shanghai as well. I believe that Shanghai, this time, it's an even bigger venue. So I'm really excited to go as well. Unfortunately, we are going to be on commentating duty. Otherwise, I would have really loved to go Shanghai. Have you been to Shanghai before?
Shanghai. I'll be going
Oh my
in
god.
May, I think. I'm going
May?
in May. Yeah, so
COA?
like after COA, after COA, and then I'll hit for a Shanghai trip, explore the area a little bit. But that's the plan for later. But for now, of course, the group stages would be, just for your information, the group stages will be from April 10th to the 19th, live in Shanghai. So during this period, you guys should definitely block out your calendars, watch the live stream, and support your favorite teams. All the region's best teams will be there. And currently, I believe the Japan qualifiers and the Chinese mainland qualifiers is still ongoing. So do catch those during the weekends and see if your teams do qualify ultimately.
Exactly. There's definitely some fan favorite teams as well. And of course, it's always nice to see everyone once a year, at least on the global stage. Practically the World Finals, right? So I'm really excited to go to the group stages. Again, that's going to be on the 10th of April until the 19th of April, whereas the playoffs will be May 1st to May 5th. So super excited to see which team qualifies and which team is going to come on top. I don't know. We can talk about this a little bit later on, but for now, today's result: Team Future ending losing to GH, AR advancing over AL, and finally with GH and AR, the finals, a draw at game number 3 is gonna do it. So congratulations once again to all the teams that made this far, and to AR as well for being the second representative as well. Chocho, what a series we have, a 2-day series we have for these qualifiers. If you have to pick like the one feature match that you can show to everyone, like which one would you pick? A real quick one, like to show to everyone, like this is Southeast Asia, man.
Okay, so I think it's gonna be... Okay, I'm gonna pick one each for each of the qualifying teams. I feel like that's fair.
Yep.
Alright, for RT of yesterday's matchup, I think the key one would be BO2 second half, which is the final matchup, which is the Peddler, where we saw RT servers getting a 4 escape. And for AR, I would say the Hula Blue for sure at Red Church. Hula Blue by Hershen. For sure. 100%.
100%. Let me add the 10% there too. 110% sure. And I totally agree with you, right? These two matches are definitely a spectacle to remember. If you guys have missed yesterday's match, it's always on VOD. You can watch it back in the VODs for the Identify official channel. And for now, the qualified teams, again, for the umpteenth time, RT from Thailand and AR, a combination of Malaysia and Singaporean players. These two teams are going to be representing Southeast Asia Division to go to the COA Grand Stage. So this year, we're going to do a little bit of fun things, yeah? So make sure you do follow us on our socials. Follow Identity5 on all socials as well. And you know what? Get your questions ready, because when we are going to the group stages, we might be able to answer some of your questions. We might be able to give you shout-outs, and we might be able to read your support message to the teams, right? We want to do that interaction again. But Chocho, I want to call it a long day, but honestly, it's not really a long day. And even though you're the OT queen, but honestly, it hasn't been that long.
Yeah.
So, right? Let me know. Like, AR is going to be celebrating later on. Right now, I mean, we are going to... Any last words, though, for the audience before we wrap things up?
Audience, I think that everybody has been very positive, giving the same amount of energy that Nell is actually also giving. So great stuff, and I appreciate every single one of you for being here. And especially those have been staying here throughout the stream, and also our top number 1, 2, and 3 chatters in the live chat. Great stuff coming from you guys. Go
Let's
and
go.
sleep, drink some water, eat your dinner, have some snacks, and stay healthy till then. And we'll see you guys all in the group stages.
All right, with that, I'm Nello, that's Chocho. We're going to say good night, good day, wherever you are. And see you on the global stage. For now, bye-bye.
What?